Chapter 1537. Heading northwest. Meet in the world of mortals. This was the paper in Yi Fan's hands. It had long turned yellow. This was Heaven's Mysteries Gate's well-known talisman paper. These words were written on it, indicating that another ancestor was about to leave this world. Yi Fan and the others left quite far away. They turned around and bowed towards that short mountain. The various great inheritances and ancient sects entered the great wastelands one after another, entering the places with the densest spiritual essence. It was all because they felt that the little girl was formed from an undying immortal medicine, that she would like places with abundant life spiritual essence. It was to the extent where the Holy Lands didn't hesitate to enter a few forbidden regions. After all these years, they truly paid a bit of a price. That's more like it. In this world of mortals, how could the great sects meet? Yi Fan calmed himself down a bit. On the other side, Li Tian cried out strangely. There was also a talisman paper in his hands, on it a few words that made him excited. The human desire Tao will flourish. Me and senior brother will become the ancestors of resurgence. In short, the information they obtained wasn't bad, making them feel much more at ease. Only, whenever he thought of the little girl, Yi Fan's heart would still feel a bit sore. The little fella always suffered. Who knew how many cold eyes she had received in the world of mortals? After all these years, why didn't she grow up? This was something he couldn't understand. They headed northwest without any delays, fearing that something unexpected might happen. It was because the prophecy was just a reference and couldn't be completely trusted. The East's Divine Continent, North's Lu Continent, and West's He Continent all had great powers that couldn't be provoked. Yi Fan set out from the Divine Continent in a fixed direction. Even if he encountered an undying inheritance, he still had to charge through it. However, before he left Central Continent, he heard a few strange news. Did you guys hear? The Sun's Sacred Emperor's descendant has returned, and he is now extremely powerful. Is that true? Wasn't this bloodline completely wiped out? Even their immortal scriptures have been lost for tens of thousands of years. What kind of formidable figure can they produce now? Did you forget? That youth named Yi Fan saved their clan's only bloodline. During these few days, news of Yi Tong's return already spread, because someone saw him pay respects to his ancestors. It was a ruined land. Mountain ranges had collapsed, palaces had been shattered, rubble covered the ground, countless corpses and black mists suffused the air. It was a barren land. During the past half a month, every night, there would be someone crying in grief. The cultivators who passed by noticed that something was strange. They stopped to take a look and saw Yi Tong. Another 2 days passed, and shocking news came. Yi Tong shot the golden crow with her bow, killing more than 10 patrollers who had rushed to the ruins of the Solar Divine Court. This naturally caused a huge commotion. Yi Tong's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. She didn't even try to dodge, and she wanted to sweep through the Golden Crow bloodline. There's really going to be a battle. The Golden Crow definitely won't be able to sit still. Wiping out the bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor will incur the wrath of the heavens. I have a premonition that the Golden Crow clan is too arrogant. Their good days are coming to an end. That young man named Yi Tong hasn't left during these days. He's building a grave there. He's quite confident. The barren mountain range had been cleared out by Yi Tong. His eyes were swollen from crying. He had gone to many places during these days, but he couldn't find his parents' corpses. He had even gone to the Black North Sea, but he couldn't find the remains of his old servant. In the end, he only found a young skeleton among all his relatives. Yi Tong cried his heart out and kowtowed on the ground. His body and mind were both trembling. How much older was the little sister from back then? Yet, she continuously comforted him during the crisis, and even stood in front of him in the end. Even now, thinking about it made his heart wrench. The thin girl, her frail body, her pale face, and her sad but beautiful smile were fixed in Yi Tong's heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart would shatter. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was like a wounded lone wolf, and he couldn't help but howl at the sky. Golden Crow Clan, I Yi Tong, am not a bloodthirsty person. I don't want to exterminate you. But those who attacked me back then shouldn't even think about living. Those who destroyed my clan, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Yi Tong had never shouted himself hoarse like today. It was the first time he was so ferocious. His murderous aura surged and swept up to the sky. All the clouds were scattered, and in the distance, mountains collapsed. He didn't need to look for the Golden Crow clan. When he was building the grave and burying the countless bones in the ruins, someone from the Golden Crow clan came knocking. Moreover, his background wasn't small. He was a saint, and he led a majestic army. Evildoers of the past, how dare you come back today? Even the heavens want to exterminate your clan. It's a pity that the Sun Saint Emperor's prestige will end here. This old Golden Crow clan leader's words were quite harsh and vicious. He was provoking them. It's just an incarnation. Is your Golden Crow clan afraid? You want to test me, but you don't dare to come with your true body. You're just throwing your life away. Yi Tong roared. The might of the Saint King was displayed without mercy. In an instant, it covered the sky and earth. Light and divine radiance filled the place. He stretched out his hand and smashed the saint in front of him into pieces. As for the so-called army, they were all formed from golden feathers and not real bodies. The Golden Crow clan sent out the saint incarnation to test, but in the end, they were completely annihilated. The news spread throughout the continent. We're just passing by, so let's go and take a look. As a master, it wouldn't be right if I don't put in some effort. Yi Fan and the others received the news and headed northwest. They just happened to pass by the ruins of the Sun God Court. The divine continent was shaken. Everyone realized how powerful Yi Tong was. The Golden Crow clan was in big trouble this time. They would most likely pay the price for the bloody massacre in the past. He even dares to kill the descendants of my human race's Saint Emperor. He's too savage. Naturally, many people hoped that Yi Tong would personally kill the enemy. In the divine continent, violent winds swept about. The Golden Crow clan was furious. He was just a remnant of the past, but only a few years had passed. He had actually grown to such a level. This made them both angry and shocked. He's grown too fast. We have to kill him. Activate the clan's Great Sage Killing Formation, and do our best to kill him. His constitution is no different from the Sun Saint Emperor. Now that he has returned, he should be even stronger than we imagined. Not only do we have to activate the killing formation, but we also have to use the Great Sage weapon to kill him thoroughly. We also have to ask for our trump cards to appear. The Golden Crow clan was filled with killing intent. After being powerful for so many years, they were killed today. This made them, who had always been high and mighty and enslaved everyone, feel incomparably uncomfortable. On this day, killing intent surged and the clouds of battle filled the sky. The Golden Crow clan mobilized their weapons and sent out many experts. This time, it wasn't just images but their true bodies. Ancient war chariots rumbled one after another as they crushed the heavens. Battle intent surged as they drove towards the northwest of the divine continent. They once again arrived at the ancient land they had broken through in the past. It was unknown just how many Golden Crows had arrived. The sky was filled with golden shadows, and their wings covered the sky. The Golden Crow clan had mobilized so much that wiping out several great clans wouldn't be a problem at all. Evil creature, hand over your life. The Golden Crow clan shouted. It was still in this ancient land. Another crusade took place. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Yi Tong felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. In the past, it was precisely this group of people who destroyed his home and killed his loved ones, leaving him with a lifetime of pain. He attacked furiously, fighting against the Saint King Realm great beasts. That was the clan's trump card. Pairs of golden wings unfolded, and sinister faces appeared one after another. All of them were laughing cruelly. War chariots filled the sky as endless spirit patterns descended. Little bastard. You left for so many years, yet you still dare to return. You are seeking your own death. The clan's powerhouses moved together, activating the Great Array. At the same time, a great sage artifact descended, its pressure covering the sky and earth. It wanted to imprison Yi Tong and take his life in an instant. This kind of attack was enough to break apart an immortal sect, but now all of it was concentrated on a single person. It could be said that the Golden Crow clan attached great importance to him. Although Yi Tong was indignant, he didn't lose his calm. He had been taught by Yi Fan and grasped the movement's secret art, so he didn't fall into the trap. With a speed that others couldn't comprehend, he instantly fled several dozen kilometers away and avoided certain death. Little evil creature, where do you think you are going? Even if you are the descendant of the Sun Saint Emperor, you won't be able to live. End this once and for all. The Golden Crow clan's powerhouses roared. They attacked together again, pressing forward. You came just in time. In the distance, Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi arrived. They had heard the news on the way here, so how could they not show up? They rushed over as soon as possible. Their expressions were extremely cold, and their killing intent soared. They were not only Yi Fan's disciples, but also Li Tian and Yan Ishi's disciples. It could even be said that they cared more about Yi Tong than Yi Fan. After all, they were the ones who raised Yi Tong. You guys dare to use force to suppress my disciple? Li Tian roared in anger. Meanwhile, the elegant Yan Ishi's expression also turned ashen. He directly took out the goddess furnace, and the dazzling divine furnace blossomed with boundless auspicious light. Dang! Li Tian slapped the furnace and threw it out. The divine furnace instantly enlarged, becoming incomparably huge. It smashed into the Golden Crow clan's great array, and with a loud boom, it was completely shattered. The Golden Crow clan's great sage artifact also collided with the goddess furnace at this time. The people of the Golden Crow clan were initially filled with hope, but their faces turned pale once again. The Golden Crow clan's great sage artifact couldn't compare to the goddess furnace at all. It was directly smashed into smithereens without any suspense. Ah! The sky was filled with miserable cries of the Golden Crows. It was unknown how many people had been buried in this enormous energy storm and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was also taking action. He protected the originally shattered mountains and rivers below, preventing the solar quartz ruins from suffering the impact, and protecting the tomb. The people in the distance were shocked. They knew that the Golden Crow clan was finished. With such a ferocious person taking action, it was useless even if they used all their resources. They were destined to be eliminated. Golden Crow King, where do you think you're going? Yi Tong roared. He remembered that this was a great completion king-level expert from back then, and now, he was already a Saint King. However, he was fearless. The Golden Crow King's face was deathly pale. He recognized Yi Fan, and saw the goddess furnace clearly. He had never imagined that those people from back then would be so terrifying now. Most of the Golden Crows were still there. Li Tian and Yan Ishi didn't take action again. They only destroyed the killing formation and the great sage artifact. They were no longer worried about Yi Tong. Since we've already taken action, let's have a conclusion today. After speaking, Yi Fan directly tore apart the void and disappeared from his original location. He arrived at the Golden Crow clan's ancestral grounds. It was obvious that there was a great sage formation here. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. An arrow tore apart heaven and earth. The mountain gate below directly collapsed, and the great formation was torn apart. When the second arrow landed, the entire formation was more or less destroyed. He shouted. The Sun Saint Emperor had made such great contributions, yet you guys can cold-bloodedly take action and wipe out his entire clan. Those who participated in the past stay behind. Those who didn't take action leave immediately. In the Golden Crow clan's important land, everyone had long been scared silly. The savagery of the past was nowhere to be seen. They were simply scared out of their wits. The entire clan fled, regardless of whether they had taken action in the past or not. They didn't dare to hold on here. Yi Fan didn't chase after them either. He reached out a large hand and grabbed all of them. Then he tore apart the void and threw them into the solar quartz ruins. Meanwhile, he himself stayed behind to destroy this ancient land. He was afraid that there was something strange here that would injure his own disciples. Honglong. Yi Fan's arrow shot out, directly blasting an ancient city into pieces and turning it into flying ashes. Light shone brilliantly. This place was strange after all. The buildings on the ground were all destroyed, but even more complicated formation patterns appeared underground. Younger generation, you dare? 7 or 8 figures rushed into the sky, shattering the divine origin. There was actually a great sage among them. An intense battle ensued. Incomparably terrifying formation patterns revived. Together with these people's attacks, heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. All of the experts in the Ziwei ancient star domain were shaken, rushing into the 9 heavens. In the end, Yifan returned. There were specks of blood on his body, all of it belonging to the Golden Crow clan. This clan's ancient land had been razed to the ground by him. I'll leave it for Yi Tong. Yifan sighed. The most powerful experts had all been swept away by him. It was because the great sage had already surpassed the scope of what Yi Tong could deal with. Now he didn't have to worry anymore. With this type of intimidation, it was likely that no one would dare plot against his disciple. Let's go. We'll head northwest. Yifan, Li Tian, and Yanishi left. Only a crying Yi Tong was left fighting between heaven and earth. The solar quartz ruins became a blood-soaked battlefield. Chapter 1538. A great gale blew over, causing the leaves to dance wildly in the wind. Thousands of layers of sand were swept up, and many weeds were uprooted. This was the northern Lu continent, a bitter and cold place. Yifan and the others crossed the strait, heading northwest to this place. They already didn't care about what happened behind them, but news continuously entered their ears. The Golden Crow race was defeated, many experts flapping their wings and fleeing to the ends of the world. The entire world was shocked. Who would have thought that the child from back then would grow to such an extent? He had returned after so many years of exile, killing the Golden Crow race into a mountain of corpses. Yi Tong had slaughtered his way to fame on the North Star. Everything he did was for the sake of avenging his parents. Those who had taken action in the past were all within his hunting range. The starry skies were stained with blood, and the fiendish earth was filled with the blood of the Golden Crow race. The divine continent, He continent, and Lu continent were all in an uproar. A grand and powerful race had fallen just like that. Even their ancestral ground had been destroyed. This shocked the entire world. The Golden Crow race was finished. This was the consensus of the people. On this day, many people took action to add insult to injury. The major powers and some powerful rogue cultivators specifically targeted lone Golden Crows, almost wiping out the race. As for the Golden Crow race's inheritance, it was naturally divided up cleanly. This was the reality. When a fierce tiger fell, a pack of wolves would rise up and attack it. A grand and powerful race was annihilated. The Golden Crow King's head was personally beheaded by Yi Tong and placed in front of the solar quartz ruins to be used as a blood sacrifice. On this day, Yi Tong cried loudly. The hatred and sorrow he had suppressed for many years were all vented out. The divine continent in the east was in an uproar, and the northern Lu continent was not peaceful either. Many people heard the news and went to fish in troubled waters. All of this had nothing to do with Yifan and Li Tian, and no one paid attention to it. The destruction of the Golden Crow race was imminent, so there was no need for them to take action or pay attention. Finding the little girl was the most important thing. However, there were also people who followed their tracks after seeing them display their might. They vaguely felt that there was something wrong with these three and wanted to find out what was going on. In the world, who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the situation? Do these people have dog noses? They actually want to follow us. Li Tian said. In this world, there naturally weren't many people who could chase after them. They could get rid of them in an instant, but there were still those who persevered. Some of the major powers had secretly investigated and spied on the path they had taken in the past few days. When they discovered that they had been heading northwest, they were all suspicious. The northern wind blew the white grass off the ground. In the northwest, there were some places where snowflakes drifted down all year round. The more Yifan walked, the more he frowned. Little Nan Nan's frail body. Could it be that she really had to survive in this bitter land? He was a little worried. Presumably, only in the bitterly cold lands can one avoid those sacred sections. The denser the spiritual qi, the more dangerous it is, Yan Ishi said. How did little Nan Nan run to such a faraway place by herself? This made people puzzled, and they probably wouldn't be able to explain it either. The pitiful little girl had a lot of secrets. Is that little girl special? Why are you all so nervous? Godchild curled his lips. Don't talk so much, no one will think you're mute. Li Tian habitually gave him a slap on the butt. Pervert, I'll remember this. This is the 105th slap. You'll regret it in the future. Little Fatty said angrily. Mountain ranges rose and fell. Some regions were covered in white snow, while others were lush green. This was the north, the bitterly cold land. Different places had different appearances. Of course, the peak was definitely silvery white. Only below the mountainside would there be greenery, but occasionally it would be completely covered by snowflakes. Passing by a small town, Yifan saw a child begging on the street. He immediately rushed over, but was extremely disappointed. Although their ages were similar, they weren't the same person. He left behind some food and secretly gave her some money before silently retreating. When they reached the north, the resources were barren, and the mortals lived in poverty. It was far from being comparable to the warm south. There were many wanderers, and all of them were heading south. Half a month later, they entered the ice plains. It was even colder here. It was completely the scenery of the north, and the cold wind whistled. Of course, there were also some special places in the bitterly cold land. Spiritual chi flowed, transforming the frigid ice and snow into streams. There were oases where vegetation grew. Here, Yifan's brows furrowed even more. Goo. In the distance, there were snow-white ice crows flying about. They were a special type of morning birds. They were similar to crows, but their entire bodies were snow-white, and their cries were also the same. A savage beast died, attracting several hundred morning birds. They pecked at the ice and ate the rotten bones. The scene was drenched in blood. These morning birds have demonic energy, and some of them are almost dead. There are some special savage beasts and demonic birds in the bitterly cold land. Although ordinary people can kill them, it really isn't easy to live in this kind of environment, Yanishi said. Along the way, they saw the hardships of living in the bitter land. Whether a piece of land was fertile or not, it was related to the survival of some races. There are some people who can really act recklessly. Even though they don't know the reason, they still sent out so many people. They similarly headed northwest, and quite a few cultivators have appeared in the past few days. It seems there will be some twists and turns in the search for the little girl. These people smelled blood, and might have guessed something. Although there were people who had also found their way here, Yifan and the others weren't too worried. They only felt disgusted. These people seemed to have grown dog noses. The Reed Continent Immortal Tomb was left behind by my sex ancestors. You all are not allowed to approach. There were people in the northern lands who sharply sensed something and severely reprimanded the foreign powers. Otherwise, if they approached, they would create a story about the Reed Continent Immortal Tomb. However, this naturally didn't have any effect. On the contrary, it made the number of people increase a bit. A few great powers all carried an attitude of giving it a try. They sent out people. If they could find a divine treasury, then this trip wouldn't have been made in vain. Come chase me. This was a very desolate corner of the northwest. There was a stockade village. Ice and snow swirled about, and a few children wearing beast skins ran through the snow, chasing each other. Because these children were born in the bitter land, they were all quite vigorous. None of them were pampered and spoiled. A few of the older children even carried small wooden bows and arrows on their backs, shooting snow rabbits. In the distance, in front of the stockade village, a lonely little figure appeared. She gazed at the children in the stockade village with longing and a bit of fear. Her entire body was dirty, and her little clothes had long been torn. She was a real little beggar. Who knew how many times she had fallen in the world of ice and snow? And her body was covered in ice shards. Her little face was red from the cold, and her clothes were tattered. She looked quite pitiful, and only her pair of large eyes could still be considered bright. They revealed a hopeful expression as she stared impatiently at the children in the stockade village. The little beggar is here again. A child shouted. All the children looked over, and looked at the little girl who was about 3 years old. They stared at her for a long time. Don't play with her, a slightly older boy shouted. Little beggar, don't come anymore. We won't give you anything to eat. Hurry up and leave. Another person shouted. Hurry up and leave. Many people shouted. The little girl who was about 3 years old lowered her head in grievance. She looked at her own tattered little shoes, and with tears in her eyes, she said in a small voice, I didn't come for food. I just want to play with you all. I'm not playing with you. You're a monster. A slightly older girl shouted angrily. Nan Nan is not a monster. I'm a human, the little girl said with grievance. She lowered her head even more, and tears swayed in her eyes. You're still saying you're not a monster? Grandpa Sue and Grandma adopted you, but in the end, you still haven't grown up in almost 10 years. They raised children for old age, but the two old people died first. You still haven't changed at all. It was you who killed Grandpa Sue and Grandma, a teenage boy said angrily. It wasn't Nan Nan who killed Grandpa and Grandma. It really wasn't. The little girl shook her head. Tears fell from her eyes as she faced the snowy ground alone. Hurry up and leave. You're a monster. It was you who killed Grandpa Sue and Grandma. Hurry up and leave. Many people shouted. Don't be like this. The little beggar is very pitiful. She wandered into our stockade village like this. If we drive her out now, she will freeze or starve to death, a young girl said. Little Grass, don't sympathize with her. She's a monster. Another child refuted. She often forgets things. I really don't know what kind of monster she is. Nan Nan didn't forget everything. I remember Grandpa Sue and Grandma. Nan Nan also remembers a big brother and a dog, the little girl said softly. In the past, you often met us and sometimes forgot. We don't want to talk to you anymore. Nan Nan didn't do it on purpose. I don't know what happened. It wasn't like this in the past. Nan Nan might be sick, the little girl said timidly, tears swirling in her eyes. Forget it. She won't leave. Let's go. Don't care about her. Many children ran into the stockade village. The little girl turned around alone and wiped away her tears. Alone she walked into the wind and snow. Her small figure made people's hearts ache. Little Nan Nan. Someone called from behind. The girl named Little Grass who had sympathized with her ran out and asked softly, Are you hungry? Very hungry. The little girl said softly with her head lowered. Here. Little Grass took out some food and stuffed it into her hands. Little Grass, come back quickly. She's a monster and will eat people. Last time, an old Taoist passed by here and took her into the demon pagoda to be refined. In the end, I heard that the old Taoist died instead. A child shouted from behind. Little sister, thank you. Nan Nan has a pearl here. I'll give it to you. The little girl wiped away her tears and handed a diamond-like crystal to Little Grass. She murmured, This thing only appears when I'm the saddest. When Grandpa Sue and Grandma passed away, it appeared beside me. In the end, a little girl in tattered clothes walked into the distance alone against the wind and snow. Her lonely figure was almost drowned in the heavy snow. Her voice was very young and her face was covered in tears. She murmured, Nan Nan still remembers a big brother and a dog, but they're all gone. The wind and snow danced. The lonely little body left a shallow footprint in the snow, leading into the distance. Chapter 1539. In the world of ice and snow, a small figure chased after them, panting and shouting. Little Nan Nan, don't go ahead. Uncle Lee just said that there's a sinkhole there, and there are people who can fly there. They'll catch monsters. Don't go. Xiao Qiao ran over and reminded her. Then she stuffed a bag of food into her hands and turned to leave. I wonder where Nan Nan is going. The little girl looked at Xiao Xiao's back and softly muttered to herself. She wiped away the tears on her face and walked in another direction. The icy plains were vast, and there weren't many places with vitality. As a result, villages and other places were dotted around in the vast world of ice and snow, and it was not easy to see them. Cold winds whistled and snow swirled in the air. There were many figures on an icy river because a sinkhole had appeared here. Some people said that a meteorite had fallen from outer space and created such a scene. But when they got closer, they didn't see any meteorites, nor were there any traces of burning. Some people said that this was an immortal burial ground. It was unknown whether it was the Taiyin ancient emperor or the Sun Saint Emperor who had come to this icy plains and left behind a comprehension after achieving the Tao. It could be considered a peerless treasure. In addition, some great sects in the north had announced that an immortal burial had appeared and requested external forces to leave. The appearance of a mysterious sinkhole naturally attracted many people to explore. When a king went deep inside and never appeared again, the news immediately exploded like a pot of boiling water. Whether it was the divine prefecture, which was restless because of the Golden Crow race, or the peaceful spring land in the south. All of them could not remain quiet. People from several provinces moved together. There were even some people who believed that Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi had come to the northwest because of this. They must have obtained some secret. Many people had arrived long ago. After losing track of them on the way, they directly came to the northwest and then went back in the opposite direction, thinking of ways to find Yi Fan's party. And now, this group of people happened to be the first to appear at the scene. They were both excited to see that sinkhole. Perhaps this really is the place where the Sun Saint Emperor left his comprehension piece. One must know that Yi Tong was with them. Even if her clan was destroyed, she might have left behind some clues. That's right, that must be it. A great emperor's Dao realization scripture is truly exciting and shocking. The development of the situation deviated from everyone's expectations. Even Yi Fan was shocked when he arrived at this icy field. Then, he felt that things were not too good. With so many people coming here, it would be truly worrying if they bumped into the little Nan Nan. He could not tolerate anyone capturing the little girl to refine medicine, and he did not want to see her being wronged. He had to find her as soon as possible. Not everyone was clueless in this frozen land. One of the old Taoist priests looked around as he walked, as if he was looking for something. That sinful disciple actually had heaven-defying luck to bump into a human-shaped undying herb. However, he was just too useless. He failed to refine the medicine, and was blown to death instead. The old priest muttered to himself, "Such a heaven-defying human-shaped immortal medicine. How could the Ziwei divine dynasty be careless? They must have left a forbidden treasure on him. That sinful disciple is truly disappointing. Why didn't they do a thorough check first?" The old Taoist used a special ability to understand what happened. In reality, he was not the only one. There was another middle-aged scholar who was fanning himself in the snowy land. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he searched for the little Nan Nan. It said that the divine infant disappeared and can't be seen. That's just misleading people. In these decades, she appeared at least 5 or 6 times and fell into the hands of others. Unfortunately, those lucky ones were too greedy and directly refined the medicine, resulting in a backlash. How could she be immortal with the aura of eternal life? They were all too careless. There was no lack of sharp people in this world. Through the movements of the grass in the wind and many spies, they could obtain the most valuable information through the tiniest traces. There were more than 1 or 2 people who guessed that the divine infant was in the north. Yi Fan appeared on the icy field and approached that area. When he saw so many cultivators, his expression turned cold as he looked at the vast snowy land. What is this place? Could it be that there really is the Sun Saint Emperor's comprehension scripture, or the tablet left behind by the human sovereign? Li Tian was surprised. He was from the Ziwei divine realm, and had naturally heard of the legends of the north. At this time, saints had already appeared, and even saint kings appeared. They stopped above the heavenly pit and frowned, not daring to go down, because there were rumors just now that saints had already gone down and hadn't come back up. Moreover, their divine senses would be quickly devoured, and it would be difficult to see anything. The figures of Yi Fan and the other 2 flashed and disappeared from where they were, entering the ground. They had emperor weapons in hand, so they were fearless and wanted to find out what was going on. A war chariot. This was a bronze war chariot, but it was deformed and almost melted. It collided with a special stone, and the bronze and stone fused together. What is this? Why are there blood vessels in the stone? Divine Child muttered. There was an expert in the war chariot who should have come from the outer realm. Unfortunately, he had almost turned into ashes, and only a piece of his Dao bone was left. This stone's material was special, and it was actually so terrifying. When the 2 collided, a Saint King level figure fell. Li Tian and Yan Ishi's eyes immediately went straight. They looked seriously, and then they let out a strange cry. Their faces were pale as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing. They quickly retreated, their faces covered in cold sweat. A portion of the divine senses they had just sent out had been devoured. Yi Fan held the immortal sword and blocked in front. He also felt a terrifying fluctuation devouring his divine sense, but it was stopped in the end. Could this be the legendary Heaven Desire Stone? Yan Ishi said with a trembling voice, as if he was extremely shocked. My human desire Dao's opportunity to rise was because of this? Li Tian was also trembling. What is a heaven desire stone? Yi Fan didn't understand and asked. Yan Ishi said, legend has it that it is a stone formed from the desires of the heavens. It contains boundless desires, making one lose themselves and devour the divine sense of mortals. It is the most terrifying. When exploring this stone, the slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's primordial spirit to be killed. It was because it was like the desire of a world. If a person explored it, their sea of consciousness would instantly explode. Some people speculate that the so-called Heaven Desire Stone is the product of the ancient quasi-emperor's failed Tao corroboration, flesh, and consciousness left behind by a star, Li Tian said. Yi Fan was immediately moved when he heard this. He wanted to become a great emperor, but in the end he broke apart at the last crucial step and was smelted into this kind of artifact. If this was true, then it would be immeasurably precious. There is another saying that an entire ancient star was destroyed, and the essence blood of countless heroic spirits and resentful souls were smelted together to form this miraculous object, Yan Ishi added. For the human desire Tao, this was a rare treasure. It complemented their cultivation techniques, and could be used to temper their human desires. One day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation in the past. Can you guys put it away? Yi Fan asked. No problem. The senior and junior brothers nodded and took out the goddess furnace. This magical artifact was very special, and could easily swallow such a heaven-defying object. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He felt that the goddess furnace was many times stronger than he had imagined. It actually sealed the extremely rare Heaven Desire Stone, not letting any of its aura leak out. Shwa. The three of them appeared on the surface in an instant and left. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then a brave person entered the sinkhole and shouted, "The thing has been taken away." The group followed Yi Fan's group from afar. Some people recognized it, so they didn't dare to speak. Some didn't, but they didn't dare to act rashly and wanted to see what would happen first. Yi Fan didn't take it to heart and continued forward. Suddenly, he stood in front of a stronghold and sensed a powerful life force. Still, only he could sense it. He disappeared in an instant and brought back a little girl. She cried out, "Where did you get this crystal?" Little Grass was a little scared. Little Nan Nan gave it to me. Little Nan Nan. Hearing this name again, Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated. He was incomparably excited and looked at Little Grass. Where is she? You don't bully Little Nan Nan. She's actually very pitiful. Don't put her in the demon tower, Little Grass said. Who dares to put Nan Nan in the demon summoning tower? Yi Fan's expression immediately darkened. He instantly understood Little Grass's sea of consciousness, and then a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. He handed Little Grass to Yan Ishi for him to take care of. Then he disappeared from this place and rushed to the end of the ice plains. This child's constitution is not bad. What's rare is that she gets along well with Little Nan Nan, and takes good care of her. I think Yi Fan will give her some benefits. Why don't we put her in my carnal desires path? Li Tian said. Yan Ishi was startled and shook his head. Our lineage isn't suitable for her. If she's willing and wants to cultivate, she can be sent to the Moon Palace. You aren't bad people? Little Grass was far calmer than other children of the same age. Although she was afraid, she didn't panic to the point of not knowing what to do. Heavy snow swirled at the end of the horizon. A few figures were confronting each other, and among them was a little girl who was shivering. Her tattered clothes were very thin, and she was very small. She was almost buried in the wind and snow. She stood there, unable to move forward or backward. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A few people surrounded her and were determined to obtain her. I discovered the divine infant first, so it naturally belongs to this old man. That's not right. I clearly arrived first. There won't be any results if we continue fighting like this. I think it's better to refine it into medicine, and then divide it evenly. When little Nan Nan heard this, she couldn't help but take a step back. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and she said timidly, Uncles, Nan Nan is very obedient. Don't hurt me. Although the immortal divine medicine is nature-defying and cultivated a human form, it still hasn't refined a great divine ability. Your fate has already been decided. You're born to be a medicine. The middle-aged scholar smiled, but the hidden coldness in his bones made people shiver. Such a great immortal fate has actually been encountered by us. I agree to refine it into medicine first and then divide it evenly, an old Taoist said. Roar! A loud roar came from afar. A figure stood on the peak of a mountain. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw everything here. It was Yi Fan. He sensed little Nanan's aura from far away. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was as if a vast ocean had swept up the sky in his heart. In an instant, it turned into a divine light and rushed over. It was as fast as a sudden clap of thunder, causing the boundless snowy region to tremble and triggering a great avalanche. Let's see who dares to hurt Nan Nan. A loud roar shook the heavens and the earth. The waves rushed toward several figures, but at the center, little Nan Nan was calm and tranquil. Snowflakes didn't dance. Who's there? How dare you steal food from the tiger's mouth and fight for the divine infant with me? Are you tired of living? Roar! Yi Fan's anger and battle intent shot through the 9 heavens. It was the first time he was so angry in recent years. Golden blood chi surged and surged into the sky. He appeared in the field. Uft, uft. Angry shouts and screams came from the field, but none of them were as shocking as the blooming flowers of blood. These people were saints, but they exploded one after another. One after another. They were all crushed by Yi Fan's roar. Their white bones were stained with blood and splattered everywhere. During this process, Yi Fan had already arrived. He picked up little Nan Nan and covered her eyes so that she wouldn't see this terrifying scene. Is it Big Brother? Nan Nan is dreaming again. The little girl whispered pitifully. Her eyes were filled with tears, and they rolled down when they touched Yi Fan's finger. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart was about to break. He felt extremely bitter and said, "It's all Big Brother's fault. It took me so many years to find you. This isn't a dream. Nan Nan won't be wronged anymore." The little girl's body suddenly trembled. She stretched out a pair of ice-cold hands to touch his cheeks and said timidly, "Is it really Big Brother?" Yi Fan carried her away from this place. The blood and bones disappeared. He stood on a snowy peak before letting go and putting her down. The little girl was too pitiful. Every word she said made his heart tremble. "Big Brother, Nan Nan finally sees you again." The little girl raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She tightly grabbed onto the corner of his clothes, afraid that it would disappear if she let go. She said, "Nan Nan is sick and has forgotten a lot. No one plays with me. They all ignore me and chase Nan Nan into the snowy plains. I miss Big Brother." These words were like needles that pierced into Yi Fan's heart. He blamed himself and felt heartache. It took so many years to find him. Little Nan Nan had suffered too much. The little girl's tattered clothes were thin. Her shoes were full of holes and her toes were almost exposed. She was dirty all over. Only her big eyes that were filled with tears were clear and bright. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that had never changed. A child around 3 years old dressed like this in this world of ice and snow looked especially pitiful. Big Brother is here. He won't let Nan Nan suffer anymore. Yi Fan picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. Golden rays of light overflowed and enveloped the little girl. In the distance, there was a long howl. Naturally, there were people who noticed the commotion here. The birth of the nascent soul had shocked everyone. The entire polar region was in an uproar. Even the bitter cold could not stop the fire in people's hearts. All the major forces who received the news rushed over with their men. Nan Nan is scared. The little girl sat on Yi Fan's shoulder. Seeing so many people rushing over, her big clear eyes were filled with unease. This was not the first time she had experienced something like this. It left a shadow in her heart, and she was slightly terrified. Even though her memory was blurred, she still reacted instinctively. "Don't be afraid, Nan Nan. No one can hurt you anymore. They are nothing. It doesn't matter even if everyone in the world is looking for you. So what if the whole world is your enemy? Kill them all," Yi Fan said forcefully. His words shook the entire snowy plains. Chapter 1540. The snowy peak trembled and rumbled as a terrifying avalanche occurred. Groups of cultivators appeared and all of them flew in this direction. There were men and women, old and young, protectors from the #1 divine court in the world, as well as unaffiliated cultivators from the great wilderness. In this place there were many figures. The experts walked on the snow. Avalanches and shattered mountains couldn't stop them at all. All of them surrounded the little girl. Everyone's eyes were focused on the little girl. No one could shift their eyes away. This was the legendary divine infant that allowed the Ziwei God dynasty to prosper for 100 years. Then it suddenly disappeared. Its portrait spread all over the world. Now the entire world knew about it and was searching for it. It really appeared. The human-shaped immortal medicine has finally reappeared in the world. I'm so excited that I'm going crazy. One cultivator after another only had the little girl in their eyes. In fact, they almost ignored Yifan. That was the hope of becoming an immortal in the present world. A child that surpassed an undying medicine. A living immortal. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Many people didn't recognize Yifan, let alone in such a situation. Even if a god came, everyone wanted to take a bite out of him and obtain some immortal fate. At this moment, Yifan surprisingly calmed down. His blood qi was restrained, but he was incomparably cold as he stared at these crazy people. Some people recognized him and felt fear in their hearts, but they didn't retreat. They waited for someone to challenge this terrifying saint physique. Maybe they could wait for an opportunity to seize the human-shaped immortal medicine. Put down the divine infant and leave. A black mass of people appeared on the icy plains ahead. The leader was riding on a wild beast. He held an ancient halberd in his hand and pointed it at Yifan, surging with killing intent. These are people from the extreme north's Ice Demon Hall. For the sake of an undying holy land, they finally appeared. It's not surprising that they mobilized so many troops in their territory. Many people frowned, feeling immense pressure. A virtuous person should obtain the human-shaped immortal medicine. I won't make things difficult for you. Leave the immortal medicine and leave quickly. His mount's body was covered in ice scales that flickered with a cold light. His body was also covered in metal armor. His killing intent was dense, and even his head was covered in armor. It was a terrifying sight. Behind him, everyone else was dressed in the same attire. Their armor shone with a cold metallic luster, and the savage beasts they rode on shook their heads and wagged their tails, neighing continuously. Put down the godly medicine. These people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. Behind them, many mountain ridges collapsed and were turned into dust under the hooves of many savage beasts. This was an unstoppable flood of steel. It quickly rushed over, shocking everyone. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up into a cruel smile. He was furious to the extreme. Little Nan Nan made his heart ache, and he felt very uncomfortable. Yet, these people still acted like this in front of him, treating the little girl as medicine. Kill! Yifan roared, and like a wounded beast he covered little Nan Nan's eyes. He grabbed an iron sword through the air and slashed forward. Even though it wasn't an immortal weapon, and was only a fine iron sword, in Yifan's hands, even a withered tree could release immortal radiance. Naturally, it was extraordinarily powerful. This sword illuminated the sky and cut open the dome of heaven. It was as if a huge river of stars was spreading out. With a kacha sound, a huge hole that was several dozen zhang wide appeared on the ground. As for the leader of the halberd-wielding group, he was shattered at the first moment. He wasn't cut in half, but was smashed to death by this kind of power, exploding into several hundred pieces. Even the savage beast he rode on didn't even have the chance to let out a cry before it directly exploded into a bloody mist. Dragons have reverse scales. Those who touch them must be killed. Little Nan Nan was Yifan's reverse scale. Just the sight of such a lonely and pitiful little girl, who was pitiful and lovable, had fallen to such a state made Yifan's nose ache. Let alone the fact that so many people were coming to bully her. When the sword landed, dozens of steeds were right in the middle. They disappeared in that terrifying crack, all turning into a bloody mist and being crushed into pieces. As for the other steeds, they were all in chaos. They were thrown off their horses, all of them extremely terrified. Who are you? The people from the Ice Demon Hall roared, unable to believe everything. I'm the one who will kill you, Yi Fan said through gritted teeth. The iron sword in his hand swept out this time, and sword chi engulfed and spewed out like a waterfall, destroying everything in its path. Ah! Tragic cries rang out one after another. Severed limbs flew up in front of them like waves splashing up one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Those were the waves of flesh formed after human bodies were shattered. This sword strike was unstoppable. Be it the wild beasts or the fierce warriors sitting on them, they were all sliced into pieces. In this boundless sword wave, no one was an exception. All of them turned into a bloody pulp. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of terror, these steeds fell. The ice plains were drenched in blood, and there were broken bones everywhere. The large bloodstains made this place look ghastly. Who is this person? The other cultivators' hair stood on end, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. This was simply an Azura. He had actually killed all the men sent out by the Ice Demon Hall in the extreme north. 2 swords. Just 2 swords, and he ended the army and made it a thing of the past. Someone trembled and cried out involuntarily. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Of course, there were people who recognized Yi Fan, but they all remained silent at this moment. All of them watched coldly from the sidelines, but their hearts were restless. The temptation of the divine infant was too great. Even though they knew how terrifying Yi Fan was and knew how powerful he was, they were still unwilling to accept it. They hoped that a peerless powerhouse would stand out and gang up on him, killing him and snatching his divine infant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the end of the horizon, the rumbling of war chariots rang out. Ancient bronze war chariots appeared one after another and drove in this direction. They crushed the sky and shook the firmament. Great flags fluttered one after another like dark clouds pressing down, covering the sky and the sun. The divine infant belongs to the people of the world. No one can monopolize it. A mighty and fierce middle-aged man shouted. This great power arrived rather late, so they naturally had to find a good excuse. They said that the world should share the human-shaped immortal medicine, and berated Yi Fan, wanting him to let go immediately. They wanted to use the great power of the people of the world. All of you don't know the difference between life and death. How dare you all hurt little Nan Nan? Yi Fan's expression became even colder. He carried little Nan Nan and covered her eyes as he charged over. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he killed. It was just an iron sword, but it swept across the area. Blood splattered everywhere, and heads flew into the sky one after another with large amounts of blood in them. It was extremely terrifying. This was a scene from hell. Only one person stood alone in a pool of blood. All of the war chariots in the surroundings were destroyed, and all of the experts' heads flew into the air. Corpses were everywhere, covering the sky. As for their primordial spirits, they were crushed by the killing intent that invaded their bodies the moment their heads were chopped off. Not a single one of them survived. Yi Fan landed on the ground expressionlessly and looked at everyone. Even though he killed the troops of 2 great sects, more and more people gathered and didn't decrease at all. The tide of people surged and rushed over from all directions. They occupied the mountain peaks and snowy ridges surrounding this place. And at this time, Li Tian and Yan Ishi also arrived. They brought little grass and stood beside Yi Fan. Little Nan Nan, it's good that you're fine. The little girl patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Little sister, thank you. Little Nan Nan couldn't see with her eyes, but she could sense the auras of the people around her. The pitiful little thing was much better than before. Her frozen red little face slowly returned to normal after being enveloped by Yi Fan's golden light. Fellow Taoist, can you listen to this old man? An old Taoist appeared in front of them. Speak. Yi Fan looked at him calmly. A humanoid celestial medicine is very important. Even if you can temporarily suppress everyone, do you have the confidence to walk out of the Ziwei segmentum? Everyone in the world will stop you. Why don't we discuss the method of longevity together? What do you think? There's no room for discussion. Yi Fan replied coldly. Fellow Taoist, you're too much. Do you really think you're invincible? You should know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you can concoct a path of celestial pills, you'll definitely be able to choose first. I guarantee that everyone will be happy, another old man said. They each had a great power behind them, and they were all giants with extraordinary identities. However, when Yi Fan heard about concocting pills, his expression immediately turned ugly. His killing intent was revealed as he shouted, "I can tell you that little Nan Nan isn't a divine medicine. She's my family. If you want to have any ideas about her, you'll have to get past me first." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. "Fellow Taoist, you're too overbearing. Do you want to take the immortal medicine for yourself? You have to understand that you're making an enemy of all the cultivators in the world. It's not easy for an opportunity to become an immortal to appear, but you want to cut off everyone's path. You're challenging all the heroes of the world." Yi Fan was terrifyingly calm as he looked at everyone silently. After a long time he said, "I don't want to kill people. I don't want to kill the innocent. But if you force me, don't blame the earth for being flooded with blood, and the Holy Land for being destroyed." Everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant. Did he really think he could destroy all the sects in the Ziwei segmentum? Yi Fan didn't say anything. He only sent out a few fragments of the brand. They were scenes of him and little Nan Nan in the Northern Dipper segmentum. He clearly told everyone that his relationship with the little girl wasn't because of the immortal medicine. His silence was filled with endless murderous intent. Yi Fan stared coldly at everyone. He tried his best to restrain himself, and didn't want to kill too many people. Everything that should be said and explained had been done. If there were still people who didn't know the difference between life and death, then there was no need for him to be lenient. "Dao friend, even if you have some relationship with her, it's probably because she is an immortal medicine, right? Do you want her to be your exclusive immortal medicine? I'm afraid this will be very difficult, because everyone in the world won't agree to it. Who the hell do you think you are? How can you represent everyone in the world?" Yi Fan held his sword and slashed down. With a pft, the person was cut in half. His murderous intent became even stronger as he looked at the heroes. "What if we add in the divine court that rules the world?" Someone said coldly. The so-called divine court was a terrifying force that descended from the outer realms after destroying the Ziwei divine dynasty. They wanted to build an ancient heaven, and now they were called the divine court under the starry sky of Ziwei. Yes, what if we add in the longevity temple of the Nether Ridge and the moon palace of the northern lands? Is it enough? If we add in the heavenly demon alliance of the He State, the origin demon cult of the Great Wilderness, the White Tiger Manor of the Divine Prefecture, and the others, is it enough? Can they represent everyone in the world? A group of people shouted. When the others saw this, they all agreed. Everyone's morale was high and they were exceptionally excited. It seemed like all the top forces in the world had expressed their stance. Even if there was someone else among them who was impersonating and making up the numbers, it was enough. At the very least, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they roared in unison. With the pressure of the entire world, no matter how strong they were, they had to bow their heads. "Saint Physique Yi Fan, what do you think?" Someone shouted. "I think it's very funny. If you think you can represent the entire world, then I'll kill all of you." Yi Fan exploded, and the last bit of restraint disappeared. Boom. He was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. With a shake of his hand, the iron sword swept out, and fresh blood turned into streaks of bright light that blossomed in this place. He didn't hold back at all, and used the army formula. All kinds of artifacts in the crowd turned upside down, as if they were being crushed. Corpses were everywhere, and a bloody mud was formed. Ah! On this day this place turned into purgatory. Yi Fan went on a killing spree and killed everyone in the world without mercy. The golden divine treasure was displayed, and the one turning into 3 pure ones was used. Celestial Tharch Fist was executed. This was a grand event of bloodshed. The entire ice field was dyed red, and blood and broken bones were everywhere. Yi Fan blindfolded little Nanan's eyes and blocked her ears. He turned into a killing god and swept through the northwest polar region. Half a day later, the news spread. The entire world was silent for a moment, and then the clamor soared into the sky. In the northwest polar region, the heroes were lying dead. 80 to 90% of the cultivators were dead. Those who appeared on the ice field and didn't accept Yi Fan's warning were all turned into broken bones and bloody mist. Chapter 1541. On the icy plains, The wind was still howling and snow was falling, covering the terrifying battlefield. Bloodstains and broken bones were all hidden in the pure white snow. A cluster of flames was burning with a cauldron on top of it. There were all kinds of delicacies inside, emitting bursts of fragrance that were especially alluring in the cold snow. Yi Fan personally made another pile of flames and barbecued skewers of golden and glossy dried meat. The fat dripped down and made sizzling sounds in the fire. There was so much food, all of which were rare treasures. It would be difficult to find them on an ancient planet, such as flying serpent, golden-backed loach, divine blood silver chicken. The little girl obediently sat on a soft cushion and stared at the various delicacies. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The little girl was really starving. Her experience made people feel sorry for her. She was freezing and starving alone in a world of ice and snow. And even the snow could drown her small body. It'll be done in a while. Wait a moment. Yi Fan smiled at her. She softly grunted and blinked her big eyes, obediently waiting there. Her dirty little face had long been washed clean, and she had changed into a clean and warm robe. After dressing up, the little girl was like a porcelain doll, carved from jade. At this time, both Li Tian and Yan Ishi were telling some interesting stories to make the little girl happy. Uncle Nan Nan is fine. Don't worry. The little girl was very sensible. Seeing Yan Ishi and the others surrounding her, checking and healing her, she said childishly. Xiao Qiao was also at the side, and was very happy to see that the little girl was fine. Okay, come taste the famous delicacy of the ancient human road, the five-veined lamb leg. Yi Fan smiled. He had already roasted a lamb leg until it was golden yellow, but it wasn't old at all. The meat was delicious and fragrant. He used a silver knife to cut off a piece. There was a five-colored luster flowing within the golden and glossy skin. It was very extraordinary. The little girl raised her little face and happily received it on a small silver plate. But she didn't eat it herself. Instead, she handed it to Xiao Qiao and said, "Little sister, this is for you. Nan Nan, eat first. I'm not hungry yet." Xiao Qiao was a few years older and had long become more sensible. She knew that little Nan Nan had been suffering from hunger and cold these days, so she hurriedly declined. "There's no need to give way. Everyone has a share," Yi Fan said with a smile. His heart was filled with warmth. He no longer had the killing intent of the battlefield. Seeing such a pure and warm scene, he felt much better. The silver plates jingled as the two children ate with relish. They brandished their silver forks like a windmill, looking very adorable and fun. However, Yi Fan's heart ached when he saw this. The little guy was really hungry. After so many years of suffering such grievances, Yan Ishi was very worried that something would happen to Nan Nan. In a low voice, she discussed with Yi Fan whether they should think of a solution. However, when they probed carefully, they discovered that the little fellow was purely hateful. He would always think of other people's kindness, and had long forgotten about unhappiness and difficulties. There was no hatred in his heart, only light. It was hard to tell if he was a simple-minded or a cute little fellow. Nan Nan always forgets the past. Could it be that she is consciously trying to erase it? Or is there something in the distant past that she needs to forget? Li Tian secretly asked. Yi Fan frowned. He had thought of many things regarding Nan Nan's symptoms. Moreover, he had already helped Nan Nan improve her condition, so that she wouldn't forget the people around her. However, there were still many unsolved mysteries. Is this the secret to her longevity? Yi Fan's heart was very uneasy. He had a few guesses regarding Nan Nan's background and identity, but it was not convenient for him to say them out loud. Her immortal platform remains the same from start to finish, untainted by dust, undisturbed by the world of mortals, forgetting the past, pure and translucent. Is this one of the reasons for Nan Nan's longevity? Yan Ishi also asked. He and Li Tian had long since learned about Nan Nan's past from Yi Fan, as well as her current situation. Naturally, they had many ideas. It was like this several thousand years ago, and it was still the same today. There were even some traces that indicated that there were faint traces of her even earlier in the ancient era. These were the clues that Yi Fan had found in the eastern barren lands. How heaven-defying was this? Big brother, I'm full. The little fellow was very happy. She sat there obediently and raised the little silver plate high up for him to see. She had finished all the food. The little fellow was very pure and easily satisfied. As long as no one bullied her, she would always be happy. She could influence others and relax with her, feeling warm. Yi Fan dotingly stroked her head and let her drink some hot soup. Seeing her like this, his heart finally felt a little better. Did we forget about a little brat? Li Tian chuckled. Where's the little rabbit? Nan Nan and Little Grass shouted together. Here. Yan Ishi smiled and took out the chubby, fair, and chubby divine child. Liar! The two little fellows shouted in unison. Little Grass moved forward curiously and looked at the divine child through the immortal source. She said, "Why is he in the rock? Is this a coffin? Did he die prematurely?" "You're the one who died prematurely." The little fatty woke up from his sleep and saw a little face sticking close to him. He was instantly dissatisfied. "It's a ghost." Xiao Qiao was frightened. She screamed and retreated. "You're the ghost. I'm the greatest miracle in the world," the little fatty said in an old-fashioned manner. Then he suddenly woke up and said, "This is the little girl you guys are looking for. She's not that great." A heaven-defying freak like him was very likely the only one seen since ancient times. He indeed had the qualifications to say such words. In the eyes of others, Little Grass could already be said to be a rare talent and beauty. "Silly child, you're talking nonsense again. Your butt is itching again, right?" Li Tian laughed weirdly and then rewarded him with a slap. 113. I remember it. The divine child was furious. "Big brother, who is he?" Little Nan Nan stuck her little head out from behind Yi Fan and looked curiously at the little fatty in the immortal source. "This is a stubborn and mischievous wild child. Even the heavens don't like him and sealed him." Li Tian rushed to answer first. The divine child looked at him with slanted eyes and gnashed his teeth. Then his face was filled with disdain as he provoked them. Little Nan Nan also moved closer and looked curiously. She even used her hand to touch the immortal source, and immortal multicolored light immediately flew into her body. Ghost. This time, it was the little fatty's turn to cry out. His face was full of shock as he stared at the little girl. Little Nan Nan hurriedly retreated and grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She hid behind him and only stuck out half her little head to watch. Yan Ishi and Li Tian clicked their tongues in wonder. Although they had long heard of the little Nanan's miraculous abilities, they still couldn't help but be astonished after seeing it for themselves. Gee, who is she? How can she steal my origin energy? The little fatty seemed to be frightened badly. He widened his eyes and stared at the little girl without blinking. Nan Nan didn't do it on purpose, the little guy said in a small voice and took a step forward to apologize. Ayaya, the source leaked out again. The immortal energy hibernating within my body has leaked out. The divine child cried out loudly and revealed a fearful expression. He was truly afraid of the little Nan Nan. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that there were symbols flickering within the little fatty's body. His blood contained mysterious law fragments, and this was truly moving. It was extremely profound and difficult to see through. Moreover, the so-called immortal energy was seeping out from his blood, and it made the little fatty's face turn white from fright. The little Nan Nan had a puzzled expression on her face as she retreated. She didn't have any abnormalities from beginning to end, and her body was calm and peaceful. The multicolored light seeping out from the little fatty entered her body, without producing the slightest change. Li Tian and Yan Ishi were both moved. The little grass didn't understand and only stood to the side, looking left and right. She didn't understand anything. "Save me!" The little fatty was truly scared now. He loudly shouted and was so scared that he was about to cry. "Who told you to talk back? Are you scared now?" Li Tian laughed and moved him away a bit. Meanwhile, the little Nan Nan didn't come any closer either. Only after a moment did the little fatty within the immortal source return to normal. However, his heart was filled with fear, and he wouldn't come closer even if he was beaten to death. He even wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he couldn't fly out of Yi Fan's palm. Who is she? Why is she so terrifying and mysterious? She's so small, and she might not even be as big as me. The divine child's eyes were wide open as he continuously pondered. He was unconvinced. Nan Nan, come here. After thinking for a bit, Yi Fan carried the little Nan Nan in front of the immortal source. He didn't want to investigate the little Nan Nan, but rather wanted to confirm the divine child's origins. No, the little fatty miserably cried out like a pig being slaughtered. His arms and legs flailed about as he shook the immortal source. This time, as soon as the little Nan Nan approached, strand after strand of immortal energy flew out from within the divine child's body. In addition, his body rumbled, and the great Tao fragments within his blood increased by several times. This chubby little fatty's origins are really frightening. How old is he? And he already has such a supreme Tao law fragment within his body. Li Tian was speechless. However, at this moment, the divine child was in a very sorry state. He was filled with fear, and this was an instinctive fear. This was the first time in his life that he was so afraid of someone. Within his body more and more runes appeared, and in the end his entire body lit up. At the same time, the green copper cauldron within Yi Fan's body actually trembled, and emitted a clear sound. His expression instantly changed and he quickly took it out. Yi Fan held the little Nan Nan, and paid attention to protecting her. Then he directly stuffed the divine child into the green cauldron, and observed him closely. Murder. I don't want to die. You can't do this to me. Hurry up and take that little girl away. The divine child howled dryly. Wang. The green copper cauldron trembled again, and this caused the expressions of Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi to be greatly shocked. They revealed expressions of disbelief. This little fatty's origins were too shocking. Yi Fan shook the cauldron, wanting to make more discoveries. In the end, he discovered that the little fatty was in a state of confusion, and was almost foaming at the mouth. Nan Nan, help big brother again. Yi Fan had the little Nan Nan stretch a snow-white hand into the cauldron, and he stared unblinkingly at the little fatty. I'm scared, I'm convinced. You guys hit my butt, and those debts will be erased. I won't keep accounts. The little fatty cried out in compromise. The blood within his body boiled, and under the little Nan Nan's suppression, even more immortal energy seeped out. Although it couldn't harm his body, there was an instinctive fear. Wang. The green copper cauldron swayed, and this time, it blossomed with even more resplendent light. Moreover, it emitted a few ancient syllables that were exceptionally mysterious. Chapter 1542. Inside the green copper cauldron, the ancient syllables were extremely strange, as if they were the sounds of an ancient sacrificial ceremony. They traveled through time and space, but also sounded like cries and howls. It was extremely strange. The broken cauldron shone brilliantly like a blazing sun. Its entire body was translucent. All types of flowers, birds, fish, bugs, as well as the sun, moon, and stars all appeared. The sea of primal chaos surged within the cauldron. What happened? Li Tian and Yan Ishi were both stunned. Yi Fan pulled the little girl, and couldn't help but take a few steps back to protect the little fellow to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Meanwhile, inside the broken cauldron, the divine child was crying and shouting loudly, bobbing up and down in the sea of primal chaos. God damn it, you can't do this to me. Streak after streak of dazzling symbols suddenly appeared on his body. They immediately rushed into the heavens like raging waves beating against the shore, engulfing the heavens. Pum. The little fatty's body seemed to have exploded, actually rushing out with a special multicolored light. Several symbols exploded, and then he stopped moving. The divine child died? The others were shocked, and Yi Fan was even more stunned. It was because he felt that the little fatty didn't have the slightest trace of life. The symbols that exploded were extremely special, actually as large as his height. 8 or 9 of them appeared one after another, and in the end, they were all obliterated. It was shocking. Don't tell me this little fellow really suffered a disaster? Li Tian tried to poke him, but there was no reaction. The cauldron was misty, and the little fatty was sealed in the immortal source without the slightest trace of life. No one had expected this kind of result. At this moment, the broken cauldron's luster was restrained, and the green multicolored light gradually disappeared. It recovered its calm, becoming rusty again. No one would have noticed it even if it was thrown into a pile of scrap metal. Yi Fan fished up the immortal source. The little fatty's eyes were tightly closed, but his skin was sparkling and translucent. It didn't seem like he was injured at all. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly had life fluctuations. He then opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "So comfortable. Everyone." Acting all mysterious, "I thought you were dead." A moment later, Li Tian naturally rewarded him with a slap. "It's as if I obtained a new life. I feel much more agile than before." He shouted excitedly, but when he saw the blinking little girl, he immediately became listless. "Can you keep her away from me?" He carried a sobbing tone, because there was immortal energy flying out from his body, continuously entering the little Nan Nan's body, naturally suppressing him. "What happened to your body?" Yan Yishi probed, but found nothing. Yi Fan lifted little fatty up to reflect the sun. He turned him over and over, as if he was examining a rare treasure. His eyes were bursting with divine light. "Hey, what are you doing? I am the future supreme being. If you offend me, your future days won't be good." Divine Child was furious, threatening fiercely. Unfortunately, Yi Fan ignored him, but in the end he didn't find anything special and put him down again. The place regained its peace. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi looked at each other, and then stared at the little fatty. They all had similar guesses. "It's related to the green copper cauldron. Could he be the son of Venerable Sovereign?" "That's right. The sacrificial chant from the little fatty's immortal platform is too grand. Who can match it? I guess it was created when Dizun was buried." "Not necessarily, maybe it was the Kunlun Divine Child. Kunlun Mountain was very strange, giving birth to an immortal bell and a green cauldron. It surpassed the understanding of the world." In the end, Li Tian didn't give up and made a further decision. He stuffed little fatty into the cauldron again, and then had the little girl directly block the immortal source. This place was like slaughtering chickens and ducks. Little fatty cried out miserably, and immortal light shone in all directions. The loss was severe, but there were no more strange signs. Moreover, the green cauldron was like an ancient well without any luster, mottled with rust. There were actually no changes this time. This was shocking. All of the strange signs had disappeared, and there seemed to be no connection between Divine Child and the green cauldron. It was puzzling. All signs had disappeared, as if the connection had been completely severed. In the end, Yi Fan put away the green cauldron, finally freeing Divine Child. Now because of the little girl he was well behaved and obedient. The Ziwei Star region was in an uproar. Yi Fan had killed so many experts, shocking the world. The icy plains were bleeding, and the wilderness was covered in white. This was a heaven-piercing event, and the great sects suffered heavy losses. What affected everyone the most was still the humanoid immortal medicine, but it had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. Who could remain calm? It's just one person. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against everyone in the world? The whole world is his enemy, and he is going against the will of the masses. It's hard for him to have a good ending. Some people were furious. Their sect elders had died, and they couldn't help but shout and curse. This was a wave of anger, and everyone was unwilling. Not to mention those relatives and friends who had died. Just the humanoid immortal medicine was enough to make the whole world go crazy. In the extreme north, the Ice Demon Palace was furious. The people they had sent out were all dead, and so many cavalry had been killed. It made them so angry that their teeth were about to shatter. However, they had no choice but to endure. The power of the human race's sacred physique was terrifying, and no one dared to fight against it. But they were unwilling. Since he dares to be so arrogant, let's make him the enemy of the whole world, and let everyone in the world kill him. A Tao protector of the Ice Demon Palace said coldly, his voice filled with coldness. In reality, it's already like this. He has killed so many people, and he has formed enmity with the Divine Court and the Netherworld Ridge Longevity Temple. He has already offended the whole world. He just needs a little push, and from then on, he will be the #1 demon in the world. Another deputy sect master's tone was indescribably cold, but his expression was very calm. The Ice Demon Palace naturally had great resentment, and on this day, they added fuel to the fire and made a ruckus, secretly exaggerating the cruelty of Yi Fan's killings and many other negative news. They added oil and vinegar, making things up, taking things out of context and constantly slandering him. They made up many stories and slandered him. He is the human race's sacred physique, and he feels that he is invincible. He wants to command the world and kill in all directions. Yi Fan is an impressive person. Now that he has obtained the human-shaped immortal medicine, he has the opportunity to become an immortal. But that was discovered by all the great sects together. Yet, he cruelly slaughtered them all in the northern plains and monopolized the precious medicine. He once declared that so what if he is the enemy of the whole world? He wants to kill everyone in the world. He is truly a demon. The Divine Court, Longevity Temple, Sky Demon Alliance and Origin Demon Sect are the leaders of the world. How can they tolerate him being so impudent? The Ice Demon Palace made a ruckus, pushing Yi Fan to the opposite side of the human race. They secretly spread all kinds of rumors, wanting to stir up the emotions of everyone in the world and suppress him together to seize the immortal medicine. Yi Fan sneered. These great sects were very strong, but they were not enough to represent the whole world. How could he be afraid of a single one of them? His wondrous arts shocked the world. The first target he used his great divine arts in the extreme north was the Ice Demon Palace. As expected, he received confirmation that this great sect was adding fuel to the fire. There were people in the Ice Demon Palace who objected, but the deputy sect master and the protector insisted on using the world's great power to suppress Yi Fan, drawing the other great powers over to kill him together. Therefore, the clamor and all kinds of slander and rumors spread. Human race's sacred physique. What right do you have to bully fellow Taoists in the world just because your bloodline is powerful? We were the ones who discovered the human-shaped divine medicine first, but you killed all the heroes of the icy plains for your own selfishness and snatched it. You are cold-blooded and inhumane. The immortal medicine naturally belongs to all the great sections. We were the ones who discovered it first and refined it into an immortal pill. The world will share it. How can it fall into the hands of this demon? In order to take the immortal medicine, he even made up a story saying that the little girl was his younger sister. What an ironic joke. The human heart is insatiably greedy. The Ice Demon Palace was in an uproar, and the world was in an uproar. Many powerful itinerant cultivators came out of seclusion, not for anything else but just for the immortal medicine. I can't stand the loneliness. Yi Fan only had this to say. He took little Nan Nan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi and headed toward the deepest part of the north. Their target was naturally the Ice Demon Palace. Xiao Qiao accompanied them. She had already bade farewell to her family, and was willing to become a cultivator who could fly. Although she left in tears, she was still a child after all. She recovered a lot after half a day. She and little Nan Nan were together, and the two little girls ran and jumped around, looking very loving. Divine Child didn't want to be sealed in the artifact, but he also didn't want to collide with little Nan Nan. It was very contradictory, so he could only compromise and beg Yi Fan and Li Tian to take care of him. What? Yi Fan is here? When everyone in the Ice Demon Palace received the news, there was a moment of dead silence. Then they were horrified. The news was leaked too quickly. They only used a few key figures to instigate, but Yi Fan found out so quickly. All the sects have come to the north and entered the icy plains. A peerless powerhouse has appeared. Could it be that he still wants to risk universal condemnation? Some people were scared, but they didn't want to show their fear. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the palace collapsed. A huge bronze plaque fell from the sky and smashed onto the palace, causing it to collapse. How hateful! How audacious! Some older figures were furious. This was the plaque hanging in front of the mountain gate, but it was sent flying with a slap and smashed into their conference hall. How many years had it been since something like this happened? They almost didn't dare to believe this result. This was really unbridled. Naturally, Yi Fan and the others had arrived. They arrived in front of an ice palace. This place was grand and majestic, located in the polar region. It stood majestically in the boundless ice and snow, existing since ancient times. After they arrived, they didn't stop at all. They directly barged into the mountain gate and slapped the bronze plaque away. They were here to denounce them. No one could stop them at all. This was a holy land. Quasi-Emperor had once appeared more than 100,000 years ago. but the formation patterns had long been obliterated. As for the layers of the Great Sage Formation, they couldn't stop Yi Fan. "Stop!" someone shouted. "Who?" Yi Fan flicked his sleeves, and this person was immediately sent flying dozens of kilometers away. "This is the ancestral land of our Ice Demon Palace. Fellow Taoist, don't be impudent. If you want to see our sect master, stop for the time being. We will go and report," said an older person, trying to stall for time. The protectors and supremacies of the mountain gate all appeared, blocking a large row in front. However, Yi Fan opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind, sweeping these people up and blowing them 100 kilometers away. "You're going too far. Do you really think no one in the world can restrain you?" Someone roared in the highest hall of the Ice Demon Palace. Being forced into the mountain gate and overturn the conference hall was like being slapped in the face in front of everyone in the world. It was a great humiliation. Bang! Suddenly, an iron sword slashed down from the sky. A huge sword beam smashed into the highest hall, causing the Great Sage Formation patterns here to dim. The entire ancient hall was cut in half. Chapter 1543. The highest hall was sliced open, and a giant sword was stabbed into the ground, towering into the sky. The hilt of the sword shook continuously, and killing intent rushed into the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. Yi Fan was unstoppable as he charged right in front of them. It was horrifying. "Going too far? You guys made up so much, and you still have the cheek to say that." Yi Fan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He didn't give him a chance to explain and punched out with his celestial Dharch fist, shattering that protector on the spot. A bloody mist spread out in the hall, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the hall red. The Great Sage's formation patterns became even dimmer. Everyone was petrified and forgot to cry out. This was one of their sect's powerhouses, an extremely powerful figure. Yet he was killed just like that without being able to resist at all. The deputy sect master's face turned red and then white. He was also an advocate, so he turned around and left, not wanting to say anything more. That was because Yi Fan was too ferocious. With such a performance right from the start, he definitely couldn't withstand it. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't have a chance of survival. Yi Fan's glabella shone brightly. An array of light rushed out, turning into a small cauldron that chased after the figure that was about to escape. The deputy sect master of the Ice Demon Hall was shattered on the spot, and a bloody mist scattered. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they felt a chill from head to toe. This was too terrifying. The 2 powerhouses of the sect didn't even have a chance at all, and their bodies and souls were destroyed just like that. This was terrifying. Yi Fan's eyes were cold as he looked at everyone. Then he walked step by step towards the throne at the highest point. In the end, he sat on it and looked down at everyone in a dignified manner. The Ice Demon Hall's sect master wasn't around, and 2 powerhouses died in the hall. The other leaders kept quiet out of fear, and none of them made a sound. The atmosphere was extremely cold. "Next, you guys know what to do, right?" Yi Fan asked with an indifferent expression. He sat on the throne in the center of the highest hall, looking down at everyone. This scene made everyone feel both angry and cold. This was a sacred ground of Tangtang, but now it had become like this. Even though it had declined, it was still an undying inheritance, yet it was broken through just like that, looking down on them. All of them were shocked and fearful, anger surging within them. But in the end, everyone restrained themselves. No one was unafraid of death. "We will immediately clarify and take back those words. We will tell the world the truth and apologize to you." An elder braced himself and said. Right now, they had no choice but to express their stance. This demon was sitting right above them. If they were even the slightest bit careless and couldn't satisfy him, then there might be a great calamity today. In reality, there was a group of people within the sect that didn't agree with the clamor from before. If they were to find out, it would definitely bring about great trouble. But the Tao Protector and the Deputy Sect Master believed that with the power of the world, the Divine Court, the Netherage Longevity Monastery, and the other great sects attacking together, Yi Fan would be turned to dust before he could understand what was going on. But the truth wasn't like that. The demon came and killed the 2 of them, slicing their weak spots. Majestic ice palaces were everywhere. Yi Fan didn't stop and went far away. He met up with Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others outside the mountain gate. They left the vast ice plains and headed south in search of Yi Tong. Yi, let me tell you something. Now that you're done in the Ziwei segmentum, don't you want to go back? But we don't want to leave. This is the place where we were born and raised. We want to stay and return to our roots here, Li Tian said. Yi Fan sighed softly. This day had finally come. Friends had their own paths and choices. They would be separated on the two sides of the starry sky. The joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were unavoidable. However, he had the divine light platform. Now that he knew Ziwei's coordinates, it wasn't like he wouldn't have a chance to meet her. Perhaps, compared to the Big Dipper segmentum where the path to immortalhood was about to open, this place was safer. The other place was destined to be at war or even destroy the world. They headed south and heard a lot of news along the way. From the polar region to the south, there was a lot of arguing along the way. No one expected the Ice Demon Hall to change their tune. This time, they weren't making a ruckus in secret. Instead, they stood out and said some truths. We're both cultivators. You and I both know that we shouldn't be blinded by our desires. The human sacred physique is here to search for his kin. The truth is right before our eyes. There's news from the Big Dipper segmentum. Someone crossed the starry sky and received conclusive news. That little girl really came from that segmentum, and is seen by Yi Fan as a daughter or sister. Desires are endless, but don't put on a bright coat for greed. The world was in an uproar. This change of heart was too fast and so thorough. They directly cleared Yi Fan's name. It was completely different from the previous slandering and clamoring. What was the Ice Demon Hall trying to do? This was the question on everyone's mind. At the same time, their words also angered many large sections. They shouldn't have done this. The general trend of the world was here. Fighting Yi Fan together had already become a trend. It was really displeasing to have such comments appear. There's nothing to say. The human sacred physique bullied the weak. He forcefully took the immortal medicine and wanted to monopolize it. Now he even bullied the Ice Demon Hall, making them angry but not dare to speak the truth. Everything was forced. This demon must be eliminated. The whole world must fight him together. Of course, only the people who said such things were the Divine Court, Sky Demon Alliance, Origin Demon Cult, White Tiger Manor, and other major forces that could dominate a region. They thought they could represent the whole world. As for the common people, they were all buried in daily necessities and didn't know how to cultivate. Yi, let's take down a few large sects together, Li Tian suggested. Yi Fan shook his head and said, let me kill all the evildoers. Don't get involved. After all, we still have to take root here and rebuild the human desires path. The two wanted to help, but Yi Fan wouldn't agree no matter what. On the first day Yi Fan went south, the head of Sky Demon Alliance's ancient demon, Shuang, shot 3,000 feet into the sky. It was dripping with blood as its headless body fell on a large mountain. This battle lasted for a short time, but it caused a huge commotion. What? Shuang is dead. This is a mysterious expert. He crossed over from the outer region 50 years ago and became a hero of the demon race. How many people could fight against him? But he died just like that. This was naturally shocking. Many experts felt as if there was a cold breeze blowing over. One of the top experts in their eyes had fallen. On the second day, Yi Fan killed the 4 supreme protectors of the Origin Demon Cult. He didn't let any of them go. All of them died. Blood splattered everywhere, causing people to feel a chill up their spines. A few more experts died. Kill him and the whole world will punish him. The crowd was stirred up. Of course, there was a certain number of people in this group. They were all people who wanted to obtain a humanoid immortal medicine. The others watched coldly from the sidelines and naturally wouldn't participate. The world was in an uproar. Voices of suppression rang out incessantly. Many great armies gathered and ancient killing formations appeared one after another. They were controlled by the great sects and searched for Yi Fan to suppress him. However, the great powers that were shouting the loudest suffered a bitter counterattack on the third day. Yi Fan descended upon the divine continent and charged into the White Tiger Manor. He killed both their manor lord and supreme manor lord. He split this ancestral land that had been revered since ancient times into two halves. The world was in an uproar. Even though he only killed 2 people, it was still so shocking. 2 generations of sect masters couldn't escape this fate, and were all killed. On the 4th day, Yi Fan arrived in front of the Longevity Temple. This was a strange mountain ridge. Mist fluttered about. The ancient temple was located on top like a Dao gate in the underworld. In the distance, all types of great peaks stood side by side, making this place seem more and more special. There was a type of restrained and terrifying aura. Yi Fan looked at it for a long time. He didn't forcefully barge in, nor did he try to break through. He sensed a powerful aura. Quasi-Emperor's natural laws were swirling about. There were Quasi-Emperor's formation patterns here. It's completely intact. Rashly barging in will undoubtedly result in death. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. This place's reputation was not in vain. No wonder there was half a page of divine ancient scriptures stored in it back then. It was on equal footing with the human King Hall. It made sense after all. Taoist Sankei left. He was no longer in Ziwei Star Domain, and stepped onto the star path. This made Yi Fan feel a bit regretful. It was because he had a vague feeling that this was an extremely formidable person. Taoist Sankei cultivated a special method. 3 souls were separately nurtured in other people's bodies. Few people in the world knew about this, and this was where Sank's name came from. In this type of state, Taoist Sankei was already extremely terrifying. As Yin Tianda's sworn brother, if his soul was complete, then how terrifying would that be? Anyone who understood the secret would not underestimate him. Yin Tianda is also formidable. Back then, in order to fight for the divine ancient scriptures, he directly killed Taoist Sank's father, and almost caused the divine soul nurtured in his father's body to disappear. Yin Tianda is ruthless enough. In order to achieve his goal, his decisiveness and ruthlessness are chilling. Yin Ishi and Li Tian said, "If no one jumps out from the Moon Palace, then send Xiaoqiao there," Yi Fan said. "Darling, you have to visit me in the future." Xiaoqiao was reluctant to leave. Her eyes were filled with tears. The 2 little radishes had long developed feelings for each other after playing together. "It's not time to part yet. Don't cry yet," Li Tian said with a smile, diluting the reluctance and melancholy between children. Yi Tong has gone out to sea in search of the Tang Valley. He wants to take a look at the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin. He wants to obtain the Saint Emperor's weapon. This was the news Yin Ishi received. Yi Fan was startled. During the battle in the North Sea, he saw that the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin was only left with a piece of human skin. This made him feel somewhat unnatural even now. He muttered in his heart. This was the same as the undying Heavenly Emperor's performance. His corpse was also gone, only leaving behind a piece of skin. Only their divine wills were left. It could be considered a small miracle that they hadn't been completely obliterated even in this world. Of course, there was a solution to this. Living beings wouldn't forget, and would always talk about it. Evil thoughts would be born from the ashes. In the following days, Yi Fan battled all over the world. He didn't retreat and didn't fear the so-called people of the world. This was just the alliance of the great sections. They were pressuring him with their power, but it was impossible to make him feel fear. Several days later, another great battle took place. A total of 7 battle saints took action. They were all peerless figures in the field of battle. They were the trump cards that had been sealed since ancient times. They came from the Origin Demon Sect, the Sky Demon Union, the White Tiger Manor, and so on, but in the end they were all wiped out. The great formations they carried were all destroyed, and these people died a violent death. Blood splashed into the sky, killing the people of the world. Yi Fan vaguely formed an unrivaled great momentum. It was difficult to find opponents. Of course, the real people of the world wouldn't feel any sorrow. This was because the great powers that were aiming for the immortal medicine, and believed that they could represent the entire world, had suffered a heavy blow. All of them were badly battered and terrified. In this world, perhaps only the Kuan-Peng ancestor can suppress and kill him. Rumor has it that he is no longer in the North Sea and has left the Ziwei Star region. That was an old Kuan-Peng, a peerless figure from the ancient times. Yi Fan had heard of him when he first came to the Ziwei Star region. He lived in seclusion in the North Sea, But his fame hadn't waned even after so many years. The divine court still hasn't taken action. Isn't everything led by them? What are they still waiting for? Someone was angry. Yi Fan also knew that the divine court was powerful and had the support of a supreme from the outer realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to establish such a great sect and build an ancient heaven. It's time to end this. The God dynasty finally made their move. Their army was vast and boundless as they surrounded Yi Fan. The one at the lead was a young man who gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Great sage. He looked young, but this person was at least over 800 years old. His eyes were deep and cold, and behind him, a great banner fluttered. Endless barbarian cavalry came like 100,000 celestial soldiers. You think you're so great, but you're really nothing. In front of true power, your so-called strength and power is nothing but a joke. The great sage of the divine court said coldly. Although his words were full of contempt, when he really moved, he was going to kill. A spear appeared in his hand, and it emitted the power of the quasi-emperor as it pressed forward. As soon as this spear appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled, causing the dark golden spear in Yi Fan's body to tremble violently as if it had received a great stimulation. He dared to say this because he was indeed terrifying. His own strength was strong enough. As a great sage, he used a quasi-emperor weapon right from the start. This could be said to be a fatal blow. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would undoubtedly die without a doubt. A terrifying emperor's might erupted, shaking people's hearts. It engulfed the heavens like a boundless mountain and sea pressing down, shocking people's hearts to the point of collapse. This was a great and incomparable power. The distant spectators couldn't bear it, and almost knelt down. A great sage wielding a flawless quasi-emperor weapon released a great part of its power. This was almost equivalent to a quasi-emperor descending with half of his body to kill Yi Fan. Naturally, it was terrifying to the extreme. However, the anticipated bloody scene didn't appear. The green cauldron in Yi Fan's body emitted a brilliant immortal light. In his left hand was an immortal sword with even more terrifying killing intent. And in his right hand was a black spear. He attacked forward. What? Why do you have the Yangxiang clan's immortal spear? How did it fall into your hands? The great sage cried out in alarm. Of course, he felt even more deeply afterwards. The green cauldron and the killing sword appeared at the same time. His face immediately became pale, and the spear in his hand trembled uncontrollably. With a wong sound, the green spear in his hand tore apart the void and broke free from his hand. It flew away on its own, entering the depths of the cosmos. This result was shocking. Meanwhile, a great pressure was emitted from Yi Fan's body. This was a true emperor weapon emitting a dignified aura that made all living beings tremble. The countless soldiers of the divine court all knelt on the ground. You aren't the only one with trump cards. Don't be too arrogant before others reveal their trump cards. Yi Fan said coldly. He then stared at him and shouted, "Speak, what kind of conflict does the owner of this immortal spear have with you all?" Chapter 1544. The green copper cauldron shone, intimidating one's primordial spirit. The immortal sword erupted, its surface dripping with blood, the killing immortal diagram shocking the world. Yi Fan pointed the sword at the great sage, asking about the Yangxiang clan's whereabouts. The great sage who came from outside this region was a true supreme being's disciple. This left everyone horrified. Someone at the level of the great sage was an ancestor in a region. Yet now he still had a master in this world. Who wouldn't be shocked? Before life and death, no one could remain calm. Only some could persist in their beliefs, while others would directly collapse. I don't know. The seemingly young great sage's tone was resolute, not willing to reveal too much. Who is your master, and where is he now? Yi Fan interrogated again. The supreme being is nameless, at the center of the star domain, only waiting for the ultimate transformation to ascend to immortality. The great sage was proud, but he was also unyielding. Yi Fan's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed like this so-called supreme being really was terrifying to a certain degree. If he became an emperor at the ultimate stage, crossing that trial, the name of the divine court might truly be called the celestial court. And now, his disciple had already set out, about to unify a star domain, starting to lay out his plans. It was clear that he was full of confidence in him, believing that he would definitely succeed. However, Yi Fan didn't have much to be scared of now. Once there were too many lice on his head, he wouldn't be scared of being bitten. Having one more supreme being wouldn't matter much. Having one less supreme being wouldn't matter much. This wasn't the only terrifying karma. Xiao. A streak of sword radiance flickered. The killing sword erupted, the energy radiance reaching over 100 li, directly cutting apart the space below the great sage. The shockwaves shook his body, making his consciousness unstable. Then, Yi Fan carried the immortal sword on his back, holding the black spear in his hand as he rushed over. Fearing that the emperor weapon would directly destroy the great sage's primordial spirit, preventing him from prying into the great secrets. This was a violent collision. Under this strike, the 5 elements were reversed, and the universe seemed to be overturned. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated as if the world was being split apart. In a true head-on clash, the green cauldron was put away by Yi Fan. Right now, he wasn't worried that he wasn't strong enough. Rather, he was afraid that if he was too strong, he wouldn't be able to leave any survivors. Thus, he only held on to the useless spear and used his own origin energy to fight. Pooh! The great sage's primordial spirit was unstable just now, and now he was being attacked like this. Their bodies were almost in contact with each other, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His arm that was struck by the black spear felt like it was cut by a heavenly blade. His arm was cut in half, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Boom! Yi Fan engaged in close combat with him. He held the spear in his left hand, and the celestial Varch fist in his right. They attacked ferociously together with unstoppable momentum and divine strength. Pooh! The great sage flew outwards, his body breaking into pieces. This broken spear actually revived at this crucial moment, erupting with strand after strand of quasi-emperor might. This was a type of unwillingness and resentment. This spear had great karma with this bloodline. Now the remnant consciousness was furious, starting to devour it. The lower half of the great sage's body exploded, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into strand after strand of bloody mist. He was about to die miserably. Yi Fan felt a headache. There had never been a day when he felt as strange as today. He hoped that the power of the weapon in his hand would be a bit weaker, so that the enemy wouldn't die. However, this didn't change according to his will. The great sage didn't want to die either. His primordial spirit rushed into the sky, but there was still quasi-emperor energy that spread over. His primordial spirit was about to decay, cracks appearing one after another. I don't want to die. The great sage cried out miserably, but there was nothing he could do to change the result. Most of the primordial spirit collapsed, and only a portion broke free from the quasi-emperor's energy. Yi Fan pulled it over and held it in his palm. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan saw group after group of chaotic scenes. There was too much information, and among them, there were a few terrifying scenes that left a deep impression. A green spear and a black spear collided, and 2 imposing figures fought intensely. That was the battle of the quasi-emperor. It was like the end of the world, and it happened in the past. At the same time, he discovered a few memories in this remnant consciousness. The great sage's master fought a great battle against the Yangxiang clan. Both sides suffered, and the spear and spear were almost shattered. However, the green spear was brought away, and the black divine spear pierced through the cosmos, disappearing into the void. It was clear that it ultimately fell on Earth. That's a huge planet with powerful life waves. Yi Fan stared at the blurry figures of the 2 experts. Behind them, there was the vitality and vigor of the ancient life realm. He thought of a person, the insufferably arrogant saint physique nemesis on the ancient road of the human race, the tyrant. This person's might was monstrous, and he had 9 divine forms. If Yi Fan didn't have divine restrictions, it would be a bitter battle against him. The tyrant was born under the ginseng fruit tree, and he had an extraordinary origin. The ginseng fruit tree used to belong to the Yangxiang clan, and he came from Earth. Connecting all of this together, one could make many conjectures. Could it be that the earth-shattering battle between the 2 quasi-emperor took place in the star field where the tyrant physique was? The fate of the Yangxiang clan was unknown, And the immortal tree was lost there? As for the supreme being who had fought against the Yangxiang clan, he might have come from there, passed by, obtained the ginseng fruit tree, or was an ancient tyrant physique that broke out of the divine origin, or there were too many possibilities, making it hard to be sure. It was a pity that the great sage was already dead, and the fragments of his primordial spirit were limited, so it was impossible to find out everything. This battle happened at least 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, and it was hard to tell whether the Yangxiang clan was dead or alive. However, the other supreme being was even more powerful, and he had established the divine court. This made people uneasy. In this world, the quasi-emperor doesn't just have Gai Jiuyo and the one from the Golden Crow clan. Now there's another one, and he's bound to be terrifying in the future. This was a bad feeling. The ginseng fruit tree had been lost on the tyrant physique star, and a mysterious and powerful supreme being had killed the Yangxiang clan. This made Yi Fan frown. With the death of the great sage of the divine court, there was no way this battle could continue. The great army collapsed in an instant, and they rushed in all directions like a flood, all of them fleeing for their lives. Who could stop the sword of an emperor? On this day, the capital of the divine court was deserted. Almost everyone had fled, and those who stayed behind were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were very afraid of Yi Fan's arrival. In the end, Yi Fan went, but he didn't enter the city. The divine court's power was already lost, and he didn't need to do anything. 10 days later, Yi Tong returned, but he didn't get his wish. He didn't take out the Holy Sun Emperor's weapon, and he was still in the North Sea. After the matter at Ziwei Star, Yi Fan didn't go back. Instead, he found a cliff and secluded himself, trying to figure out his own path and method. This was the critical moment of his life. 2 months later, Yi Tong took the little girl away, taking care of her like a father or brother. After a few more days, Yi Fan ascended to the sky alone, and arrived outside Ziwei region. Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the others saw him off. Yi Fan was about to pass the tribulation and attack the great sage's checkpoint. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and the accumulation and waiting would finally erupt on this day. This place was called the Emperor Star, and there were many mysteries and secrets. Many great emperors had come here and left behind immortal imprints. It was a suitable place for him to break through. Of course, this place was destined to become a blood-stained land. It wouldn't be easy to charge through, and it would be extremely difficult. The great sage's tribulation. Yi Fan would be surrounded and attacked by many great emperors. Although they were at the same realm as him, they were all the most powerful throughout the ages, and they could easily kill him. Big brother, you have to be careful. The little girl waved her hand and watched him go into the distance, disappearing into the universe. This was naturally a major matter, and it would be the greatest danger Yi Fan would face in his life. From severing the Tao to becoming a saint, and then to becoming a saint king, it was getting more and more difficult. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan was risking his life. The further he went, the more dangerous it would be. The slightest bit of carelessness could completely turn him into smoke and dust. After accumulating to this day, he felt that he was ready and could take that step. However, Yi Tong, Li Tian, and the others were all very nervous and watched closely. The entire Ziwei Star region felt an oppressive aura that made people's hearts heavy. Everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky, but it was too far and they couldn't see anything. Does it have to do with the divine body? Someone saw him leave the place of seclusion and rush into outer space. Is he going to leave? This god of calamity is finally going to leave. Sigh, what a pity that the emperor weapons of my Ziwei Star region have been lost, and the ancient great sage has also left. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Boom. Suddenly, a clap of thunder shook the world. Lightning flashed in outer space, and even the sun was covered. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the end of the world. Everyone trembled. What happened? This was everyone's question. They felt terror in their hearts, as if the end of the world had arrived. They felt suffocated. At this moment, light radiated in all directions, covering the world. Endless laws interweaved in outer space. Lightning was like a sea, surging violently. There were even roars as if ancient emperors had come back to life. The ancient gods and devils have come back to life. What's going on in this world? There are beams of light everywhere. The formations left by the ancient emperors are all recovering. Why? On this day, all kinds of strange phenomena occurred in the Ziwei star region. All of them were like raging waves, shocking people's hearts. Yi Fan was undergoing a tribulation. The cold and dark universe was filled with boundless lightning and completely changed. He was far enough away from the ancient life star, but the lightning still covered the sky of Ziwei. In outer space, all kinds of meteorites turned to dust, and some of the nearby small stars directly exploded. In this violent lightning, nothing existed anymore. Moon Great Yang, Eternal Universe Void Umitba, Shuiyu Great Emperors appeared one after another, and ancient supreme beings appeared one after another, turning into the body of the great sage. They fully displayed the imprints of this realm in the past as they attacked. Yi Fan was almost beaten to death. Although he had the passing self and the Tao self to share the burden, and his true body escaped at the crucial moment, facing so many great emperors in succession, his body and spirit were almost destroyed. This was even more dangerous than the last Saint King tribulation. It was simply a road to death. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how Yi Fan had persevered in this battle. His physical body had long been smashed to pieces. At the most dangerous moment, all his bones were shattered, and his flesh was evaporated. Only his last drop of blood flowed from his body, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of being extinguished several times, like a candle in a violent wind, about to fall into eternal darkness at any time. His flame of life was about to dry up, and his life had reached its end. In front of such an incomparably great tribulation, everything was useless. The will and beliefs that allowed him to survive were almost disintegrated. It was too bitter. Yi Fan could almost be considered dead. He operated the secret character of swordsman with great difficulty. He was reborn from a drop of blood, and he used that drop of blood to summon the shattered bones and reconstruct them. He walked on the edge of death, fought against the great emperors, and then charged into the imperial palaces. The killing drove him crazy, and he was about to collapse. He had experienced too many battles in this life, but Yi Fan had never been in such danger as today. Saying that it was 9 deaths and 1 life was an understatement. It was really seeking a slim chance of survival in the midst of 10,000 deaths. The cauldron was broken and reconstructed. It was branded with primal chaos runes, and filled with its own laws and divine chains of order. It was unknown how many times this cauldron had been broken. The god inside was like Yi Fan, almost consigned to eternal damnation, and falling into eternal darkness. On this day, ghosts cried and gods howled in the Ziwei galaxy. Gods and demons appeared together. Those were the laws and order of the primordial era, and the remnant thoughts left behind by many experts. The whole world was shocked. Later on, the saints soared into the sky and saw the scene of Yi Fan's last struggle. They were all shocked. Boom. The river of stars dimmed, and the sea of thunder exploded. Everything disappeared, and only a pool of blood was left on the battlefield. Chapter 1545. Someone was undergoing a tribulation just now, and it was actually such a powerful lightning. Could it be that someone is about to attain the Tao? It's simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving behind an eternal hatred. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many outstanding people had died at the most crucial stage of their lives. Just half a step was the difference between hell and heaven. Between heaven and earth, only a pool of blood was left. The cauldron was also shattered, turning into fragments that scattered everywhere. Master! Yi Tong let out a heart-wrenching cry. Li Tian and Yan Ishi were also greatly shaken. That blood did not seem to have any divinity. It was dim and lightless, as if its spirituality had been completely extinguished. Big brother! Little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Died. Only a divine child could not care less. He muttered in a low voice, but in the end he received a solid beating. Even with the immortal source between them, his buttocks almost blossomed. Big brother is fine. Although little Nan Nan's eyes were filled with tears, she still muttered. The pool of blood rustled, and then it began to slowly shine. Especially between the fragments of the cauldron, there was even a drop of bright red blood essence. It was dazzling and emitted an ocean-like essence energy. Kill. Suddenly, a terrifying divine will attacked. Someone took out the great sage weapon and slashed towards Yi Fan's drop of true blood, wanting to kill him when he was in danger. Boom. Fortunately, Li Tian and Yan Ishi were always on guard. Even though they had a bad feeling just now, thinking that something had happened to Yi Fan, they did not let down their guard. The goddess furnace shot out and blocked that weapon, emitting a dazzling misty rain that destroyed it. A drop of bright red blood fell into the golden bloodstain and began to roll, constructing the skeleton and reconstructing the true body. A human figure quickly appeared, and the disappeared Yi Fan reappeared in this world. At the same time, the cauldron trembled, turning into a dazzling rain of light that rushed together. With a clang, it was like a divine drum from ancient times that resounded throughout the starry sky. The cauldron also reconstructed. Strands of source energy pervaded the air, and divine laws flowed like liquid. After thousands of tempering, the myriad origin cauldron took shape, displaying its supreme elegance. Then, after a moment of extreme brilliance, it returned to its original simplicity and hung above Yi Fan's head, becoming the true great sage's weapon. On the cauldron walls, the symbols became even more complex. These were patterns produced from primal chaos, naturally formed. There was a type of perfect Tao feeling. Yi Fan's true body finally solidified completely. However, his face was pale and his body trembled, almost collapsing. Brother! Little Nan Nan opened her little hands and wanted to rush forward. Yi Tong hurriedly brought her forward, and Li Tian and the rest quickly came over. I'm fine, don't worry. Yi Fan rubbed little Nan Nan's head and wiped away the tears on her face. He then looked at Yi Tong and the others and revealed a reassuring smile. Then he suddenly reached out a large hand, covering the heavens, directly grabbing forward. With a pu sound, several figures were turned into dust. The great sage's might completely displayed. Just now, only one of the people who had ambushed him had been killed by the goddess furnace. These people had been secretly activating the great sage's weapon, and Yi Fan had clearly sensed it. Now it had exploded in an instant. He became the great sage. The people of the Ziwei Starfield were all dumbfounded. Every one of them felt cold from head to toe. He was already so terrifying when he was still in the Saint King realm. Now that he had reached such a level, who could be a match for him? Yi Fan sat in the starry sky and began to adjust his breathing. This time, he had been too heavily injured. His body had been smashed to pieces, and everything was reconstructing. He had almost died completely. Essence chi from all directions was drawn over. Yi Tong hurriedly pulled little Nan Nan and retreated. Li Tian and Yan Ishi did the same. They couldn't stay here any longer. In the end, a huge beam of light shot out from the sun and shone directly on Yi Fan's body. All kinds of essence chi from the universe's 8 desolates surged. The replenishment of a great sage's vitality was extremely terrifying, especially for someone with a physique like Yi Fan's. It was like a bottomless pit. The heavens and earth rumbled as the ocean-like essence chi entered his body, causing him to start glowing. Gradually, he floated in the sky like a divine wheel. Yi Fan's appearance was solemn and dignified. He did not move at all as he reconstructed his body and baptized his organs and bones. He was like a god. The sound of blood flowing was like a surging river. It was deafening. One could see that within the golden blood, a bright red color had begun to appear again, emitting a lustrous light. Those with the heavens eye could clearly see the changes in Yi Fan's flesh. All of them were stunned. Every time his flesh and bones moved, it was like a Tao weapon was humming. Just how powerful was his physique? It was actually this terrifying. It could be assumed that a single spurt of blood was enough to destroy a holy weapon. A single punch would be enough to destroy any great sage weapon. For an entire 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Fan did not move at all. He was transforming, recovering his injured body, and reconstructing the great sage's body. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within his body. That was the remnant lightning tribulation, tempering his body and meridians. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also flew out and hugged the small cauldron. It similarly rumbled and shook, becoming more and more compatible. Tao laws flourished. In the end, everything came to an end. Yi Fan had passed the great sage's tribulation, and was now a true ancestor-level figure. He could overlook an entire star domain. Great Sage Yi! Li Tian cried out strangely. A 200-something-year-old great sage, no matter which era he was in, was considered quite young. Compared to a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, he was currently in the infancy stage. This was just the beginning. Coupled with the extraordinary blood energy of the human race's saint physique, he would live for an even longer time. His future path was even more brilliant. There was bound to be a great storm along the way. Yi Fan restrained his blood energy and recovered his calmness. However, every movement of his had a Tao rhythm that made all beings revere him. As long as one reached this realm, there would naturally be traces of pressure. Of course, it was not impossible to completely transform into an ordinary person and make others unable to see through it. It's really time to leave, Yi Fan said softly. This also meant that they were going to part. On this day, they drank who knew how much wine. The wine jars had almost piled up into a small mountain. Little Nan Nan propped up her chin and sat obediently at the side, watching them drink heartily. Good brothers for a lifetime. The starry sky cannot separate our brotherhood. When we meet again, we will meet again and fight shoulder to shoulder. Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and Yi Fan drank until the smell of alcohol filled the air, but they could not get drunk. The time to part had finally arrived. Yi Fan took Yi Tong, Little Nan Nan, and Divine Child with him. He took one last look and rushed to the outer realm. Nan Nan, we are good friends, friends for a lifetime. Remember to come and see me. When I grow up, I will go and find you. Little Grass cried. Little sister, I will remember you. I will never forget you. I will come and find you. Little Nanan's childish voice came from the sky and gradually disappeared. Yi Qinggu was no longer in Ziwei Segmentum. She had stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. Even so, Li Tian and Yan Ishi could still use their connections to send Little Grass into the sect. When they reached the outer realm, Yi Fan's body trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of red in the golden color. Yi Tong was shocked and cried out, "Master, what's wrong?" Little Nan Nan was already pulling on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. Her face was full of fear and even terror. "It's nothing. It's just a small Tao injury. I didn't expect it to be so effective. It followed me from the Saint King realm to the Great Sage realm, but it doesn't affect my combat ability much," Yi Fan said calmly. "Really?" Little Nan Nan was worried and asked with her head tilted. Yi Fan scratched her cute little nose and said, "Of course it's true. Don't worry." "Master, do you have any way?" Yi Tong asked with some worry. "Don't worry. I will cure it completely," Yi Fan said casually. "Big brother will be fine. Nan Nan will cure big brother's injury," the little fellow said seriously. In the starry sky, Yi Tong was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Yi Fan asked, "What's wrong?" "Master, I want to step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest to temper myself," Yi Tong said. Yi Fan nodded and said, "It's good that you have this thought." He naturally supported his disciple's decision. Although it was a difficult and dangerous path, it was indeed very tempering. She had experienced too much in Big Dipper, and it was time for Yi Tong to try some different paths. "I'll send you there," Yi Fan said. On the way, Yi Fan had asked Little Nan Nan how she had come to the Ziwei Galaxy. Unfortunately, Little Nan Nan was very confused, and she couldn't remember even after thinking for a long time. Doggy almost died, and Nan Nan was very sad. Afterward, she seemed to have flown away, and she got further and further away. "I don't remember what happened after that," Little Nan Nan said in a soft voice. Yi Fan had heard this from the large black dog before. At that time, Little Nan Nan was like a celestial who had ascended to heaven. She flew into the sky, and it was difficult to track her down. There were many new faces waiting in front of the first stage of the human race. They were all full of hope and confidence. Just like Yi Fan's group in the past, they had hope, ambition, boldness, and killing intent. However, it was unknown how many of them would survive. "Let's do it here." Yi Fan had sent his disciple here, and he wouldn't give him any more help. He would have to walk his own path in the future. Yi Tong bowed deeply, bid farewell to his master, and said, "I want to use the ancient road of the human race to go to another battlefield." He didn't want to repeat Yi Fan's path. Instead, he wanted to fight his way to another ancient road, open up a world that belonged to him, and forge his own path. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't interfere, and he allowed him to do as he pleased. A young eagle had to have the courage to reach the heavens. Only then would it be able to spread its wings and soar into the clouds. Ha! Who's that? Why did he come with a little girl, and then leave? Someone asked in a low voice. Meanwhile, in front of the city gate, some soldiers looked confused and said, "He looks slightly familiar." "It's him. Saint Physique." "What?" This place was immediately shaken. The name of the human race's Saint Physique shook the ancient road, and his slaughter caused everyone to tremble. Naturally, he would attract attention. He had left behind too many legends. Unfortunately, with a flash of light, Yi Fan directly disappeared. He stood on the divine light platform and brought the little girl across the starry sky, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. "Big brother, where are we going?" the little girl asked. "Let's return to the heavenly village first. Many people miss you." Yi Fan smiled. The little girl is sick. She doesn't remember some people, but there are a lot of reluctance in her heart. She should be missing them, the little girl said softly. Yi Fan took action to treat her. He pointed at the space between her brows, making it dazzling. The little girl's body flickered with sparkling light, and she looked like a jade doll. Not long after, they returned to the Big Dipper star region. As soon as they approached, they heard shocking news. The immortal path has opened. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. The immortal path has appeared. Everyone went crazy. Chapter 1546. The path of immortality had opened. Yi Fan was stupefied. After returning, he actually heard this type of shocking news. In the cosmos, specks of silver radiance flickered about. The starry skies were extremely brilliant. Saints moved about, moving unhindered in all directions. Now the Big Dipper was completely stirred up. Endless cultivators went crazy. The greatest change since the ancient times is about to begin. A new era is about to arrive. Everyone's minds burned with passion. This was everyone's desire. They had waited for who knew how many years already. This was the greatest immortal opportunity since the ancient times, and because of this, many unforeseen events were about to happen. Where was the immortal path? After Yi Fan descended onto the Great Earth, he didn't even need to look around. He already deduced the direction from the cultivators' trajectories. It really was related to the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was in the barren mountains several hundred li out. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Countless saints arrived here, and then they quickly withdrew, heading into outer space to report to the sect ancestors of various clans. Yi Fan arrived. He sensed a type of immortal opportunity from the distance. A type of special aura assaulted his face, making his entire body feel incomparably comfortable. "Big brother, is there really someone who is going to achieve immortality?" The little girl raised her head and asked. Her large eyes were extremely pure. "Perhaps. The most terrifying chaos is about to begin," Yi Fan said softly. This mountain range wasn't unfamiliar to Yi Fan. Back then, he had come here when he was still a small cultivator. When he gazed into the ancient desolate forbidden land, it was surrounded by clouds and mist, becoming many times more mysterious than before. Outside the forbidden land, ancient trees towered into the heavens, great mountains stretching across. Normally, apes cried and tigers roared. All types of mysterious savage beasts roamed about, as well as many divine birds spreading their wings and taking to the skies. Today, however, all of the desolate beasts were replaced by humans. There were experts everywhere, cultivators everywhere, all for the sake of seeing that immortal domain's light. Above a majestic mountain peak, a terrifying crack appeared. From time to time, strands of immortal energy seeped out, leaving one indescribably shocked. That crack was incomparably brilliant, like a streak of magma in the dark night, like a streak of lightning that streaked across the hazy skies. It was especially striking and dazzling. Immortal Domain's crack. This was a world-shocking crack, several dozen zhang in length, resplendent and intimidating. Everyone speculated that the true immortal domain was going to be opened here. Is it true? Who can verify it? Could it be a trap set up by some big shot? I remember something similar happened many years ago. 2 Saint Kings of Slaughter were trapped. It's true, it has already been verified. There is a different aura there. Just now, Immortal light flew out and was obtained by someone, immediately breaking through a bottleneck, entering an even higher domain. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, he heard the discussions of the crowd. He held the little girl's hand and stood on top of a crouching ox rock, gazing into the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. He saw everything clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Another immortal light is flying out. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. A streak of light rushed out from that mysterious crack. It was extremely special, turning into a true dragon one moment, and then into a vermilion bird the next. It was accompanied by waves of chaotic energy. Another immortal light has appeared. Everyone frantically fought over it, all of them rushing forward. Immediately, a bloody conflict erupted. Everyone fought fiercely because of this. It was extremely intense and cruel. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. That was the northern immortal light. When he went to look for Tu Fei, he had seen this kind of thing in the path of immortalization wasteland under the ice cave. Now that he saw it here, he was stunned. Great waves surged in his heart. The path of immortalization was about to open. It wasn't fake, it actually became real. After a bloody battle, the immortal light was seized by a mysterious expert, disappearing into the limits of the boundless sky to comprehend in isolation. This was an incredible opportunity. Why didn't anyone enter? This was Yi Fan's doubt. Since a crack had already appeared, why didn't everyone rush in? There were many people who had the same question as him, and they had just arrived. When they asked here, there were immediately people who sneered. Even the great ancient emperor failed. Do you think we can fight our way in? Even if a crack appeared, the power of the mortal world wouldn't be able to open it. Before these words were finished, there were people who couldn't restrain themselves. They took out their holy weapons and attacked, wanting to tear open an even larger crack and rush into the immortal domain. Boom. This was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. The blazing crevice released a terrifying expanse of light that surged and engulfed everything. Ah! The person who attacked cried out miserably. His holy weapon exploded inch by inch, and he himself turned into a rain of blood. He turned into ashes within the blazing light, turning into rotting dust. Just a saint, yet he wants to charge in. In these 2 days, we've already lost 4 great sage, and all of them turned into ashes within the crack without any suspense. The bloody truth was displayed before their eyes. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Others might not believe it, but personally witnessing it and experiencing it was the most realistic, and even more terrifying. The path of immortalization was extremely cruel. This was only the beginning. The appearance of a crack had already triggered a bloody calamity. Clearly this wasn't the end. The blood calamity had only just begun. In reality, this was the case. Yi Fan stopped here for half a day and discovered that some of the latecomers didn't believe it. They used all kinds of methods to probe, but all of them were defeated. Sparkling white bones were stained with blood, flying everywhere. This place was filled with endless death. Everyone drew in a cold breath. Only half a day had passed, let alone those saints. Another great sage had fallen. The heaven-measuring ruler in his hand broke into 8 pieces, and his entire body suffered from the backlash of immortal light, turning into ashes. What kind of place was this exactly? Why was the immortal domain so terrifying? Even the great sage was as weak as a scarecrow. As long as one charged in, their blood would definitely dry up, and not even their bones would remain. Yi Fan frowned as he watched. This place was too terrifying, not something a human could barge in at all. Even if they used their emperor weapons, they might not be able to succeed. There might be great troubles ahead. What are the movements of the various forbidden regions? He asked someone because this was the root of the problem. The supreme existences of the forbidden regions, for the sake of becoming immortals, for the sake of survival, paid a heavy price. No one was more anxious than them. If these people didn't show themselves, then this place didn't have any meaning. The 7 great life forbidden regions all have heaven-reaching beams of light that tore apart the sky. Origin Ancient Mine and Undying Mountain, even more so, have terrifying mists that pervade this place. Someone said with a trembling voice, as if they saw the most terrifying thing. Yi Fan turned around and left, not staying here for even a minute longer. He had the green copper cauldron on him, And this type of thing would most likely draw the interest of ancient supreme beings. Far from that mountain range, Yi Fan stood on a mountain peak, silently enjoying the scenery and thinking to himself. The opening of the immortal path really was too sudden. Even though it was still just a crack, not a true immortal gate, it still made one feel like it wasn't real. There was no forward movement, no irregular scenes. It just suddenly broke apart in a single night, appearing in this world. It's coming again. A streak of immortal mist is surging over. In the distance, someone cried out in alarm. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. To the north, there was an expanse of mysterious mist that could be said to move at the speed of light, arriving from the north. It was incomparably vast, as if a sea covered the skies, filling heaven and earth, descending onto immortal domain's crack. A boundless white expanse stretched from north to south, connecting heaven and earth, as if a true silver river was falling. It was too terrifying and boundless, making even the great sage tremble endlessly. It came from the divine ruins direction, the boundless white mist suppressing everything, engulfing the boundless sky dome, making everyone's hearts tremble endlessly. It wasn't a human figure, but rather a type of aura. A powerful divine will awakened, searching this place, sensing the reality of this crack. These were archaic supreme beings, every single one of them possessing magical force that surpassed the past and present. Just their awakening alone produced such a great disturbance, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. The mist was boundless. After lingering about this place for a long time, no one dared to even breathe loudly. They already experienced this before, Origin Ancient Mine and other places also producing irregular scenes. Reverence and not moving was the best choice. Listening to my own funeral song, I finally saw hope at the end of the road. Only this sentence was left behind, and then not a sound could be heard. A few minutes later, the boundless primal chaos mist withdrew like a tide, the oppressive atmosphere immediately disappearing. Everyone couldn't help but release a long breath of relief. It's real, the path of immortality has appeared, immortal domain is about to completely open. Everyone was now finally sure that this crack was real, not some trap. Who could deceive the existence in the restricted region? That was someone tired of living. That day, the world was in an uproar, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't trembling. This was the dream of cultivators since the ancient times, and now, it was going to be fulfilled in this era. How many heroes fought on the path of immortality, their bones buried in foreign lands? Not even the supreme emperors of a generation could achieve immortality. After they died, the celestial court collapsed, deities and deities of all regions fell into chaos. Now this type of heavenly fate actually appeared. It was rumored that in this era, immortal domain's gates were opened. There would be people who could truly achieve immortality. This wasn't the result of a single person's divination. The archaic emperor and human race's great emperor both carried out a divination, both of them believing that in this era, there would be unprecedented changes. Big brother, are you also going to achieve immortality? Will you leave me? On the mountain peak, the little girl raised her head, looking at him anxiously, as if she was extremely nervous. Yi Fan laughed. He squatted down, stroking her tender little face, saying, I am going to achieve immortality, so I will bring you with me into immortal domain. The little fellow immediately smiled happily. Just one sentence was enough to satisfy her. Yi Fan seriously thought for a long time. This really was too sudden, making him feel uneasy even now. Why was there no prelude at all? Why did a crack directly appear? When are we going to achieve immortality? The little girl asked innocently, extremely naturally without the slightest bit of misgivings. Yi Fan felt a bit of a headache. This was just too difficult. Right now, even the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions didn't make any movements, not taking action. It was clear that the timing was still unknown. After waiting for endless ages, the great emperor-level existences wouldn't easily take action. They would definitely wait for the most precise moment to attack, enter immortal domain in that instant. At this time, no one rashly took action, but that earth-shattering strike wasn't far off. The most terrifying thing since time immemorial is about to happen, Yi Fan said to himself. This level of battle had never been seen in this world before. But today it was about to change. When this day arrived, all of the rules would be broken. The legendary era was about to appear. On the path of immortality, heroes and failures would be decided. Whoever could achieve immortality would all emerge from a great calamity that would engulf the entire cosmos. Chapter 1547. The mountain peak was extremely tall. Yi Fan gazed into the distance, seeing the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Mists curled about that place. There seemed to be a figure above the abyss, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring in this direction. Yi Fan's mind trembled. Was that Huang? That older sister is so pretty, the little girl said. She blinked her large eyes, looking curiously towards the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. Not even he could see through the mist, yet the little girl could. It really was shocking. Soon after, he calmed down. Back then, it was also like this in Undying Mountain. The little girl could see through emperor patterns, pointing out a path of survival for everyone. That older sister. Why did she tie herself up with chains? The little girl revealed a confused expression. She tilted her head and looked into the distance, her large black eyes flickering with brilliance. Yi Fan felt a bit of a headache. Those were definitely immortal gold chains, made of dragon-marked black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and others. It was incomprehensible and shocking. Let's go, there's no need to look anymore. Yi Fan held the little girl's hand, and then they turned around, quickly rushing into the horizon. Since they could see Huang, the other party should be able to see through him even more, making him feel uneasy. He wasn't willing to stop. The divine light platform flickered, tearing apart the void. A moment later, they appeared in outer space again, arriving in a place where stars shone brilliantly. There was a small world here named Heavenly Village. Outside the village, golden wheat rose and fell. It was a year of harvest. The village was filled with chickens and dogs, creating a scene of otherworldly prosperity. If one didn't look carefully, they really would have thought that they arrived in a mountain village. It was because this place was isolated from the rest of the world, only peaceful and satisfied. Divine Child has returned. The little sparrow cried out cheerfully, breaking the peace of the village. The peaceful heavenly village immediately became lively. A group of people appeared, young and old, all of them surrounding them. Yi Fan hadn't left for long, but he still drew everyone's attention. Who is this child? She looks like a porcelain doll. Most of the people in Heavenly Village didn't recognize the little girl. They all began to discuss among themselves. Master, this should be the little girl I've never met before, right? Huahua walked over with a cheeky smile on her face. They had not been apart for a long time, so she did not feel much emotional after seeing Yi Fan. Yi Fan knocked him and said, "In terms of seniority, she has to call you nephew." Little Nan Nan glanced at the shiny bald head in front of her with her big eyes and said timidly, "Nephew Gu." Everyone burst out in laughter. The flowers let out strange cries. This is Nan Nan. One of the killing Saint Chi Luo's eyes was resplendent while the other was pitch black. He revealed a shocked expression as he stared at her carefully. Everyone naturally guessed it, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan had left to find the little girl, and they didn't expect that he would actually succeed. However, many people were flabbergasted. So many years had passed, yet little Nan Nan still hadn't grown up. She was still the same as described in the past, making people feel that it was inconceivable. "I am Nan Nan," the little fellow said softly. "Where is Nan Nan? Where is Nan Nan?" Someone shouted in the distance. Li Heishui ran over. The last time he came to Heaven Village, he still hadn't returned. The Silver Blood 2 emperors followed behind and arrived in front of him. "You are Big Brother Heishui." Little Nan Nan's big eyes were a bit perplexed, but she couldn't help but say Li Heishui's name. This was a subconscious memory. "This is great. Our family's little princess has finally returned safely." Li Heishui shouted in an extremely excited manner. The entire village was alarmed. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or drinking tea or playing chess, they all appeared at the entrance of the village, surrounding this place tightly. "God, where did this little angel come from? It would be great if I had a daughter like her." Kaida cried out in surprise, shouting that he had seen an angel. "There are angels on the ancient road. I've seen a few races. Yi Fan said with a smile. Yi, have you seen God? I've always forgotten to ask you. If you see him on the ancient road, ask him how exactly did I provoke him? I hate him, Kaida said furiously. This is a bit difficult. You can go ask him yourself in the future. The heavenly village was filled with a festive atmosphere. The arrival of little Nan also made the children here very curious. They surrounded her and chattered noisily like a group of happy little sparrows. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The little fellow would no longer be lonely here. With so many children accompanying her, she should be very happy in the future. Not long after, a sumptuous banquet began. Everyone sat around the bonfire, toasting and exchanging cups on the open air. Every one of them was very forthright. People naturally brought up the matter of the immortalization road. Qi Luo said that he had already given the order that no one was allowed to participate. Otherwise, it would be purely throwing away their lives. This was the truth. Even the great sage had lost a few people. What did they have to compete with? They could only die in vain. 2 days later, Yi Fan invited Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, and some other old friends. After arriving at the heavenly village, it naturally became lively again. Little fellow, do you still recognize me? Ji Ziyue picked up little Nan and asked while giggling. This naturally made things difficult for the little fellow. She did not want to lie, but she was a little embarrassed. In the end, she obediently shook her head and said that she was sick and had forgotten many people and things. Ji family had not made any big moves yet. After seeing the crack in the immortal domain, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. If there are no accidents, my family might have to leave Big Dipper, Ji Ziyue said. She would leave a portion of people to guard here, but the foundation and future of the family would be entrusted to the immortal domain. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Ji family actually made such a decision. An old ancestor broke out from the source of God and personally gave such an order. She did not mention the origin of this old ancestor, but it was likely that his identity was shocking. Otherwise, it was impossible for the entire family to listen to him. Next, Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others went to that mysterious crack dozens of times, but it was to no avail. Later on, some people speculated that this was an early crack. The barrier between the immortal domain and this world was too sturdy, but it was still difficult to pass through. There was a terrifying law that could tear everything apart. To be more precise, it still hadn't connected to the immortal domain. That was only a void scar. A sign that the great gates of the immortal ascension road were in a cracked state before it opened. However, many people still didn't give up, using all types of forbidden artifacts to attack, hoping for a miracle to appear. Unfortunately, in the end, the ancestral artifacts of several clans all disappeared after entering, leaving everyone in despair. It most likely isn't the immortal path, just a spatial crack that leads to the immortal domain. Later on, there were even quite a few people who wavered, developing this type of doubt. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. This great crack devoured too many people's lives, stirring up a storm in the entire Big Dipper capital. Meanwhile, on this day, a crazy wave appeared in outer space, suppressing the boundless sky dome. It was boundless and immeasurable, as if a great emperor was born, engulfing everything. Many of the great sages' hearts jumped, having a premonition of something. They looked towards the heavens together. The quasi-emperor descended into this world, and this type of person appeared. This was the judgment everyone made. Great waves surged within their hearts. Everyone's scalps went numb. The legendary quasi-emperor finally descended into this world, arriving for the immortal path. A great battle that shocked endless generations was about to unfold. Everyone believed that there wasn't just a single quasi-emperor in this world. Emperors were coming, fighting in the same world. Even though they all carried the word quasi, there was also the word emperor. The universe would be shaken. Hung. A cold snort sounded, ringing through the world of mortals, shaking up the eastern wastelands. It sounded from the immortal tomb within the 7 great restricted regions, making even the sun, moon, and stars lose color in that instant. In that instant, the boundless might outside the sky dome immediately disappeared, returning to calmness, as if nothing had happened. Everyone became even more terrified. The more powerful the cultivator, the colder they felt. The entire world became quiet, losing all sound for a long time. The same day, auspicious light danced about under the jade pool immortal peach tree, brilliant radiance shooting in all directions. The 9-aperture divine stone trembled slightly, strand after strand of cracks appearing on its surface, absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual essence even faster. Strange things happened in this world every day. More and more experts descended from the outer realms, and they became more and more unfathomable. Even now, it was unknown just what kind of existences had arrived. Yi Fan sighed softly. The Quasi-Emperor has arrived. This immortal path is not fake. There will definitely be a great battle that will shake the heavens and rend the earth. In the past, they were always looking forward to it, but now that the deadline was right before their eyes, everyone's hearts felt heavy. Who dared to say that they were prepared? In the following days, there seemed to be a change every day. The huge crack that was several dozen zhang long already extended to over 100 zhang long. And that place became a land dyed in blood. Just the bones of saints piled up on the ground, and it was unknown just how many people died. Experts fought over the immortal light that flew out. Every once in a while, there would be immortal karma descending. Of course, there were also quite a few people who didn't fear death, because their lifespans were up, and they wanted to carry out one last struggle. There had never been a place that was as miserable as the mountain ridges outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Every day, many old cultivators died like moths flying into a flame. This was the charm of becoming an immortal. It was unstoppable, all for the sake of obtaining the word immortal. There were too many people from all the regions, and every region had people like this who had reached the end of their lives. If they fought their way through, they would become immortals, but if they couldn't, they would become a pile of bones along the way. No one expected this to continue for a full 8 years. The splattering of blood and bones was still happening. The time span was very long, and many people doubted whether this crack was real or not. The immortal light was real, and it allowed many people to break through bottlenecks and undergo shocking transformations. And in these 8 years, the crack in the celestial domain had also extended to 2,000 zhang long. Although the speed had slowed down, this trend didn't change. It was the final preview for the opening of the immortal gate. In these 8 years, Yi Fan had always been comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He walked between the mountains and rivers, comprehending all kinds of techniques, developing his own secret technique, and creating another secret realm scripture in the human body. My little ancestor is back. Jiziyue brought a piece of news that stunned Yi Fan. Why was the way she addressed him so strange? It's little ancestor Jizi. Jiziyue smiled. What? Yi Fan was overjoyed. Jizi was back, and when they met again, he was also the great sage. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and he was even more silent and didn't speak much. Almost on the same day, another piece of news came. The sacred prince had returned and appeared in the eastern wasteland. Brother Ji, let's go receive the sacred prince together. Yi Fan smiled. Okay. Jizi only said one word, but there was a shocking look in his eyes. That year, the 3 of them worked together to fight against the 8 generals and killed the sacred prince. The wind and clouds were vast, and their aura swallowed tens of thousands of miles. It seemed like it was just yesterday. Now, maybe the 3 of them had to work together again. Chapter 1548. In the eastern wasteland, the vegetation was lush and the mountains were majestic. A monkey that seemed to be forged from gold roamed about, overlooking the mountains and rivers, recalling the past and feeling deeply moved. His body wasn't very tall, but there was a type of dignity to it. He was like a war god with a powerful aura. There were traces of blood that hadn't dried yet in his golden hair. It was clear that he had experienced a great battle. He walked through the barren mountains and great lakes like this, causing many vicious birds and ferocious beasts to flee in panic. He was like an unrivaled ruler patrolling, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. This was the sacred prince. He had also returned and didn't hide his whereabouts. As soon as he returned to the eastern wasteland, many people discovered him, causing quite a commotion. Sacred prince. In the sky, someone shouted loudly. The mist surged and colorful light surged. A group of people rode on clouds and shouted his name. The monkey's eyes were fiery. Even though there were traces of blood all over his body, It still couldn't hide his extraordinary appearance. He looked up and immediately laughed loudly, rushing into the sky. It was precisely Yi Fan Jizi, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi Jiziue and the others. They appeared here together to welcome him. Yi Fan frowned slightly. There were footprints left on the mountains and rivers, and there were traces of blood. The monkey was injured. He was drawing in the great Earth's draconic energy to heal his origin. No one expected that the sacred prince would actually be injured, and it wasn't light at that. It was truly shocking. Brother Monkey, what happened? Why are you injured? Li Heishui asked. Martial uncle, who injured you? Tell this Buddha. I'll take care of them all and help you vent your anger. Huahua also cried out exaggeratedly, moving over. Pa. In the end, the monkey unceremoniously slapped his bald head, telling him to go away. Monkey, what kind of trouble did you encounter? Otherwise you wouldn't have suffered like this. Dongfang Yi laughed loudly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He had always been very rough, and his bronze upper body was very strong. I did indeed encounter a fierce character, but it's not a big problem. I'll take care of him sooner or later. The monkey said fiercely. Brother Monkey, don't force yourself. We're not outsiders. As long as you say it, we'll kill our way over together. Li Heishui pursed his lips and smiled. Light flowed in his large eyes. I guess Brother Monkey was bullied badly and wanted to get back at them alone. However, he couldn't do anything in a short period of time and came back in anger. Everyone laughed. What's going on? Let's take action together. Jizi said, his words short. Yi Fan also asked. He and the monkey were not outsiders, so they could naturally say anything. If they really met with great trouble, they would definitely help him and risk their lives. The monkey revealed a sorrowful expression, and its golden fur fluttered even though there was no wind. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it said, I made a few friends in outer space, but they were all killed. Everyone was shocked. They must have encountered a powerful enemy. Even the monkey had such a sorrowful expression. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. They died very miserably. Their physical bodies were hacked into pieces, and their primordial spirits were refined by the extreme Yin fire essence for 100 days, slowly refining them to death. The monkey was extremely furious. He's not Quasi-Emperor, but he almost has the power of the Quasi-Emperor. The monkey was extremely angry. He's not the Quasi-Emperor, but he almost has the power of the Quasi-Emperor. It's hard to defend against him. At that time, my friends and I went on our separate ways, but we didn't expect them to be killed one after another. The monkey clenched his fists, and the golden fur on his body became even more resplendent. A wound opened up, and blood flowed out. Jiziue took out a jar of ancient celestial being divine spring liquid, and poured some on his wound. Then she made him drink the rest. Did you encounter a powerful enemy on the ancient road? Yi Fan asked. You've heard of him before, and he has a grudge against you. The monkey gritted his teeth and revealed the background of that person. The supreme expert of the flying serpent bloodline. A peerless expert who almost became the Quasi-Emperor. He was incomparably powerful and tyrannical. He swept through the star field, causing people to tremble in fear. Yi Fan killed 4 Langjuns of the Golden Serpent race, and sowed great enmity with this bloodline. The monkey even saw the race eat a mountainous divine ape, so he fought for justice. He accidentally disturbed the old flying serpent who was in seclusion, causing him to fail at the last step when attacking the Quasi-Emperor. These were all death grudges. And now, this supreme expert of the flying serpent had recovered from his injuries. Although he wasn't the Quasi-Emperor, he almost had the power of that realm. He was boundlessly terrifying. Any great sage in front of him would be as vulnerable as a child. Moreover, he had 2 half-emperor weapons in his hands, as well as an unmatched formation that was passed down from his ancestors. When they were combined together, their divine might was matchless. He came and went without a trace, so there was no way to hide him at all. Who knew when he would come looking for you? And then kill you until your blood splashed through the skies. He actually survived. Yi Fan was astonished. He was attacking the Quasi-Emperor checkpoint at such a crucial moment. Yet he was interrupted by an emperor weapon. An ordinary person would have definitely turned into ashes. Not only did the supreme expert of the flying serpent race not die, but he had also recovered from his injuries and was full of vigor. He was chasing after the monkey in the starry skies. This was truly shocking. He was definitely a great enemy. Once one possessed the power of the quasi-emperor, the situation would be completely different. He would be someone from another world, and no matter how stunning one was, they wouldn't be able to resist him. If the monkey didn't have the immortal iron rod left behind by the emperor fighting, he would have definitely died in the outer realms. Such a group of people traveling in the eastern wasteland naturally caused people to be astonished. This was especially so after they recognized Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince. This made people even more astonished. Back then, when they killed the Sacred Prince, they had already stirred up great waves. Moreover, they were already the great sage now. When the ancient races learned of this, they all became absolutely silent, fearing that they would be punished by these three great sage if they were to provoke the misfortune. The present was different from the past. The three imperial princes of the past had all grown up, and any one of them could sweep through a region. If they truly targeted a race, they would inevitably be exterminated. It's still easy if we can face them head-on. The most troublesome thing is that he will appear at any time and suddenly launch a fatal attack. The monkey frowned. If they were targeted by a quasi-emperor level character, even if they had an ancient imperial weapon, they would still be in danger of dying at any time. It was impossible to guard against it. Otherwise, with the monkey's nature, he definitely wouldn't return. The old soaring serpent was in a special state. Although he hadn't crossed the tribulation yet, he had still barely crossed that threshold back then. He had knelt 99 times and was only lacking that final shiver. However, something unexpected happened. As a result, after recovering to his peak, he was comparable to the quasi-emperor. He couldn't be called the great sage, nor was he the quasi-emperor, but he was almost comparable to the quasi-emperor. It's a headache, but there's no need to be afraid. We'll deal with this disaster together. GZ said. Since they were enemies and couldn't be resolved, then they would attack and settle things once and for all. That's right. After all, he isn't the quasi-emperor. Don't tell me we have to be afraid of him. Dong Fengyi was willing to participate in the battle, and was eager to give it a try. He could also use this opportunity to enter the starry skies to gain experience. He dares to bully Brother Monkey. Beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. Li Heishui also shouted. That's right. He dares to bully Martial Uncle. Beat him until his grandmother's house. Hua Hua shouted. His bald head was shining as he spoke with righteous indignation. The monkey's heart was very warm. None of these old friends cowered in the face of a threat on the level of the quasi-emperor. All of them wanted to lend him a helping hand and help him deal with this disaster. Let's go. Let's go. Yi Fan was very direct. This was a death grudge that was difficult to resolve. The sooner they dealt with it, the sooner they could be at ease. If the other party broke through to the quasi-emperor level, their strength might even increase explosively. At that time, even if they had emperor weapons in their hands, they might not be able to do anything. The monkey went to look at the crack in the immortal realm. He was lost in thought. If his father could see a crack like this back then, he could use it to directly fight his way in. Unfortunately, he still missed out on this era. Otherwise, why would he have to defy the heavens and become a war immortal, paying an unimaginable price to die in meditation in the northern region, leaving behind endless hatred? When deciding on the choice of candidates, everyone argued. They all wanted to go and fight, but from a practical point of view, in the end, only Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince went. When they were about to leave, Jizue came over while panting. Her speed wasn't inferior to Yi Fan's row formula at all. She wiped away the sweat on her sparkling white forehead, and pulled the Ji family's little ancestor to the side, handing over the void mirror. Back then, she and Ji Haoyue were highly regarded by the family. When they walked on the ancient trial path, they didn't even have a chance to bring it away. Now that they had reached this realm, they naturally had a chance to control it. She sent it over. The Ji family sent out the Sacred Prince, and also sent out the celestial mirror at the moment when the world was about to change. This was simply too rare. Don't worry, the foundation of the family has been moved away in recent years. Only some seniors who don't have much lifespan left are left. They want to try their luck on the immortal path. Jiziua smiled. The three experts all had emperor weapons. They stepped on the star path together and headed towards the depths of the universe. If news of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It would definitely shock the world. This was a small star. In the past, there was abundant vegetation and dense spiritual energy. Now it had become a land of death. There were white bones and black fog everywhere. Everything had been corroded clean. All the living beings on the small star had died, turning it into a land of death. The monkey's eyes were about to split apart. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. All the golden fur on his body stood up. He wanted nothing more than to swallow the entire universe. This is the homeland of one of my sworn brothers, a powerful race of spiritual monkeys. I never thought that not only did he die, even his home planet was implicated. The monkey was extremely furious. This was a blood feud. Back then, he only acted because he saw a mountain of corpses on the ancestral planet of the flying serpent bloodline. Most of them belonged to the ape race. Now he saw such a tragedy again. He was extremely furious. Although this was a very small star, there were still tens of millions of living beings. In the end, they were all annihilated. This was an unbearable weight. When they came to a small world of pure land, the monkey even crushed his teeth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The living beings here were in a terrible situation. There were corpses everywhere. They were all annihilated. It seems like it happened in the next 2 days. We should directly go to the ancient planet of the flying serpent race and directly launch an attack to threaten them. Otherwise, there might be more tragedies. Yifan said. The old flying serpent did this just to vent his anger and force the sacred prince to appear. Otherwise, he would slaughter his way through. The divine light platform was activated again. They directly slaughtered their way into an ancient region. Entering this place, they immediately sensed a type of boundless life force. The great star flourished, full of life force. As soon as Yifan Gz and the sacred prince approached, they shivered inwardly. They sensed a type of killing intent pervading the air. This was a dangerous place that was actually not concealed in the slightest. Chi. Killing light rushed into the heavens, striking into outer space. This made everyone's heart sink. This was the power of the quasi-emperor's formation that was operating. He's just too careless, right? He didn't even try to conceal it, thinking that we would automatically enter? On the flying serpent bloodline star, there was clearly an exceptional quasi-emperor killing formation laid down, an inescapable net spread out, quietly waiting for them to walk into the trap and become prisoners. Something's wrong, someone fell for it, stepping on the quasi-emperor's formation patterns, trapped on this ancient star. The quasi-emperor killing formation here has flaws, or else the killing intent would be even greater. Yifan had seen the power of a perfect half-emperor formation in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Who was this? To be able to persist even after entering the quasi-emperor killing formation. It really was a bit astonishing. They all held emperor artifacts, carefully approaching, slowly arriving on this ancient star, approaching the formation pattern region. Up ahead, the mountain range was majestic, clouds and mists roiling, emperor energy boundless. There were unexpectedly dog barks that sounded from within. Moreover, every single sentence written in 3 characters, changing patterns, cursing endlessly. Wait, why does it sound a bit familiar? The monkey was shocked. It seems to be the Black Emperor. Yifan was a bit stupefied. Chapter 1549. Not only was Yifan at a loss for words, even Gz and the Sacred Prince were the same. They were all in a daze. The Black Emperor had gone berserk here, stepping on a huge pit. It truly left them speechless. This unreliable dog had lost himself in the end. Lost in the depths of the universe. He originally thought that he didn't know when he would be able to see him again, but who knew that he would appear here? It had fallen into the quasi-emperor formation. There was another type of Dao Law that rushed up, its might even more ferocious, its killing intent vast and mighty. Wuxia killing formation. This was no longer a problem of one corner. There were 1 or 2 more corners than before. It was clear that this was a miracle. It was rumored that other than the great ancient emperors, No one could figure out the true meaning. It was impossible to lay it down, and one corner might be the limit. It was very difficult to cross that barrier. The Black Emperor immersed himself in this Tao all year round. He didn't lose the people around him in vain, and in the end, he even lost himself. In the end, he really made a breakthrough. It was precisely because he laid down 2 corners of the Wuxia killing formation that the formation patterns in front of him were in a mess, blocking the killing intent and not dying. Woof damn long worm. Woof motherf asterisk cur. The Black Emperor was trapped in the formation, cursing nonstop. He was extremely furious. Although the quasi-emperor killing formation couldn't compare to the emperor formation, it was still more complete and could unleash great power. On the other hand, the formation of no beginning and no beginning only had 2 corners, which did not mean that it could unleash 20% of its power. Every additional corner would multiply, or even multiply its power. Hence, it was hard to say how much power the 2 corners could unleash. Why is it trapped here? It seems like the old Tengshi isn't here, otherwise he would have used the quasi-emperor artifact to greet him. The sacred prince said. He understood that ruthless flying serpent the best. Black Emperor. Yi Fan roared. The surging sound waves transmitted in like the sea. The mountains trembled, and immediately, a group of golden flying serpents appeared, peeping in from afar. The monkey was furious. These snakes were controlling the formation patterns. He stood outside the formation and slapped out, causing the group of experts to cry out miserably. Of course, there were even more winged serpents hidden within the formation. In the Great Formation, the Black Emperor's cursing stopped, and there was no movement. He straightened his pair of big ears, and looked outside the formation suspiciously. Unfortunately, he couldn't see through the dense fog. Black Emperor, have you been killed? Yi Fan shouted. Damn longworm, you know quite a bit. You actually pretended to be that damn brat to deceive me. Your grandpa Black won't fall for it. The Black Emperor cursed. Yi Fan had a headache. He met it here and wanted to help, but he was scolded first. He immediately shouted, It's me, not some flying serpent. Black Emperor, I brought you a companion, a big wolfhound with a noble bloodline. It was silent for a long time before it let out a thunderous roar. Damn you! It's really you, you bastard! Hurry up and save this emperor. Don't you have an emperor formation? Just attack a few more times and you'll be out, said Yi Fan. There's no time. That damned old snake is coming back. Hurry up and make a move. The Black Emperor shouted anxiously. Yi Fan GZ, and the sacred prince didn't dare to delay. In the old soaring serpent's Tao field, any carelessness could cause them to suffer losses. It was safer to save the big black dog first. The formation patterns in this area were already cracked by the Black Emperor's attack, and there were flaws. In addition to the attacks of the 3 Emperor weapons, they quickly disintegrated. They couldn't block this unparalleled divine might at all. A big dog was as strong as a bull. Its black fur was extremely glossy like silk. It had a square head, big ears, and big eyes. Its appearance was excellent. It bared its teeth, and when it saw the 3 of them, its eyeballs almost popped out. Especially when it saw the killing sword in Yi Fan's hand, it almost drooled. This emperor really missed you all to death. It turned into a black whirlwind and pounced over. In reality, it was like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, pouncing towards Yi Fan. To put it nicely, it was a reunion with an old friend, and it was overjoyed. In reality, its nature couldn't be changed. It came for the killing sword, and after grabbing it with its big claws, it didn't let go. It called out shamelessly, "Let me see." Yi Fan naturally didn't agree. Letting it take a look was definitely like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and it wouldn't return. Just take a look. The Black Emperor persevered, hugging the killing sword with its claws. It had a square head and big ears, and a simple and honest look on its face. It was self-aware. Regardless of whether it was the Void Mirror or the Emperor of Fighting's Celestial Iron Rod, they were all inherited from its bloodline. Even if it was stuffed into its hands, it wouldn't be able to control it. But this Emperor weapon was different. It clearly had nothing to do with Yi Fan, and it was snatched by him. We've just met, yet you don't even ask about our many years of experience, and you directly want to rob us. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Yi Fan pried off its large claws. F*ck, how can you say that? The Black Emperor was extremely angry, and said, Am I that kind of person? Definitely not. Would I do that kind of thing? Definitely not. I've long heard of your reputation on the ancient road. Do you still need to ask? With a gulp, it opened its large mouth, and bit down on Yi Fan's palm. It didn't let go no matter what, and shouted, Just for a while. A leopard couldn't change its spots. Yi Fan had become the great sage, and now the strength of his flesh was rare in the universe, so he naturally wouldn't be injured by its bite. However, a strange expression appeared on his face. The large black dog actually wasn't injured by the emperor weapon, and could actually grab the killing sword without suffering any damage. One had to realize that he had nurtured it for many years before he could hold this sword in his hand. In this moment of shock, the killing sword had already been bitten and pulled into its large claws by the large black dog. Its large mouth stretched to its ears, and it couldn't stop laughing. How can you withstand the killing intent of a celestial sword? I've refined the killing formation for 100 to 200 years, and it's almost condensed into one with the source of the killing intent of heaven and earth. This sword is naturally fated with me. It boasted shamelessly. Obviously, it was running its mouth like a dragon, and it definitely had something on it that could calm the killing intent. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the outer realm to face the old snake. F*ck, he dares to trap me. I'll flay his skin and dig out his bones. The Black Emperor was extremely furious. It was unknown whether he was changing the topic, or whether he was truly angry. How did you come here? Yi Fan asked. Stop talking, let's hurry up and go out. I really want to kill this old snake. He ruined a heavenly fruit of my path. The Black Emperor's emotions were stirred up. What exactly happened? The Holy Prince also asked. The large black dog sighed, and said, I was traveling in the universe, and I discovered an emperor source left behind by an ancient emperor after he passed away. I was just about to obtain it, but F*ck, it flew away again. It finally told them the truth. It had seen an emperor source that illuminated the desolate border of the universe, and it was so excited that it almost fainted. It cautiously approached it, and it had just absorbed a small piece when the celestial treasure flew away again. The three of them were stunned. Just how heaven-defying was this good fortune? The corpse of an ancient emperor was rarely seen throughout the ages, and there was almost no one who had managed to obtain anything left behind after he passed away. The corpse of an emperor had become tribulation dust, so the things that could be left behind would definitely be heaven-defying. An emperor source really shouldn't exist in this world. Yet a portion of it had been left behind in the desolate border of the universe. This was indeed shocking to the point of stupefaction. In an instant, they understood why the Black Emperor wasn't afraid of the killing sword. There was a small piece of emperor source smelted into its large claws, and it was naturally able to block its killing intent. I've almost used up all my strength, and I chased after it all the way here. Yet F*king crashed into this star, and I was trapped by that old snake. He chased after it for me. The Black Emperor was so angry that he pounded the ground, and he was extremely resentful. You're done venting, right? Give me the killing sword. Yi Fan extended a hand toward it. What kind of relationship do we have? We've gone through thick and thin together. And we've gone through thick and thin together. These are just some worldly possessions. What's yours is mine. The large black dog said confidently. Then give me a piece of the emperor source. Yi Fan extended a hand. There's only one piece, and it's already stuck to my divine palm. I'll probably never be able to separate it in this lifetime. Its skin was as thick as a city wall. Then, it ran toward a large mountain in the distance. This was an important place for the soaring serpent bloodline, and there were some holy objects displayed there. The large black dog aimed at a snake skin that was coiled around the mountain, and it shone with a dazzling golden light. This was definitely a rare godly material. It was the skin shed by the old soaring serpent, and it was extremely sturdy. The Black Emperor didn't say anything. He used the killing sword to carefully cut it open, and quickly refined it into a pair of golden snakeskin underpants. He quickly put it on, and changed out of his original pair of flowery underpants. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, I'm just going to settle a small grudge first. F*ck. Yi Fan almost spat out this phrase that he had almost forgotten for 200 years. Even someone as taciturn as GZ was stunned. This was only a small grudge? If the old snake saw this, wouldn't he be infuriated to death? Using his skin as underpants? What kind of person was he? The sacred imperial prince was speechless. However, this made him feel quite satisfied. One mustn't be too virtuous, and a dog mustn't be too evil. Yi Fan said. The large black dog was wearing a pair of golden underpants, and he stood up, pacing around. He held the killing sword in his large paw, and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly go to the outer realm and ambush the old snake. When he returns, we'll break his bones and snap his tendons." Everyone nodded. This was an extremely important matter. If the old soaring serpent obtained the remnant source power of an ancient great emperor, once he went into seclusion and refined it into his body, he might really break through to the quasi-emperor tier. At that time, it would be a great disaster. Although there were many soaring serpent elites on this planet, none of them dared to stop him. They were no match for him at all. With so many monarch tools in hand, once they smashed out, they would be enough to shatter this planet. They directly went to the outer realm, and silently waited for the old soaring serpent to return. They were going to kill him and consign him to eternal damnation. "Ai, that's right, Brat Yi, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you all this time? Also, GZ, Sacred Imperial Prince, why haven't the two of you shown yourselves? I even wanted to go and find you." The three of them all wanted to beat him up, and look down on this damn dog together. "You despicable, shameless, and insatiably greedy damned dog. Didn't you just say that you've long since heard of our reputation on the ancient road? That's why you didn't ask when you saw us. In the end, you were still tempted by the treasures. The old snake has returned. Let's not talk about these useless things for now. Let's quickly kill this big one." The Black Emperor's spirit was shaken. Then he gritted his teeth, and stood up straight. He held the killing sword, and hid himself. Yi Fan took out the green copper cauldron, while GZ and the Sacred Imperial Prince also made their preparations. They were going to kill the old soaring serpent. Chapter 1550. The universe was icy cold, and it was extremely silent. There was not the slightest bit of sound. Starlight streaked past in the distance, adding to the tranquility of the universe. Why hasn't he appeared? A look of confusion appeared on the Sacred Prince's face. They instantly disappeared into the void, preparing to launch an ambush. However, even after a long time had passed, there was still no movement. "I saw wrongly. It might have been a shooting star," the Black Emperor said calmly. "You guys believe his words? Would someone who could lose himself be reliable?" Yi Fan asked, looking as if he had already known this would happen. It was clear that the large black dog had intentionally made such a blunder in order to change the topic and distract them. He didn't want to be ridiculed by the three of them for being heartless. "That's fine too. There's plenty of time, and even the heavens are helping me. I'll set up a killing formation, and give them a taste of their own medicine." The Black Emperor's eyes shone brightly, looking very excited. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince became his assistants, and were ordered around by the Black Emperor to help him set up the formation. He was the only one who could order around the three great sage-level imperial princes. They were speechless. Just how many treasures had this damned dog obtained in the galaxy? They were all rare materials, and even the foundation of the formation platform was a holy treasure. "Have you become a space pirate? Why do you have so many treasures?" the Sacred Prince asked. "Nonsense, am I that kind of person?" the large black dog said with a righteous expression. "Yes." GZ nodded. His reply was still concise and concise. "Honest people shouldn't be like this. How can you ruin my plan? I have always respected the Void Emperor," the large black dog said unhappily. "You have respected him, and you even urged Duanda to rob the G clan's tomb. You even wanted to enter the Void Emperor's tomb," Yi Fan said. The large black dog was instantly embarrassed, and GZ looked at him with a murderous gaze. The Black Emperor immediately shouted, "That's just a rumor. I have always been a very particular person, and I have never done that kind of thing. One must have a conscience." Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Woof woof woof. The large black dog chased after him, and said, Brat Yi, you're always ruining my plans. Do you think that because you're the great sage, I can't do anything to you? Wherever it was, there would definitely be no peace, and there would be no lack of chaos. In Yi Fan's words, this dog was too outrageous. It swindled, and committed all sorts of crimes. Moreover, it specialized in killing familiar people. With it around, one would not be lonely. Ha! Where are the divine feathers of the phoenix that I obtained from the azure phoenix race? Also, the divine armor that I obtained from the black tortoise sea is nowhere to be found. The large black dog muttered. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince all had a look of understanding on their faces. This fellow had definitely swindled his way here. They felt sorry for those races. No, there are a few things that I need to find substitutes for. Otherwise, the killing array will not be strong enough. The Black Emperor said. Then, he glanced down at the planet below them. This was the ancestral land of the soaring serpent bloodline. The large black dog's eyes lit up, and he said, We're guarding a treasure mountain, so why are we worrying here? Let's just go down and borrow some. If you want to rob us, just say so. Why bother talking about borrowing? Yi Fan pursed his lips. Of course, he didn't think this suggestion was terrible. A scholar stealing a book isn't called stealing, and when I take materials to forge a formation, is that considered robbery? Of course not, it's just borrowing. The large black dog corrected him in a righteous manner. Although the sacred prince felt that the large black dog was very unreasonable sometimes, this suggestion was very much to his liking. He hated the old soaring serpent bitterly, so he was naturally very much in favor of this suggestion. They quickly descended towards the great planet below. Those damn ancestors had returned again, and they all had emperor tools. How were they supposed to fight them? How were they supposed to resist them? The elites of the soaring serpent all turned pale, and they fled for their lives in fear. In an important location of the soaring serpent bloodline, there was an incomplete quasi-emperor killing array set up. This was the location where the Black Emperor had been trapped just then. There were no quasi-emperor formation patterns in other locations, so they easily barged in. We're rich. The soaring serpent bloodline's treasure trove is so rich. How exciting! The large black dog laughed foolishly, drool dripping from his mouth. He did not hold back at all, sweeping through everything like a tornado. Everywhere he passed was extremely clean, and there was practically not even a single strand of hair left behind. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he would take them first. What's the highest tier of killing enemies? It's not to surrender without fighting, but rather to let them kill themselves. Right now, I'm using this Tao, the large black dog said with a smug expression. Not only had he emptied out a few treasure troves, but he had also gathered the divine skin left behind by the old soaring serpent's several molts, preparing to set them up in a killing array. Such good leather is really hard to come by. Do you guys want some? How about a pair of soaring serpent skin battle boots? He asked eagerly. This dog was really invincible. Though the three of them were also looting, they were not as thorough. After emptying out the soaring serpent palace, the Black Emperor was still not satisfied, and he set his sights on the tribe's cemetery. Hey, don't cross over. Yi Fan pulled him back and reminded him. Everyone has their own specialties, and that's Duanda's domain. There's no time to dilly-dally now. If that long worm returns early, we won't even be able to set up the killing array properly. I've always been knowledgeable, and little disease skills can be understood with a single look. However, there really isn't enough time, and I won't be allowed to shine in this domain. Let's call it a day. He was reluctant to leave, and turned around to leave. In the outer realm, it was dim and cold. One formation flag after another was forged from divine material, and they shot into the void. One formation platform after another took shape, and then disappeared into the darkness. The aura of this place was instantly different, and there was an aura that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The Wuxia's killing array was quickly taking shape, and its killing intent could split the universe. And now, as the Black Emperor's attainments deepened, the former Wuxia's divine might could finally be revealed. Just looking at it from afar would cause one's heart to tremble. This naturally wouldn't do. The large black dog quickly set up the heaven-deceiving formation patterns again, and instantly concealed the killing intent. In reality, if he was truly proficient in killing arrays, he wouldn't be like this. Finally, everything was ready, and only the old snake was left to return. The supreme formation is complete, the Black Emperor said shamelessly. In the current world, if he claimed to be second in terms of formations, no one would dare claim to be first. On the star, there were people rushing toward the outer realm. Obviously, they were going to deliver a message for the old soaring serpent. With such great fanfare, they naturally alarmed some people below. However, with the Black Emperor, a formation expert, here, it would be difficult for even one fish to escape. They had just passed through this void, and their true colors were revealed. As a result, the monkey stretched out a large hand, and all of them were grabbed over. Not a single person could pass through. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Black Emperor was restless. The imperial source was his good fortune, but in the end, the old snake had interfered and snatched one of his fruits of Tao. This made him extremely furious. Meanwhile, the sacred prince's expression was also grave. If the old snake entered the quasi-emperor realm because of this, that would truly be disastrous news, and the consequences would be unimaginable. On the third day, the Black Emperor's spirit shook, and he said, he might be here. He set up a special formation that could detect the tiniest fluctuations. As long as an existence that was almost on par with the quasi-emperor appeared in a galaxy, the entire heaven and earth would definitely tremble, and a special kind of pressure would be formed. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others all hid in the dark, and used the heaven-deceiving formation patterns to conceal their auras. There was not the slightest fluctuation at all, and it was very well hidden. Almost in an instant, a blazing light exploded, and the great formation of the outer realm was activated. The formation platforms that were scattered in all directions seemed to have been summoned, and they immediately rushed over. This was because they didn't know which direction the old snake would return from. They had prepared many formation platforms, and they were definitely sufficient. Moreover, as long as one was activated, the rest would immediately tear through the void and descend. They could drown this place, and realize a terrifying attack without discrimination. Roar! A loud roar shook the universe, as if a colossus from the creation of the world was about to destroy the world. With a flip of its body, it might be able to shatter many stars. This was a huge flying serpent, tens of thousands of miles long. He used a heaven and earth Dharma idol, sweeping through the vast starry sky. He wanted to leave the formation and return the way he came. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince's hearts trembled. The Black Emperor was also a little dazed, and the huge body of the flying serpent was still expanding, as if it was going to crush the sky. It's just a physical body Dharma idol. So what if it fills the universe? It's still a long worm. Kill him until he's in the 13th phase, and use all the Emperor weapons to suppress him and prevent him from entering the formation. The Black Emperor came to his senses and shouted. Of course, none of these people had stage fright. The monkey's father was the Emperor of fighting in the past. His aura could devour the stars, and he was many times more powerful than this old soaring serpent. He held the black iron rod in his hand. Immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly, and tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light swept over. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens, shaking many small stars in the distance until they shattered. He was the incarnation of a battle saint, and his valiance was unstoppable. GZ's father was the Void Great Emperor, and he had exchanged blows with many supreme beings in the 7 great restricted regions. He was influenced by what he saw and heard, and his experience was even more extensive. A soaring serpent wasn't even the true quasi-emperor, and even if it was the real deal, he wouldn't be afraid. The void mirror in his hand turned, and dazzling light shone out. It turned into a resplendent beam of light and directly shot forward. The old soaring serpent's expression changed and he quickly dodged. There was even less of a need to talk about the Black Emperor. He had followed Wuxia, and in his words he had even accompanied the Great Emperor, so why would he be afraid of a soaring serpent? He stood upright, and with his killing sword in hand, he walked horizontally. The only one who hadn't accompanied the Great Emperor was Yi Fan. However, he had experienced too many battles, slaughtering his way through the human race's ancient path, so he didn't have stage fright at all. With a wonglong sound, the green copper cauldron above his head shone, releasing Emperor might. Now he was already the great sage, and could activate this immortal artifact. 4 great experts joined hands, and every one of them wielded Emperor weapons. For anyone, this was a disaster, let alone when they were scheming against an unsuspecting opponent. Younger generation, you dare? The old snake was furious. He had long put away his 80,000 li magical projection, and turned into a demonic godlike figure. He avoided the attacks and stood in the void. His head of golden hair danced about, and his eyes were as cold as 2 ice houses. You killed my sworn brother, destroyed their ancestral land, and slaughtered the creatures of an entire small star. This blood feud is as deep as a sea, and even your life isn't enough to repay it. Monkey, you ruined my plans, and still dare to come here. I attacked to kill you. Come here, and accept your death. The soaring serpent said, his killing intent thick. However, his heart was in great shock, for people had attacked, and all of them wielded Emperor weapons. This caused half of his body to go cold, and he was filled with shock. However, he didn't show it on his face. Old snake, you destroyed my fruit of Tao, and stole my emperor's essence. I won't rest until you die. The Black Emperor shouted. The soaring serpent turned to look at the Black Emperor, and the more he looked, the darker his expression became. In the end, he couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering howl. This was because he saw the golden underpants that the large black dog was wearing. The old snake was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling, and his golden hair was standing on end. His eyes were wide open in anger, and they were about to pop out. He roared, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 1551. Who's afraid of who? This emperor still wants to kill you. You destroyed my Tao fruit, so you will be struck by lightning. The Black Emperor opposed with equal harshness, and he shouted in an extremely shameless manner. Your skin really isn't comfortable on your body. The soaring snake couldn't hold it in any longer, and spat out a mouthful of old blood. After cultivating to such a level, he couldn't show his emotions, but he still couldn't stop spitting out saliva. Now that things had reached this point, there was naturally no room for negotiation. Both sides would inevitably fight to the death. The blood feud was too deep. The sacred prince's eyes were always red. Not only had his sworn brothers died, even their clans had been completely wiped out. This made him feel extremely sad. The immortal iron in his hand released millions and millions of strands of immortal light, suppressing the boundless cosmos until it trembled. Longworm, you're going too far. He took large steps forward with the immortal iron rod in hand. Monkey, if I didn't have the immortal iron rod, crushing you to death would be as easy as crushing an ant. The old snake's words were extremely harsh. At this moment, he knew that a bloody battle couldn't be avoided, so he was going all out. Unfortunately, there are no ifs, so you are destined to become a pile of bloody mud. Moreover, there really are ifs. If you were at the same cultivation realm as me, I would kill 10 of you with a single slap. When had the monkey ever been looked down upon by others? He had always been violent and had a fiery temper. With a wung sound, the great iron rod swept out. He charged forward to kill the great enemy. A wave of clear energy appeared above the old soaring snake's head. A formation diagram flew out, precisely the ancient diagram controlled by the golden snake race's 4th Langjun. It flew back, and was now completely unsealed. This was a quasi-emperor artifact. At the same time, he opened his mouth and released a clear roar. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, and 2 little flying snakes flew out. They were all vivid and lifelike, and then they quickly enlarged, turning into flying snake swords. This was also a quasi-emperor artifact. Together with the formation diagram, they formed a terrifying killing formation with great power. The yin-yang flying snake flew out, and together with the emperor diagram, they swept out strands of immortal light that could suppress and kill gods and Buddhas. It was horrifying. Strands of cold air pressed over, making one's hair stand on end. The old soaring snake used a quasi-emperor artifact to fight against a true emperor artifact. It seemed a bit unrealistic, but when it truly clashed, it exceeded everyone's expectations and had the strength to contend. This was an ancestral artifact left behind by the soaring serpent ancestor, who was on the verge of stepping into the great emperor realm. After unsealing it, its true power was terrifying. Most importantly, the great emperor weapon was in hibernation, so it could only unleash a small portion of its power. On the other hand, the quasi-emperor armament had been revived to its peak state. One was attacking with all his might, while the other was hibernating. It was not impossible for the two of them to fight. This was the old nightmare snake's confidence. He wanted to use his absolute strength to control the quasi-emperor weapon, and suddenly attack violently to kill the monkey and the others. Buzz! The void mirror's radiance burned fiercely, piercing through the cosmos. It directly fired out a terrifying streak of emperor radiance, flying forward. Meanwhile, the large black dog was also roaring. He brandished his killing sword and slashed furiously at the old soaring snake. As for Yi Fan, the green copper cauldron hanging above his head had long since awakened, and it directly pressed forward. Although the old soaring snake's plan was good, things would not develop according to his expectations. Even though the quasi-emperor armament had fully awakened, it was still no match for a true emperor weapon. It was innately fearful, trembling from the pressure. In the end, the formation diagram and the yin-yang flying serpent sword were both forced back. They were spasming slightly, actually uncontrollable, and wanted to escape. After all, there were 4 emperor weapons on this side. Even if they were not revived, just placing them here was enough to intimidate the quasi-emperor armament. The deity contained within them was like a small subject facing 4 lofty celestial emperors. With a rumble, the old soaring snake was sent flying. He had lost the ability to fight. With 4 emperor weapons closing in on him, this was a path of certain death. He had no choice. He was forced into the killing formation. Between heaven and earth, the sound of thunder rang out, and a rain of blood sprayed wildly. The Wuxia killing formation had awakened, suppressing in all directions. Shocking lightning struck one after another. Of course, this was only a damaged formation. It was not as powerful as imagined, but it was enough to shock the world. It shook heaven and earth, and many small stars were struck down. After the old soaring snake entered, ghosts wept and deities howled. A bloody rain and foul winds blew, making one's back go cold. Even space was crushed. Even the Black Emperor himself shivered. This great formation had been restored to this state. This was the first time it attacked an enemy like this after being set up, and the effects exceeded his expectations. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Everything became quiet. "Is he dead?" GZ asked. "He should be about there," the Black Emperor said. Hong. Suddenly, heaven and earth split apart. That region exploded, and a large golden snake's body broke into several dozen pieces. It rushed out, and there were many shattered formation platforms in its surroundings. "Stop it!" Everyone chased after it. "He has the quasi-emperor formation on him." He destroyed the formation platforms and forcefully opened up a path of life. The Black Emperor said angrily. The Wuxia killing formation was badly damaged, and after a nearly perfect quasi-emperor formation exploded, it naturally opened up a path of escape. This place became a black hole, completely becoming a doomsday land. Chi. The old soaring snake had an array diagram above his head, and 2 flying serpent empress swords floated beside him. He directly tore open the void, entered the black hole, and disappeared. "Chase, don't let it escape," Yi Fan said. At the same time, he swiped his hand, and the huge snake body that was as thick as a mountain was stored into a few pieces. The Black Emperor's actions were even more agile, and he stored the remaining parts into his artifact. This was a divine material, and its value was immeasurable. It was almost equivalent to the quasi-emperor's body. It was an existence of this level, and it was many times stronger than the great Mahamayuri of Mount Meru. "It's fine. This emperor has set up a backup plan. Although he passed this trial, the array left a mark on his body, so we can chase him all the way." He Huang clamored and said, "Hunting down an existence of this level is unprecedented in this lifetime. It's worth remembering." In fact, he wasn't the only one who had a backup plan. GZ's immortal realm produced a series of images, reflecting the area where the old snake's true body was. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This mirror was truly mysterious and unfathomable. It actually had such a divine effect, directly illuminating the void, and the flying serpent had nowhere to hide. The group directly killed their way down, launching a great operation that shook the heavens. This battle lasted for half a month. The old soaring snake fled, and during this period, he even broke away from the group and returned to secretly attack. Only then did he almost launch a fatal attack, but he still failed in the end. This made the others even more apprehensive. He was on par with the Quasi-Emperor, and his sneak attacks were simply too difficult to defend against. He was too dangerous, and they had to eliminate him. In the end, they killed their way to the human race's ancient path, and then crossed the demon race's heavenly path, entering the Black Tortoise Sea, and then the Vermilion Bird heavenly domain. The affected area was too vast. After half a month, the Starry Sky ancient path was naturally alarmed, and the various races were shaken. The names of Yi Fan GZ and the Sacred Prince shook the cosmos, causing the experts of the Starry Sky to be endlessly shocked. Using 4 Emperor weapons to chase after the old soaring snake, a character who was almost on par with the Quasi-Emperor, was truly shocking. Yi Tong, is that your master? On an ancient path, a young lady softly asked. Yes. Yi Tong nodded. The effects of this battle were truly far-reaching. Many people paid attention to it, and the great sage-level characters wanted to kill a supreme being who was on par with the Quasi-Emperor. The Starry Sky was greatly shaken. Who would have thought that he was actually so powerful? On the human race's ancient path, many people were stunned, and then they began to tremble. After learning of Yi Fan's actions, it was difficult for them to calm down. Similarly, on the ancient path that GZ had walked on, and the star domain that the Sacred Prince had gone to train in, there were also people who sighed in admiration at the two's power. Only the Black Emperor attracted a wave of curses, and everyone was incomparably furious. It's that damnable black dog again. Why is it still alive? It tricked away our race's divine feathers. How could it have become so powerful? I want nothing more than to stew it. That damnable dog should be struck by lightning. I curse it #yen at %. Yi Fan GZ, the Sacred Prince, and the others all stared at it. What kind of things had this dog done to anger both men and gods for it to be cursed by everyone? The large black dog was also wiping away his sweat, and said, "They're jealous of me. A mighty existence like me naturally won't be understood by the secular world. Prodigies are always lonely, just like the great emperors of ancient times. In their loneliness, they tasted the bitterness and torment of time." The final battle ended in a lunar ocean. Lunar chi pervaded the air, and the old soaring snake was trapped here. He had nowhere to go, and was directly killed in both body and spirit. One of the 2 winged serpent swords was also destroyed, and the formation diagram and the other sword tore through the void, fleeing into the depths of the universe, and disappeared from sight. What a pity, we let the formation diagram escape. The Black Emperor was very regretful. That was what he was most interested in. Blood rained down, and a battle that shocked all over the universe came to an end. Everyone was shocked. Without a doubt, they had reaped great rewards from this battle. In the end, they returned to the ancestral planet of the winged serpent bloodline, and stayed for a long time. They destroyed the Quasi-Emperor formation, and did not destroy the treasure trove inside. This was the accumulation of their race for generations. After so many years, their foundation was unimaginable, and it was dazzling. The Black Emperor directly lay down on the treasure trove, and his saliva flowed like a small river. He could not move at all. During this period of time, some accidents happened. The sealed winged serpent sage underneath this treasure trove came out, and there was even a great sage. Unfortunately, there was no suspense at all, and they could not do anything to these imperial princes and great sage. In the end, they returned with great rewards, and set out on their way back to the Big Dipper galaxy. Along the way, the large black dog could not stop smiling foolishly. He really could not use up all the materials to refine the formation. "Doggy, you've returned?" In the heavenly village, little Nan Nan ran to the entrance of the village, and saw the large black dog that was currently rushing over. This damn dog could find 10,000 reasons to go against anyone, and it especially liked to kill people it was familiar with, but it was special towards little Nan Nan. There were 10,000 reasons that could make it lower its stance. Its true feelings were revealed, and it let out a series of excited howls. It circled around little Nan Nan, and in the end, it even lowered its body, allowing the little girl to sit on its back. This was a treatment that no one could enjoy. Back then, Yi Fan had wanted to try sitting on its back, and in the end, he had been bitten by the dog for 3 months. His thigh was covered in bruises, and there were bite marks everywhere. In the past, when the Black Emperor's life was in danger, it was little Nan Nan who used her tears to save him. The Black Emperor returned, and the heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone rushed out, surrounding him, and scolding him for being too unreliable. Only the Silver Blood Emperors wanted to escape. This was their master in name, and they were truly afraid of him after being trained by him. Hasn't the celestial path opened yet? Yi Fan asked Qi Luo. At night, there was naturally a sumptuous feast. Everyone surrounded the bonfire, toasting each other. Not only did the sacred prince, Ji Zi, and the Black Emperor come, even Ji Ziyue, Dongfang Yi Li Heishui, and the others received the notice and hurried over. It was very lively. Qi Luo shook his head and said, "No, although the crack on the celestial path is still expanding, the trend is getting slower and slower." In the current Big Dipper star region, it was unknown how many sect ancestors had come. The atmosphere was even more tense than before, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure in the whole world. The Quasi-Emperor had arrived, and the supreme beings of the 7 great life forbidden zones had revived. A great change that had never happened since ancient times, and it would shock the whole universe, was about to begin. However, under everyone's anxious wait, the celestial path had never truly opened. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and the crack had extended to a length of 1,500 meters. In the 20th year, Ji Haoyue returned. Not only did he return, but he also brought a 6 or 7-year-old child with him into the Big Dipper star region. This was his child. When everyone welcomed him back, they all sighed with emotion. The years passed by slowly, and the new generation was about to rise up. When would the celestial path open? Chapter 1552. Not bad, Brother Haoyue. You didn't say a word and you even have a kid. You brought him back just like that. Aren't you making us anxious? Compared to you, we are too far behind. Li Heishui said. Compared to the past, Ji Haoyue was calmer. His face was still handsome, and the unique pressure of a divine king was thicker. The aura between his brows was very terrifying. He really looked like a god that had descended. He was always very serious. He held his son's hand. Only when he looked at the child would he show a trace of love. It was very different from his usual temperament. This was already very rare. Why didn't the child's mother come back? Li Heishui asked. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't say much. He just let the child call him uncle and bow to everyone. This was a very sensible child. His eyes were clear and his black hair fell on his shoulders. He was very handsome. Although he was young, he showed a kind of heroic spirit at an early age. He was very similar to Ji Haoyue. He saluted seriously and kept calling him uncle. His firm little face, clear and melodious voice, and meticulous etiquette made people like him very much. Uncle has a big gift for you. Dongfang Yi walked forward and gave an ancient scripture. This was the secret of the barbarian race. It was a peerless book for tempering muscles and bones. It was only suitable for children. It wasn't the best in the world. How could the barbarian race dominate the world? This kind of secret book was the foundation. Many people wanted to get it, but it was impossible. It had always been used by the Supreme Elder to build the foundation for the children in the race. After seeing Ji Haoyue nod in agreement, the child took it and said, "Thank you, uncle. This is your aunt." When it was Ji Ziyue's turn to be introduced, Ji Haoyue held the child's hand and said seriously, "Aunt." His little face was filled with joy as he called out happily. Ji Ziyue really didn't expect her brother to bring a child back. Family was priceless and blood was thicker than water. After so many years, seeing her brother again made her so emotional that tears almost flowed out. At this time, she squatted down and held the little fellow's hand. No matter how she looked at it, she loved him. She took out many precious gifts and stuffed them into the little fellow's hand. She dotingly touched his head and said softly, "Tell Aunt, what is your name?" Ji Qingdao. The little guy's voice was very clear. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Then they revealed looks of shock. This name was truly impressive, yet too special. It made everyone look at each other in dismay. "I hope that one day he will achieve something," Ji Haoyue said, looking a little lonely. Everyone knew that this was Ji Haoyue's feelings. He seemed to have placed all his hopes on his child. Something must have happened to him over the years. Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression as she looked at her brother. He had failed to bring her sister-in-law back, and even gave the child such a name. There must be something going on. "I lost in the starry sky. It was a fair battle, but I lost miserably." There was no suspense at all. The difference in strength was huge. Ji Haoyue calmly said. However, everyone could see a desolate look in the depths of his eyes. Needless to say, there was definitely a great disparity in the results of that battle. Or else he wouldn't be like this. He most likely encountered an unimaginably powerful expert. Ji Qingdao clenched his fist and said, "I want to fight on the Emperor's road on behalf of my father." "Who is that?" the sacred prince said. He did not say that he would avenge Ji Haoyue, as that might hurt his dignity. However, it was clear that he was going to take action. Ji Haoyue shook his head and didn't want to say it out loud. At that moment, Ji walked over. Ji Haoyue was stunned and then he bowed. "Greetings, little ancestor." As time went on, he became more and more dignified. Moreover, he started to be serious in everything he did, unlike Ji Ziyue who called him little ancestor, but only treated him like an elder brother. Ji Zi nodded his head and kept silent. He took out a jade talisman and placed it on Ji Qingdao's neck. This talisman was really simple and gave off an unfathomable aura. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this talisman was extraordinary. If they guessed correctly, it should have been left by the Void Emperor and given to Ji Zi. Now he actually gave it to Ji Haoyue's son. "If you have something to say, then say it. I will seek an explanation for you. The Ji family has never feared anyone," Ji Zi said. He didn't say much, but his words were really forceful. It was obvious that he wanted to stand up for Ji Haoyue. At the side, Ji Qingdao's eyes turned red and he said, "Little ancestor, I miss my mother." Ji Haoyue fell silent and didn't say anything. And when the little guy saw his father like this, he didn't continue to say anything. He pursed his lips. Obviously, they had some stories in the galaxy. Perhaps it was unbearable to recall, or perhaps it was heart-wrenching, but the divine King Ji Haoyue wasn't willing to say it. "Little brother is so cute. Come, big sister will give you a present too." Little K-er walked up and giggled, breaking the silence. "I say, little brother, follow big brother. In the future, I will make you a deputy sect leader, and make you a supreme Buddha." Flower had a bald head, and he walked up. His forehead was shiny, and he was very different from the others. Unfortunately, everyone was guarding against him like he was a wolf, and he was basically the same as the Black Emperor and Duanda. "How sad." Flower shook his head. Cough. The large black dog coughed lightly and walked up. He put on a very serious expression, and he stood upright with his hands behind his back. He had the bearing of an otherworldly expert, and he said, "Give him to me as an in-name disciple." "Go." Everyone objected in unison. It was as if they were guarding against thieves, wolves, and hooligans. They didn't let him get close, and they were really afraid that he would snatch a good child away. "What do you all mean? If I were to teach him, he would at least become a sect ancestor in the future. Do you see, Flower? I raised him. What do you think? His abilities aren't bad, right?" he said proudly with his hands behind his back. Flower was such a good child in the past, but he was led astray by you and Duanda. Everyone scolded him together. Flower had a large bald head, and he put on an innocent expression. His expression and demeanor indicated that all of this had nothing to do with him. "I've watched him grow up. This little baldy doesn't need me to teach him at all. He was born to be a bad person. You all have wronged me too much," the Black Emperor said angrily. "Doggy, don't lead children astray." Little Nan Nan walked over, and her large eyes were very lively. She tugged at his tail, and raised her head to remind him. Everyone laughed, and the Black Emperor felt greatly ashamed. When Yi Fan was introduced, Ji Haoyue's expression wasn't very good. It was still the same as before, and he naturally didn't like him because he always felt that he had let down his younger sister. However, in front of the child, he didn't express anything. It was a routine introduction. Greetings, Uncle Yi Fan. I've heard of Uncle Ye's fame in the starry sky. It's spread among many races, and many experts on the ancient path are very afraid of you. The little fellow was very pure, and he expressed his thoughts on his face. He seemed to admire Yi Fan a lot, and his little face was filled with excitement as he clenched his little fists. Yi Fan smiled and rubbed his head. He directly handed over a set of great sage armor, which shocked everyone. Artifacts were easy to refine, but divine materials were hard to find. Many great sage couldn't find a completely compatible divine weapon in their entire lives. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi Fan took action, he immediately brought out such a precious gift. This was especially the case for a child, making others raise their eyebrows. This was obtained from the flying snake race, forged from stellar divine sand. It flowed with a dreamlike radiance. In the current world, this could already be considered a top-grade treasure. It was truly too wasteful to give it to a child. Even a clan that had produced a great emperor, like the Ji family, would definitely display such a weapon in their treasury. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used or shown to others. Yi Fan used his great magic power to personally refine it, allowing this flying serpent divine clothes to change size at will. It flowed with 5-colored divine light. As for the deity inside, it had long been refined by him, and there wouldn't be any backlash. This made it even more precious. In the heavenly village, everyone toasted and exchanged toasts. All kinds of delicacies were served, and the last main dish was made by the old soaring serpent who had almost become the quasi-emperor. This kind of flesh was hard to find in this world. It was sparkling and translucent, and contained boundless multicolored light. It possessed great life energy. The Black Emperor stuck his tongue out and said angrily, "That damned old snake, his death isn't worth pitying. That's the origin of a great emperor. He interfered and ruined my plans." In the end, he didn't even get a single strand of hair after chasing after it. The only regrettable thing was that Longma and the others hadn't returned yet. No one knew where they had gone to train. Now that all living beings in the universe had appeared, they were moving around and trying to befriend each other. In the end, the cups and plates were in a mess. Sacred Prince, Jizi, Dongfangyi, Li Heishui and the others were drinking to their heart's content. The Black Emperor was also very satisfied. His 2 disciples poured wine for him at the side. As for little Nan Nan, she had already run off with the little fellows in the village. They were having a lot of fun. Only Ji Haoyue was like a black-faced god. He stared at Yi Fan without blinking. The dignified aura of a divine king pervaded the air like an undulating ocean. At the side, even Qi Luo, Old Saber Honcho and the others felt uncomfortable, let alone the main character, Yi Fan. He could only drink and barely touch the food. Hua Hua was secretly happy. After eating, she wiped her mouth and ran away, ignoring her master. The straightforward Kaide kindly reminded Yi Fan that he had to eat the food when drinking, otherwise it would be tasteless. However, this made Yi Fan feel even more tasteless. He felt a headache coming on. Little Kay was very attentive. She picked up some food for Yi Fan and then retreated. With such a senior here, even if she wanted to say something, it was still not enough. When almost everyone had left, only Jizi, Black Emperor, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui and a few others were left. Ji Haoyue put down his wine cup heavily and stared at Yi Fan saying, "You're going to make my sister wait for so many years like this?" He stood up and strode towards Yi Fan. Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, and the others hurried to stand up and stop him. They were afraid that the 2 of them would start a fight. "I want an explanation," Ji Haoyue shouted. To stand up for his sister, he didn't hesitate to fight. "What explanation do you need? You're back. Let them enter the bridal chamber. You and I will attend a grand wedding. How nice it is." Black Emperor drank the last mouthful of wine and threw away his cup. "Engagement," Jizi said. His words were simple and forceful. "Not bad. I've always wanted to see my nephew's birth," Sacred Prince cheered and laughed. Not bad. It's a good idea. Qi Luo clapped his hands. He thought it was a good idea. Instantly the news was spread out. Li Heishui had inherited Two-Fei's big mouth. He shouted everywhere in the village. Soon, everybody knew that Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were going to get engaged today. Chapter 1553. What? Master is getting married? I just left for a while. Why is it so fast? I thought that Master Uncle Haoyue would beat Master up. Huahua said unkindly. Pa. The sacred prince smacked his bald head. The sound was crisp and clear, and it traveled far. Master Uncle, you can't be like this. Every time we meet, you don't say anything and just give me a pot sticker. That's not right. Huahua protested angrily. It's because you weren't beaten up when you were young. That's why you look like this. The sacred prince said calmly. After saying that, he smacked him again. Huahua. #yin #@%. However, he could only mutter to himself. He didn't dare to smile mischievously in front of the monkey. This master uncle was purely addicted to smacking him. It was a habit. Congratulations, congratulations. After so many years of fighting and bloodshed, it's time for you to have a family. Especially before the path of celestial ascension opens. In the future, both husband and wife will ascend to immortality. Li Heishui, the blabbermouth who had inherited Two-Fei's fine tradition, came to congratulate. The news had already spread in the village. Today, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were getting engaged. However, of the two involved, one offended his brother-in-law and was forced to do something beyond his abilities. The other just found out and was in a daze. Ji Ziyue was in a daze. This result had appeared in her mind before, but it had never appeared. Now that there was such news, she was in a daze. Big sister, what are you thinking about? Little Nan came to her side and raised her head. She blinked her big bright eyes and used a small hand to tug at the corner of her clothes. No. Nothing. Ji Ziyue had never been as flustered as she was today. Even in front of a little girl, her pretty face was a little red. She was at a loss. Everything happened too suddenly. She wanted to reject because she wasn't ready. She didn't want to be in such a hurry. However, at this moment, a group of people came. Some of the aunties of the heavenly village were all here to congratulate her. At this time, Ji Haoyue also walked over. As if seeing the hesitation and indecision in her sister's heart, she grabbed her hand and led her away. She stood in front of Yi Fan and glared at him. A match made in heaven, a match bestowed by the heavens, a pair in the human world, a pair on earth. Everyone shouted loudly. Amidst the jeering, Ji Ziyue calmed down. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Yi Fan silently. Yi Fan had already thought about it for a long time. At this moment, he knew that he absolutely could not hesitate, and even more so he could not hesitate. Otherwise it might be very hurtful. At this moment, all the knots in his heart, the people and matters of the past were almost instantly put down. Yi Fan couldn't forget the time when he was about to leave the Big Dipper and head to the other side of the starry sky. Ji Ziyue sent him off with tears in her eyes. She whispered softly, I'm on this side of the starry sky. You're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very far apart. Brilliant eternity, endless distance. We can never meet again. Late at night, I looked up at the starry sky alone and silently blessed you. At that time, her eyes were filled with tears, wetting her fair face. How could he forget? How could he let her down? Yi Fan directly held Ji Ziyue's hand and said, Ziyue, marry me. This sentence might be a little late, but it was not that late. Ji Ziyue couldn't even pull her hand back as he held it firmly. Furthermore, at this time, Yi Fan pushed Ji Haoyue to the side, leaving only him and Ji Ziyue in the center. Everyone laughed together. What was rare was that Ji Haoyue wasn't angry, nor did she turn into a black face and stare at Yi Fan like in the past. Instead, she revealed a rare expression of warmth and gratification. She was very happy. Ji Ziyue couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Her slender hand was grabbed by Yi Fan. Everyone shouted, laughed and jeered non-stop. Uncle Yi, should I call you uncle? Ji Qingdao walked forward. He was still very young, but he already had a kind of determination and heroic spirit. But at this time he was very excited. The name he heard the most in the starry sky was Yi Fan, The sacred physique of the human race. Even the guy who made his father sad had mentioned the sacred physique of the human race. Naturally, he worshipped Yi Fan. Now the great hero in his heart was going to become his relative. It was his uncle. Naturally, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He looked more excited than anyone else. From now on, he will be your uncle. You can call him that from now on. Li Haishui smiled. He was someone who had witnessed Yi Fan grow step by step from being weak to the great sage. He had a close relationship with Yi Fan. They had known each other too long ago. So he knew more about Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue than anyone else. Seeing this result today, he was sincerely happy for them. Haha, today is really a joyous occasion. Let's get engaged, and then set the date of the wedding. We will invite all the friends and relatives in the world. It must be a grand event. The sacred prince laughed loudly. Heavenly Village was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone came up to offer their congratulations and blessings. Even little Nan ran over in a charmingly naive manner and greeted them seriously, expressing her congratulations. She personally gave them a small gift and said, "Congratulations, big brother. Congratulations, big sister." There was no need to talk about the others. All of them gave a great gift. On this day, everyone had a smile on their faces. Qi Luo wanted to hold a banquet in the Heavenly Village. Yi Fan stopped him and said, "Let's go to the Ji family." How could they not report such a big thing to Ji Ziyue's parents? They definitely had to let the two elders make the decision, no matter how Ji Haoyue tried to make the decision. On this day, everyone moved out majestically towards the Big Dipper and descended on the eastern wasteland. In the Heavenly Village, only little Kay had a sad expression. However, she still wiped away her tears and revealed a smile. "Senior sister, you have to be happy." Huahua moved closer to her bald head and said, "I know, I will pray for the divine son." Little Kay smiled and wiped away the last drop of tears on her face. "Senior sister, you only idolized Master when you were young. That isn't love at all. It's fine as long as you think things through." Huahua tried to persuade others. "Little Baldy, you don't need to care about my matters. Moreover, I am not your senior sister. You have to call me Martial Aunt." Little Kay knocked on his bald head and said fiercely, "Heavens, what is going on? Is it wrong to have a bald head? Why does everyone want to knock on it? If you hit me again, I will have a hedgehog's head and wear a helmet." Huahua said angrily. In front of the Ji family's gate, there was a large river flowing into the distance. Its name was Ji River. It had the same name as the river on Earth where the Yellow Emperor was born. This made Yi Fan puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He had asked before, but the Ji family's answer wasn't satisfactory. They said that this river had already flowed for 50,000 years, and it didn't matter. However, Ji had once said that he would go to the sealed mountains and rivers on Earth to take a look at Ji River. This was really puzzling. Today, the Ji family was in a festive mood. Yi Fan came to propose marriage, and the people from the Heavenly Village followed him. The sacred prince and other important guests came to visit, and the family opened their doors to welcome them. The foundation of the family had been moved to another part of the starry sky. However, many important people were still there and couldn't leave immediately. Ji Ziyue's parents saw their eldest son, and then pulled their grandson over. They were so happy that tears almost fell from their eyes. When they heard about their daughter's matter, they couldn't be happier. On this day, the Ji family was overjoyed and sent out many invitations. For example, the Jiang family, Jade Pool, Feng Clan, Great Xia Empire, etc. Not to mention Ji Ziyue's parents, even the entire Ji family was very satisfied. The human race's saint physique had become the great sage. He was invincible on the ancient path of the human race. He was definitely a good match. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was very shocking. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never tasted defeat in his generation. If he continued to develop like this, it was inevitable that he would be able to reach the next level. At that time, he would truly be at large success. Who didn't know about the great completion saint physique? Who didn't know that it could challenge the great emperor? At that time, he could directly fight against the ancient supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. What kind of combat strength was that? When one person succeeds, the world will be at peace. In the past, the Great Completion Saint Physique had such might. The Great Completion Saint Physique could live for at least 10,000 years. A person who dared to challenge the great emperor was the most precious treasure in this chaotic world. Even the forbidden zone of life wouldn't dare to provoke him. This could protect the Ji family for 10,000 years. If they fought for the path to immortality, they would have an unparalleled advantage. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to protect this son-in-law well. They couldn't let anything happen to him on his way to the great completion stage. But now, it seemed like the Ji family didn't need to protect him anymore. Everyone in the Ji family was very happy. Even the great sage, who had been sealed since the desolate antiquity era, came to talk with Yi Fan for a long time. He had a pleasant expression on his face. The interior of the Ji family was full of spiritual lands. There were many beautiful mountain peaks floating in the sky. They were surrounded by clouds and mist. Spiritual birds danced in the air. There were strange rocks on the cliffs and waterfalls. Lingji grew on the cliffs and under the cliffs. On this joyous day, only one person in the Ji family had a gloomy expression. He sighed. The 8 ancestors of the Ji family had a lot of unhappiness with Yi Fan. He had long been ignored by people like the great sage. He didn't even have the qualifications to reconcile with them. He couldn't even get close to them. The great sage Emoku of the Great Thunder Temple of Mount Meru ordered us to send a humble gift. Xia Yiming of the Central State Xia dynasty has arrived. The Saint Master of the Jiang family of the North, Jiang Yifei, has arrived. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Pool has arrived. Many important people rushed over. Even if they didn't come in person, they sent people to send gifts, such as Mount Meru and the Juli God dynasty. Even if they had some unhappiness in the past, they still sent gifts on this day, trying to resolve some old grudges. They didn't want to be hated by someone who dared to challenge the great emperor after reaching the great accomplishment. On this day, many people came in and out of the Ji family. Not only the heroes of the human race, but also people from the ancient race. Even some of the royal and imperial families who had fought fiercely in the past put down their statuses. In addition, the saints from the outer realm also appeared and descended, each expressing their feelings. This was like a grand event. Giants from all sides showed their faces. The Divine King has arrived. With a loud shout, Yi Fan was shocked. He jumped to his feet and said, "Which Divine King?" "Divine King Jiang Taishu." "What?" Yi Fan strode out and welcomed him personally. He didn't expect the peerless Divine King in white to return from the outer realm on this day. Chapter 1554. The white-robed God King's return caused Yi Fan to be incomparably excited. He wasn't a master, but he was equivalent to a benefactor. He had taught him a divine technique, and had given him a new lease of life. In the past, it was the God King who had used his source to baptize his Tao diagram, allowing him to survive that trial. Otherwise, he might have died at that time. Welcome the God King. When Yi Fan moved out, everyone was naturally alarmed. The various leaders of the Ji family had already received the news. They opened the grandest gates, welcoming the God King with the highest of courtesy. Everyone watched attentively. As long as they were in Big Dipper, they naturally knew the origins of the God King. In the past, he was heroic and imposing, his name shaking the world and leaving behind too many legends. He had left for 100 or 200 years, but his glorious legend was still continuing. At the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, the white-robed God King was stained with blood. He fought alone against the ancient race ancestors, touching and admiring everyone to the point of tears. If one were to say who was the hero of Big Dipper, then without a doubt, the white-robed God King was fully deserving of this title. No matter from which aspect, he absolutely had the qualifications to be called a hero. Jiang Taishi was undoubtedly a proud son of heaven of his generation. He had that kind of talent, and that kind of strength. Unfortunately, his life had been far too difficult. His life was long and full of misfortunes. In his twilight years, he had sent away a beauty, his life had withered, and he had left for the great desolate. He was a character that made others sigh. Of the few people that Yi Fan admired the most in his life, the God King and the 5th-generation ancestor Zhang Lin were undoubtedly ranked at the top. Now that he saw them again, his heart couldn't remain calm. Ancestor Zhang Lin had already passed away. turning into a rain of light on that glorious morning. But the God King was still here. He hoped that the God King would forever be peerless and look down upon the world. I pay my respects to the God King. Yi Fan bowed deeply, expressing the joy and excitement in his heart. Even though he was already the great sage, one of the top characters in the world, he still had a heart of reverence and gratitude. This would forever be the God King Jiang he respected the most. After so many years, the white-robed God King's appearance had not changed much. However, his snow-white hair had become even whiter. When Fairy Rosy Cloud passed away, his hair had turned white overnight, and it had never returned to normal. Time had left behind some traces on his body, but it wasn't hard to see that the Divine King was heroic when he was young. Even now he was still as imposing as ever. His appearance was still young, only his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations, he possessed a unique type of maturity and profoundness that was hard to forget. Divine King Jiang helped Yi Fan up and carefully sized him up. He felt gratified, but also deeply moved. As time flowed, the new generation replaced the old. He had a deep understanding of this. You've already grown up. The road ahead will be very difficult, but you have to press forward, the white-robed God King said gently. Yi Fan nodded. This was the Divine King's hope, and it was also the path that he himself had to walk. Naturally, it would run through him from beginning to end. Who is this? Does the so-called God King refer to the King of Gods? Who bestowed this title upon him? Who can believe this? At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. In the current situation, in such a festive environment, this kind of voice naturally seemed out of place. It clearly indicated that this person had not come purely to attend the engagement ceremony. He had come with ill intentions. In the current world, heroes rose up together, kings contended for supremacy. The great sage appeared, the ancestors of a region descended, and even the quasi-emperor appeared. Not to mention, the supreme beings in the forbidden regions all awakened. This was an unprecedented great world. It was destined to be very complicated. In this kind of environment, there were naturally all kinds of people. They came from the various regions, so there would definitely be people who targeted Yi Fan. This was something that could be predicted. However, he never thought that as soon as the wedding ceremony began, before it even touched upon Yi Fan himself, someone would jump out and actually pick on the Supreme Divine King. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. His gaze was frightening as he stared in that direction. No matter who it was that looked down on the Divine King, it would be an even more serious matter than targeting him. I'm just speaking the truth. I have questions in my heart, so I have to ask them. Perhaps the human race really is very proud, but the title of Divine King really can't be used carelessly. It was a man around 25 or 26 years old. He did not seem frivolous, and his voice was slow and forceful. It was rather forceful, and the light in his eyes burned like torches. Coupled with the black nether iron armor that flickered with a cold, crystalline, and special metallic luster, he seemed very frightening. This person was well built, and had an extraordinary bearing. He was like an ancient war god who had walked over from the primordial times. His feet were not stained by dust, and the black crystalline armor wrapped around his feet. There was a divine halo around his entire body. He walked over from afar like a god. His long black hair draped over his shoulders and back. The only area that the nether iron armor did not cover was his head, so his appearance could be seen. His eyes were brilliant, and his face was very resolute. His two sword-like eyebrows were full of sharpness. In short, this person was outstanding and extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that he was an impressive character. In the current world of Big Dipper, how many people had not heard of Divine King Jiang? And how many people would dare to oppose Yi Fan? There were truly too few of them. This person definitely had a great background. If he dared to cause trouble, he definitely had something to rely on. He definitely had the capital. You're even more arrogant to be able to say something like that in this kind of situation. If you want to target me, you can come at me. I'll accept it. Yi Fan looked at him. He was so straightforward. He did not want to say anything more, and was about to directly attack. This was a joyous day, but he showed no signs of holding back at all. Everyone was shocked. This was just the beginning. The wedding had not even begun, and a battle was about to begin? Many people came, including the ancient races and saints from the outer realms. Not all of them were friendly. Many people were excited and wanted to see a fierce battle. Who was Yifan? He had the saint physique of the human race, and was one of the strongest people of this generation. He was unrivaled on the ancient road of the human race, and was said to be unrivaled in that part of the starry sky. If this person was not at the same level as him, how would he dare to do this? His identity must be incomparably illustrious. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge him? Sure, you can come over then. I've long heard of your name, and would like to see it for myself. The person said casually, as if he did not treat it as a big deal. It was as if he wanted to play an ordinary game, and was not afraid to fight against the heaven-defying saint physique. The black armor on his body flickered with a black light, and became even more crystalline. When he stepped forward, metal clanking sounds could be heard. It was like a demonic tune in the ears of the crowd, shocking their souls. He was too confident. In front of the gate of the Ji clan, facing divine King Jiang and the saint physique of the human race, he actually had such an attitude. It truly made everyone shiver. Dongfang Yi Li Heishui, Yao Yuakong Wu Zhongtian, and the others were all angry. This person was too arrogant. Moreover, this kind of arrogance came from the bones. It was not intentional or pretentious. It was innate, causing people to doubt his identity and origin. Yifan walked forward. At this point he was not afraid of a battle. His fame was built through battles. Since you are talking to me, let me do it, said the divine king calmly. The white-robed god king said calmly. He possessed an extraordinary bearing, just like before. He was graceful, dignified and composed. The divine king was not old, and had lived a second life. He only had a heart that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had never been weaker than others in this life, so why would he be afraid of the provocation of a junior? No, Yifan firmly disagreed. What kind of identity did the divine king have? With him here, how could he let him do it himself? He said, "You can take a seat for now. There is no need to trouble you to deal with him. Let me do it. I have plenty of time. I can do it one by one." The male in the underworld iron armor spoke. His eyes were resplendent and his black hair was thick. The halo of light emitted from his body was even more astonishing. Everyone was shocked. These words were too arrogant. This truly made Dongfang Yi and the others furious. The sacred prince's expression immediately sank. He directly pointed at him. In this kind of situation, he didn't want Yifan to do it. He wanted to do it in his place. After all, this was a joyous occasion. I know you. Your father is indeed outstanding. I just don't know about you. Why don't you fight as well? The male in the underworld iron armor was like a divine warrior. He was enveloped in divine light and throbbed like flames. His aura was astonishing. Boom. Yifan directly took a step forward. Golden battle chi rushed into the heavens, engulfing heaven and earth. His aura engulfed 10,000 li. It was as if an ancient deity had descended, overlooking the myriad realms. Boundless golden blood chi and unmatched battle prowess transformed into a vast ocean that swept forward. There was nothing more to say. He directly moved, about to unleash a world-shattering attack. However, at this time, the sacred prince also couldn't help but take action. How violent and domineering was he! It was as if an archaic divine peak exploded, throwing the sky into chaos as he directly pressed forward. This was an earth-shattering battle. Meanwhile, at this time, two other auras erupted at the same time. One naturally came from the male in the black metal divine clothes. The other's complexion was pale, as if he never experienced sunlight all year round. There was a type of sickly gentleness to him. This person was precisely In Pu, someone who came from Undying Mountain. He had appeared in the myriad spirit gathering before. He was extremely handsome, but his skin was so white that it was as if he had just recovered from a great illness. He lacked a type of heroic spirit. However, at this time, he erupted with an aura that shocked the experts of the myriad realms. It was too terrifying. These four great experts were clearly all at the Imperial Prince level. After their auras reached the peak, their auras engulfed the world, intimidating everyone's souls. Many experts almost directly collapsed here. Those who were close to them were either swept flying or collapsed on the ground. There was only a single white-clothed divine king here. Even though he was at the center, his expression was calm, not shocked at all. Even the corners of his clothes didn't move in the slightest, calmly watching everything. "Shenming, you have crossed the line a bit." Enpu spoke just like before, his tone slow and gentle. Everyone trembled inwardly. Many years had passed since the myriad spirit gathering. Now many people already guessed at where Enpu came from. When they saw him speak like this, it already proved how terrifying Shenming's origins were. They were definitely people of the same level, from a life-restricted region. Just now, everyone still felt like this person Enpu called Shenming was too arrogant, but now, there was only deep reverence left. This level and background definitely had this type of confidence and qualifications. "You know that I am always an extremely direct person. Saying what is on my mind, I won't beat around the bush," Shenming said to Enpu, still having the same expression as before. Of course, doing this during today's engagement ceremony is indeed quite disrespectful. However, I am eager to hunt, really want to fight, a bit unable to hold myself back. He didn't act out in the slightest, speaking extremely calmly and naturally. This was a type of confidence, as well as a type of natural domineeringness. He continued, "Even though I was disrespectful, I won't apologize. Even more so won't take back my words just now. Those are my true thoughts. If you all are unconvinced, you can just come and fight. Then it will be as you wish." The aura Yi Fan erupted like a mountain flood, immediately making heaven and earth collapse. His voice was cold like the light shout of a death god. Chapter 1555. Yi Fan's right hand was like a monument, covered in golden symbols. This was his Tao, ancient and profound. A Tao law that had existed since time immemorial, eternally unchanging, releasing rumbling noises. Mountains collapsed and earth split apart, seas dried up and rocks decayed. Under this golden heavenly monument like palm and fingers, everything would be destroyed, everything no longer existing. The void turned into a black hole, chaotic light surging, as if heaven and earth were being opened. This place was about to be completely destroyed. If not for Ji family engraving emperor patterns, immediately extending outwards, the boundless great wastelands as well as the sun, moon, heaven, and earth might have suffered great problems. Hazy mist spread. Yi Fan's golden palm and fingers turned into an ancient monument that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size. Patterns covered it densely, suppressing this side of the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. Shenming's expression was grave, Long immediately taking action. Her divine clothes were sparkling and translucent, releasing radiance, making her look like an ancient deity who walked over from the great wastelands. Heaven overflowing might was released from his body. Hongwang. His palm slapped forward. Vermilion birds danced about. True dragons moved about. White tigers split the heavens. All types of immortal spirits appeared, terrifying beyond compare. It was as if an unmatched supreme being was furious, as if a heavenly emperor took action. Shenming's aura was too powerful, confident to the extreme, having the qualifications to speak these types of words. It was as if a supreme deity descended from the heavens. Everyone trembled. This type of great pressure made them feel as if doomsday had arrived, as if they were facing an unmatched ruler. They had to kneel down, carry out worship and servitude. Everyone had long prepared themselves for Yi Fan's power. Meanwhile, Shenming, this person's origins were mysterious, yet she was also this powerful. Today she suddenly appeared, shocking the world, naturally making everyone tremble. With a dong sound, the two clashed intensely. Symbols flew about, quickly erased. The heavenly monument resisted all types of immortal spirits, releasing immortal light that engulfed all directions, energy devouring 100,000 li. This was an intense clash, terrifying to the extreme, as if the 9 great heavens were going to collapse. The heavens trembled, about to fall down. No one expected the two's first exchange to be this powerful. This was a confrontation between young supreme being heavenly geniuses. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? Inside the Ji family, void runes spread out one after another, stabilizing the earth, fire, wind and water, protecting the world of mountains and rivers, stabilizing heaven and earth. Otherwise, the southern region might really suffer a catastrophe. After all, this was a battle between great sage-level imperial princes, and they could easily destroy heaven and earth. Even destroying an ancient planet with life was nothing. The only reassuring thing was that the Big Dipper was too different from the rest. It would be very difficult to damage its foundation. Pop! Yifan forcefully pressed his palm down in the air. Although it was a casual strike, there was an endless amount of palm force smashing down. In the end, it actually turned into endless sword light, densely covering every corner of the world. Some rose from the ground, some fell from the 9 heavens, and some were born in the void. Numerous thick and large sword lights were like numerous pillars that held up the heavens. They were boundlessly enormous, boundless, and filled with ghastly killing intent, and it shocked all the living beings in the myriad of regions in the universe to the point of trembling. This was an extremely terrifying secret method. A single speck of dust could fill up the sea. A stalk of grass could shatter the stars in the heavens. It was exceptionally sharp, shaking the heavens with zheng sounds, suppressing the world. Everyone was horrified. Even though they had long moved far enough, they were still horrified to the point where they felt their blood run cold. Their entire bodies going cold, inwardly fearful. Xinming's expression was serious, not showing the slightest bit of carelessness. Even though he was extremely arrogant and domineering just now, when he truly fought, he was extremely serious, confident, but not arrogant. His body shook. An expanse of ancient imprints appeared on his back, looking like a divine figure, but also like a type of irregular scene. Perhaps it was a Tao diagram condensed from a type of special natural laws. A fiery red vermilion bird rushed into the heavens, crossing 3,000 realms, shattering large amounts of the void. It carried a savage aura and endless immortal flames, burning down heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. He used this to resist the sword energy that was everywhere, stopping Yifan's exceptional attack. Moreover, there was offense within defense. Between his brows, blazing radiance flickered, condensing a terrifying symbol. It turned into an ancient character that was hard for the world to distinguish, suppressing over. This character quickly became larger, every single stroke as if cast from immortal gold. Resplendent and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. It was full of an ice-cold metallic feeling, its weight exceeding millions and millions of kilograms. This was a type of Tao, heaven-reaching immortal text. As soon as it appeared, there were some who recognized it, all of them shocked. It was rumored that this was the killing Tao natural laws the ancient supreme beings used to open up the path of immortality, slaughter their way into immortal domain. This type of character's offensive power was exceptionally powerful. Or else how could it break through the barrier of the mortal and immortal realms? It was the most terrifying. Dang! Yifan's palm and fingers moved downwards, using his flesh to move. His golden fingers continuously flicked out, symbols appearing one after another, all of them landing on this character. Under the resplendent immortal light, this place exploded. It was universally shocking, shocking the world. Just how powerful was the human race's sacred body? He actually dared take action like this, directly using his palm and fingers. It was just too terrifying. If it was any other great sage, just this contact alone, forget about his fingers, even his entire arm and half his body would have directly rotted, turning into a bloody paste and bone dregs. A tremendous honglong sounded. The two passed each other, the first clash thus ending. In reality, there were only 2 strikes, and they both happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. It was too fast, quite a few people unable to react in time, to the extent where they didn't even see clearly. Even though the offensive power was enough to shock the world, it still couldn't be considered a life-and-death confrontation. These were probing attacks, both of them holding back, not using their most powerful trump cards. An even greater confrontation was about to begin. It was definitely a life-and-death battle, a world-shocking battle. However, right at this time, Sacred Prince and Enpu both suddenly moved, moving forward, blocking at the same time. Sacred Prince was going to fight in Yifan's place, not wishing for him to take action again. It was because today was his great day. The monkey was going to take action in his place, fight a life-and-death battle against Xinming. Meanwhile, Enpu also moved between them, temporarily separating the two, not wishing for this battle to continue. Almost at the same time, the void was silently torn apart. Jizi appeared, silently arriving at the center of the battlefield. It was clear that he had to interfere. Forget about his relationship with Yi Fan. Just based on the fact that this was Ji family's territory, he couldn't just sit by and watch. However, when he appeared, Empu's body shook, erupting with a wave of incomparable aura that was even more terrifying than before, sweeping through heaven and earth. Void Emperor! He cried out in alarm, losing composure for the first time. When these words sounded, everyone became stunned. This name was too ancient. How could it be spoken in this type of situation? Even if it was in front of Ji family's gates, it still shouldn't be like this. Everyone's expressions were greatly shaken, looking forward. At this time, Empu's pale and slightly sickly face revealed an expression of incomprehensible shock. He stared rigidly at Ji, his eyes unblinking, as if he saw the most inconceivable thing. Everyone was stupefied. What was going on? Are you talking about my father? Ji calmly said. You aren't him? Too similar. After saying this, Empu shook his head. If it was the true void, how could there be no emperor might? Even if it was restrained, it was still enough to make all life tremble, let alone when facing their undying mountain bloodline. It would be even more so. At this moment, everyone understood that Ji and Void Emperor were exactly the same, all of them revealing strange expressions. It really was rare for father and son to be like this. Emperor of Fighting's descendant, what is your intention? Do you want to fight against me? You can just stand to the side first, wait for my battle with him to end, and then come back. No matter how many people come today, I will take them all on. Shenming spoke, still as arrogant as before, hating Li Heishui and the others until the roots of their teeth were itching. However, they had to admit that he definitely had great strength. I'll just send you on your way with a single strike of my staff, save you the trouble of being noisy here. The monkey said fiercely, too lazy to say anything else. He even more so took the initiative, standing in front of Yi Fan, wishing to face Shenming. When Sacred Prince and Shenming met, there was definitely going to be a life and death battle. Both of them were incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, when Empu snapped back to reality, he continued to take a step forward, stopping Shenming in the middle. If we are talking about urgency, I am even more so than you. My undying mountain and Ji family's grudge is something the entire world knows about. The past agreement is even more so about to come to an end, but there is no rush. Fighting a decisive battle during this engagement ceremony is a bit too much. If you say things like this, it seems like I am being too petty. Shenming retracted that foot that took a step forward, saying, I already said that I am an extremely direct person. What I think in my heart, what I say, is not empty words. This is precisely what I truly think, which is that I want to fight. The divine clothes and armor covering his body flowed with dark light. The raging flames were restrained, but there was still a layer of radiance, not much different from a divine warrior. Forget it, if I miss out on today, then I'll have to ask for guidance one by one. His eyes were extremely brilliant. I won't see blood today, let's just celebrate a bit more. If you say it's over, then it's over. Sacred Prince sneered, not willing to let him go. Meanwhile, Li Heishui, Dongfangyi, and the others were furious as well. This type of occasion could come and go as they pleased. Could they just leave after stirring up trouble? It was hard for them to quell their anger. Dao friend Hunchuo, it is time for you to take action. In the distant horizon, there were experts with terrifying statuses who teased. Correct, please ask Senior Hunchuo to take action. Carry out some persuasion. It will definitely make them quickly fight a bloody battle. There were some who were even more direct, wishing for the god of misfortune to step up, make the battle even more intense. If an imperial prince really died in the life-restricted region, then it would likely sweep through Big Dipper, a supreme being appearing. Dao friends must be joking. This old one's body is unwell today, so I won't get involved. Hunchuo said. How can Dao brother be left out? This is a struggle between heavenly geniuses, it should be advising them to leave. We need Dao friend to take action. The heavens are benevolent, today, this old one doesn't need to persuade them. They won't suffer a bloody disaster either. The heavens cannot bear to see this happen. All things emphasize on the word peace. Within 10 years, they will be the most important. Hunchuo said extremely seriously. Everyone was speechless. Even Hunchuo shrunk back, scared of kicking a metal board, scared of smashing a golden signboard. Of course, the so-called golden signboard should be looked at the other way around. In front of Ji family's gates, the sacred prince wanted to fight. Shinming's attitude was indecisive. Fighting was exactly what he wanted. However, since he already said those words just now, it wasn't just empty words, he couldn't go back on his words. The engagement is important, let's end things here today. Ji Zi and Empu both spoke up, speaking like this. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stared at Shinming. He really wanted to send a fist smashing over, but today really wasn't suitable for him to take action, nor did he want the monkey to take action in his place. The more I speak, the more it seems like I am bullying others with my power. How about this? Today's life and death struggle will be avoided. I would rather kill 100,000 people than break up a marriage. Then today, we'll just have a civil battle, leave it for the younger generation, let them compete against each other. Just treat it as me adding to the excitement of this engagement. Shenming said. Let's just leave it like this. Divine King Jiang Taishu said. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded in agreement. Since the white-clothed Divine King already spoke like this, he didn't want to go against him. Everything could be discussed today. In reality, if this confrontation continued, it might be extremely terrifying. There would be imperial princes who would fall, blood splashing across the southern region, to the extent where it might even provoke the ancient supreme beings of the restricted regions. Shenming waved her hand. Several little things appeared in the distance, all of them looking around, all of them swirling with chaotic energy, every single one of them extraordinary. Mingren, come over. He called over a child who was only 6 or 7 years old. His head was outstanding, the space between his brows extraordinary, chaotic light restrained, making one feel alarm. This is my child. As long as you all can find someone of similar age in this world and defeat him, then it will be considered my loss. Shenming said. What kind of expression will you have if you lose? The Black Emperor, who hadn't spoken up all this time, asked. Expression. Shenming's eyes shone with brilliance. If I lose, I will slap my own mouth, take back my words just now, apologize to you all. Moreover, within 10 years, if I meet you all, I will stay far away. If not, then I will still apologize even after meeting you all. Chapter 1556. This was a boy around 6 years old. Chaotic energy curled about his waist, eyes like gemstones, black hair naturally scattered down his shoulders, extremely beautiful, possessing a wave of rare spiritual essence. Everyone was shocked. Just how old was this child? Yet he already possessed primal chaos. It was just too shocking, making all of the older generation figures feel a wave of powerlessness. He was already like this at the age of 6 or 7. What would he become when he grew up? In this world, how many people of the same age could keep him in check? It really made one sigh. The people who walked out of the life-forbidden zone truly made one feel despair. Heaven-warping talent, rarely seen since ancient times. Brother Shenming has given birth to a good child. Your bloodline has been strong for 3 eras. Your inheritance will become more and more stable. Empu sighed, a trace of envy appearing on his pale face. It's nothing. It's not like you haven't heard of stronger children in ancient times. Shenming said. However, she was extremely satisfied with her own child. After a generation, the emperor bloodline didn't weaken, instead becoming even more outstanding, talent reaching the extreme. He brought 3 children out to gain experience and gain experience. They weren't all his heirs, but they all came from life-restricted regions. Existences like them, able to be chosen and sealed here, were naturally the most powerful. It was the same for the children. Obviously, restrictions and brands had been placed on these children, causing others to be unable to pry into their cultivations, let alone harm them in secret. However, with just a single look, one could tell that not a single child was ordinary. All of them were too heaven-defying. Natural law fragments appeared in their blood, releasing chaotic energy. This is your child? Do you really think you're invincible? The Black Emperor came forward with a proud look on his face and said, You should remember that the great emperor who entered your forbidden land back then was too powerful after he was born, so some of his foundation was directly destroyed. He was afraid that he would lack tempering in the future. That is truly heaven-defying. A big dog wearing a pair of golden leather pants and looking down on people was really irritating. One has to understand that it was looking down on a life-restricted region. It made one wonder where its courage came from, making them feel indignant. The child at Shinming's side was naturally furious, glaring at it, clenching his little fists, really wishing to give it a beating. However, Shinming herself was shocked. She stared at it for a long time, saying, "I've met you before? You're that man's dog, and you've lived until now." Yes, with his methods, it's naturally too easy for him to do so. Empu's expression was also grave. He stared at the Black Emperor for a long time and said, "Back then, that person was already in his later years. He had once passed through our undying mountain, and there was once a huge black dog following him." Everyone was shocked. Although there had always been rumors that this dog, which angered both humans and gods, had followed the great emperor and had a frightening background, there had never been any conclusive evidence. At this moment, the existence from the life-restricted region spoke like this. Everything was verified, everything was true. One child is not enough. It's not enough. It's best to call a few more people to attack together. The Black Emperor said. His words were rather infuriating. Everyone became stupefied. Right now, the most powerful ones were none other than the 7 great life-restricted regions. Yet now, a dog actually began to look down on them. It truly made everyone feel as if time and space were in chaos. Doggy, don't brag. A little girl around 3 years old was trying her best to pull on the big black dog's tail. She was doing her best to drag it backwards, and she looked very adorable. In the end, the big black dog was dragged away. He didn't behave atrociously or say anything else, making everyone's eyes go blank. Shinming revealed a strange expression, saying, "In that case, since you are this confident, I'll invite another child to take the stage. If they are all defeated, then we'll naturally do as you say." The way things developed was outside of everyone's expectations. Yi Fan's expression was calm, not saying anything. He directly tore open the void, producing a shining object from the all-life source energy cauldron. That was a large piece of immortal spring, something most people in this world wouldn't have seen before. Meanwhile, Empu and Shinming's eyes revealed strange light, staring at this immortal spring that was extremely rare and precious even for them. Sealed inside was a fair and clean chubby baby. His dreams were disturbed, seemingly extremely vexed, glaring furiously at Yi Fan. When he saw him raise his hand, he hurriedly covered his buttocks. There was space inside the immortal spring that allowed him to move about. This type of action was extremely childish, making everyone want to laugh. The little fatty understood the current situation. Recognizing that this was Ji family. It was because he had come here before, because of a single sentence he said. Many elders in this family were so shocked they almost flipped over tables. When he saw Yi Fan glare at him, Divine Child submitted, saying rather angrily, "Last time I was wrong, he isn't my father." Everyone was stunned. No one had expected this little fatty to say such a thing. Why did he say that? No matter how they listened, it sounded a bit like he was trying to hide something. Many people revealed strange expressions, all of them looking towards Yi Fan. This child is too much. Dongfang Yi Li Heishui, and the others couldn't help but curse. It wasn't just Ji family that felt dizzy. Even Shenming and Empu were a bit stunned, continuously staring at him. In the horizon, there was only Great Sage Hunchuo, his heart pounding continuously. He was the only one who chased after him to personally understand him, almost recognizing him as a relative. In the end, he was scared until he ran without a trace, running. "I'll give you a mission, defeat that child on the other side," Yi Fan said with a dark face. When faced with Divine Child, he raised his hand several times, almost smacking his little bottom. This little fatty really was too much. Divine Child rubbed his large eyes, completely waking up. He cried out with pleasant surprise, "What? You want me to beat him up? You finally sent me someone to vent my anger on." Everyone felt a bit dizzy. This little fatty really was a bit of a scammer, saying that he was going to beat up the supreme being descendant of a life-restricted region the moment he opened his mouth. This was just too casual. At this age, this type of tone was even more infuriating than the Black Emperor's. I want you to seriously beat him up. Yi Fan corrected. Isn't that the same meaning? You want me to beat him up, to bully that child? The little fatty said. No matter how he listened, it didn't sound right, as if it was Yi Fan who was going to bully the child. However, I really like it too much, finally sending me someone to vent my anger on. I'm going to treat him like that bastardly Tian, smack his bottom until it blossomed. The little fatty already began to delightfully fantasize. On the other side, that 6 or so year old child had long widened his eyes, so angry his little fists were clenched so tightly they released cracking sounds. Who was he? Even though he was young, he already knew that he came from a life-restricted region, no one in the outside world daring to provoke him. They were truly heaven's pride, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths daring to look down on them like this. Little fatty, you are too childish, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Ming Ren said angrily. He asked Shinming for instructions, about to immediately beat down divine child. Come, I'm so excited I'm about to tremble. The little fatty put on an extremely arrogant look, his eyes truly full of excitement. He shouted, Brat, come over, let me properly deal with you. Everyone felt a bit dizzy. Who did this child learn this from? How old was he? How could he speak like this? Everyone couldn't help but look towards Yi Fan. Even Ji Zi and Ji Haoyue were confused, looking at him. Yi Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He said quietly, Don't look at me. After he came back he was always talking back, so I had Black Emperor and Flower discipline him for a few days, but in the end, he became like this. The immortal spring swayed as it flew out, as if it was a baby who had just learned how to walk, staggering about. The little fatty shouted excitedly from inside, Brat, just bring it on. I'm going to beat you up until even your father can't recognize you. Everyone felt even more dizzy. Then they really couldn't help but laugh again. Meanwhile, Shinming's face darkened for the first time. What kind of shameful words were these? To speak like this in front of her face, it really was fucking outrageous. However, what kind of status did he have? No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he would argue with a child, or else he would only make others laugh at him. The child at Shinming's side was angered to the extreme. With his background, how could he be taught these words? He was furious to the extreme, turning into a streak of light, rushing over, raising his fist and smashing over, wishing to directly shatter the immortal spring, drag the little fatty out and beat him up. Everyone was shocked because they actually saw the power of natural laws on that child's fist. This was just too shocking. Just how old was he? You came just in time. Watch how Big Bro is going to deal with you. The little fatty cried out happily, as if he discovered the best present. The immortal spring swayed about, twisting and turning, avoiding this fist. The one inside the immortal spring seemed a bit unreliable. His legs weren't that nimble, yet he could still fight? After all, it really was too small. Of course, everyone was shocked as well. Ever since the divine child came out, everyone had already discussed this. Those who were sealed inside the immortal spring definitely couldn't be ordinary. Just come out. Min Ren released a light shout. He rose into the air, his feet stepping towards the immortal spring, wishing to blast it apart, trample the hateful fatty out. Unfortunately, the immortal spring shook. Even though it was swaying back and forth, it directly released a wave of holy might, directly making the 6-year-old child in midair unable to endure it, falling onto the ground. Brat, you are still too tender. If you want to fight against me, you'll have to cultivate for another 1,000 or 800 years. The little fatty cried out excitedly, stirring on the immortal spring, smashing it over. With a pung noise, it smashed into Min Ren's forehead, making him dizzy and disoriented. Everyone didn't know what to say. This little fatty only looked like he was 2 or 3 years old, chubby, white and chubby, moreover still completely naked. Yet he said others were tender. This type of tone really was too strange for others to endure. Of course, there were a few experts who were horrified. Even though they were far away, they still sensed the holy might just now. It really was shocking to the extreme. This was just like a legend. It was just a child, yet he actually became a saint. No one would believe this. Was this the child of an immortal? Pung. The little fatty moved about in the immortal spring, clumsily flipping men run over, using his will to beat him up. Moreover, he shouted noisily, "Brat, fighting against me. Your teeth haven't even grown out yet. Today, I'll beat you until even your father can't recognize you." On the side, Shenming already turned into a black-faced deity, strand after strand of green energy on her forehead, black lines crisscrossing about.